Underworld Overlord, starting with conquering the stunning beauty. Once, he was the sharpest blade of the Dragon Kingdom, the king of soldiers, known by the codename Yang Luo. He fought for the country, shedding countless drops of blood, but during a mission to escort a national treasure, he was betrayed by his closest friend. His confidants were slaughtered, and he was falsely accused of treason, losing all his achievements and being thrown into prison. 3 years in hellish imprisonment didn't wear away his edge, but it did erase the last trace of mercy in his heart. The day he was released from prison marked the moment when the storm would rise again in Dragon City. His fiancée had already fallen into the arms of his enemy. His family business had been swallowed whole, and his parents were humiliated. In the face of this endless darkness, Lin Feng laughed a cold, bone-chilling laugh. The world of the underworld, huh? Others may walk the road of no return, but I'll walk the path that flattens all those who defy me, the road to the heavens. His enemies are rich and powerful. I'll shatter your power with my iron fists. The aristocratic families are deeply entrenched. I'll topple your foundations with my own strength. Starting as the personal bodyguard of a beautiful, nearly bankrupt female CEO, Lin Feng rises with an invincible stance, dominating everything in his path. Chapter 1. Yang Luo returns, the world turns dark. Click clang. The heavy, rust-covered steel gates creaked open with a screeching noise. A faint gap first revealed a hazy light, which was then torn apart by an invisible hand, revealing the world outside both familiar and strange. Lin Feng slightly squinted his eyes. The 3 years in prison had long since accustomed him to the dimness of his cell. The sudden brightness of the daylight, tinged with a bit of dust, caused a subtle ripple in his deep, cold eyes, as if a calm lake had been disturbed. He wore a faded, worn-out prison uniform, and his shoes were nearly worn down to the soles. His posture was as straight as a pine, his facial features were sharp, though his face was a little pale. Yet, none of this could mask the aura he exuded, a cold, sharp presence, like a drawn blade, capable of slicing through the air. Lin Feng, ID number 9527, sentence completed, release granted. The mechanized voice of the prison guard sounded behind him, tinged with a note of relief. In this prison, known as Dragon City's first prison, where countless criminals and outlaws were held, Lin Feng was an anomaly. He never caused trouble, nor did he join any gangs, but no one dared to provoke him. Those who tried to challenge his authority ended up losing their ability to challenge in the most silent and tragic of ways. No one knew how he did it. They only knew that this silent young man had eyes that seemed to see through souls, and within his seemingly calm body lay a beast waiting to devour those who dared challenge him. Lin Feng didn't look back. He simply took a step forward and walked out the steel gate that had separated him from the world for 1,095 days. Outside the gate, the sky was grey, just like the state of his heart. Freedom was supposed to be sweet, but for him, it was filled with bitterness and heaviness. He had once been the top ace of the Dragon Kingdom's elite special forces, Dragon S-Fang, with the codename Yang Luo, the king of soldiers. At 24, he had already achieved remarkable feats, with a future full of promise. He once thought he would fight for his country until his last breath. But 3 years ago, during an S-level mission to escort the national treasure, the Jojo Ding, everything came to an end. It was a carefully planned trap. His most trusted comrade, his brother Lone Wolf, stabbed him in the back. His elite team was annihilated, the national treasure mysteriously disappeared, and Lin Feng became the only survivor and the one to bear all the charges: theft, collusion with enemies, and treason. The evidence was overwhelming, and there was no way to argue. In the military tribunal, he didn't defend himself. He knew that the huge web of conspiracies woven by his closest friend, his enemies, and higher authorities had already trapped him. Any attempt to struggle would only make him look weak and foolish. In the end, he was stripped of all his achievements and sentenced to 3 years. This sentence, though seemingly light, was actually a form of mercy from the people behind it, a kind of arrogant indulgence, as if playing with a mouse. What they wanted wasn't his death, but for him to live on like a dog, stripped of all dignity and honor, just barely surviving. A worn-out long-distance bus stopped at the prison gate. This was the only transportation to the outside world. Lin Feng silently boarded the bus and sat by the window. The scenery outside the window rapidly retreated as the desolate outskirts were gradually replaced by the outline of the city. Dragon City, this international metropolis, was even more prosperous than 3 years ago. Skyscrapers lined the streets, and neon lights flickered. But this brilliance of the prosperous world felt like needles piercing Lin Feng's heart. He took out an outdated keypad phone, the only personal item he received upon his release. He turned it on, and the screen lit up, displaying an unread text message from 3 years ago. The sender was his fiancée, Zhao Ya. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, we're done. I want a future, and you can't give it to me. Just a few words, no explanation, no goodbye. Lin Feng expressionlessly deleted the message. He knew that Zhao Wei was probably already in the arms of the man who had pushed him into the abyss, enjoying the glory that should have been his. That man was Zhao Qianyu, the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Dragon City. He was also the financial backer of Lone Wolf, the direct beneficiary of the conspiracy. The bus entered the city, and Lin Feng got off at a familiar stop. He walked towards what was once his home. It was a high-end residential area, and his family had once owned a spacious duplex here. However, when he arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by a security guard. "Sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" The guard's gaze was cautious and scrutinizing. "I live here, Building 18, Unit A," Lin Feng replied calmly. The guard checked the computer and frowned, then spoke with a mixture of disdain and impatience. "Sir, the owner of Building 18, Unit A is a Zhao, not a Lin. If you're here to sell something or made a mistake, please leave immediately." Lin Feng's heart sank. He said nothing more and turned away. He knew his home was gone. His parents' years of hard work had likely been devoured by the Zhao family like vultures tearing apart carrion. He wandered aimlessly through the bustling commercial street, surrounded by couples laughing joyfully, hurried office workers, and the dazzling lights of luxury goods stores. None of it felt like it belonged to him. He was like a ghost from the dark world, sharply contrasting with this bright place. Suddenly, a loud engine roared closer. A bright red Ferrari came screeching to a stop in front of him, kicking up water that splashed onto his pants. The door opened, and first, a pair of long, slender legs in Jimmy Choo crystal heels stepped out, followed by a woman dressed in the latest Chanel dress, exquisitely made up, sparkling with jewels. It was Zhao Wei. She was more beautiful than 3 years ago, but also more unfamiliar. The innocence she once had was gone, replaced by the arrogance and aloofness born from money and power. She froze when she saw Lin Feng, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes: surprise, awkwardness, but more than anything, a sense of superiority and pity. "Lin Feng? You got out." She instinctively adjusted her luxurious shawl, as if afraid the prison smell on him would taint her. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He simply looked at her, his gaze as calm as a stagnant pond. At that moment, the man in the driver's seat also got out. He was dressed in a well-tailored Armani suit. Wearing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, Zhao Qianyu. With a playful smile, he walked to Zhao Wei and casually pulled her into his arms, kissing her forehead possessively. "Oh, isn't this the famous Yang Luo? What us up, out of prison? Looks like you had a good time in there, huh?" Zhao Qianyu's tone was filled with mockery and sarcasm. He sized up Lin Feng as if admiring an art piece he had personally shattered, his eyes full of pleasure. "Don't act like that, Qianyu." Zhao Wei lightly pushed him away, but her voice lacked force. "What wrong, babe? Seeing your old lover and feeling heartbroken?" Zhao Qianyu laughed loudly, pinching her cheek. "You better understand who your man now. He a traitor, a piece of garbage who been to prison, not even worthy of tying your shoes." Lin Feng's fist clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his knuckles turning white. The 9 revolutions refining breath method in his body began to circulate automatically, a cold aura flowing through his limbs, forcefully suppressing the murderous intent that nearly exploded. He knew this wasn't the right time. Acting on impulse would only send him back to the abyss. Zhao Qianyu, seeing Lin Feng remain silent, assumed he was too frightened and became even more smug. He pulled out a thick stack of fresh bills, at least 20,000 to 30,000. He took out a few bills slowly, and like he was tossing scraps to a beggar, threw them at Lin Feng's feet into the muddy water. "Here, take it. I heard your parents are struggling now, doing odd jobs everywhere. This should be enough for a few good meals. Don't thank me, consider it your good son-in-law contribution." The bright red bills in the dirty water seemed even more eye-catching. Zhao Wei's expression shifted slightly. She tugged at Zhao Qianyu's sleeve and whispered, "Qianyu, enough. Don't go too far. Too far. This is mercy." Zhao Qianyu shrugged nonchalantly. "If it wasn't for my dad's soft heart, he'd be 6 feet under by now. A traitor's son has no right to live. Letting him live is already a huge favor," he said, using his expensive leather shoes to crush the money into the mud, looking down at Lin Feng and speaking every word slowly. "What, Yang Luo? Not picking it up? Forgotten how to bend over? Or do you think you're still that top soldier? You're nothing now, just a dog with no home. Pick it up, now. This is my gift to you." Passers-by had gathered around, pointing and whispering. Their gazes were like knives, scraping across Lin Feng's body. This was the ultimate humiliation. Zhao Qianyu wanted to destroy the last shred of Lin Feng's dignity with this. However, to his surprise, Lin Feng's face remained expressionless. No anger, no humiliation, not even a ripple. He slowly lifted his head, and for the first time and the last time his lifeless eyes locked deeply onto Zhao Wei, as if trying to remove this woman from his memory forever. Then his gaze shifted to Zhao Qianyu's face. What kind of look was it? Zhao Qianyu's smile froze as soon as he met that gaze. He felt as if he weren't looking at a person, but at a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In those eyes, there was no emotion, only a void, an icy silence. He even felt an illusion, as though his wealth and power things he had always been proud of were as fragile as paper before this gaze. A sudden chill ran from his tailbone all the way up to the top of his head. Lin Feng said nothing, did nothing. He didn't look at the money on the ground or pay attention to the whispers around him. He simply withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked steadily in the opposite direction, step by step. His back, under the neon lights of the bustling city, appeared incredibly lonely, yet carried an unspoken determination. You, stop right there. Zhao Qianyu snapped back to reality, realizing he had been intimidated by the gaze of a piece of trash. Anger surged in him, and he yelled at Lin Feng's back, "You coward! Come back! Pick up the money!" Lin Feng didn't stop. Inside his heart, he swore a blood-red oath that only he could hear. Zhao Qianyu, Zhao Wei, and everyone who was involved in that incident, wash your necks and wait for me. The humiliation of 3 years, I will wash it clean with your blood and everything you have. From today onwards, Yang Luo is back. Chapter 2. A home of empty walls, a glimmer of hope. Leaving the commercial street that had brought him so much humiliation, Lin Feng wandered through the intricate streets of Dragon City like a living corpse. He didn't know how long he had walked, until the sky darkened, the city lights beginning to glow, and he found himself standing at the entrance of an old, dilapidated alley in the city's rundown village. The air was thick with the smell of damp mold and the greasy stench of cheap food, a stark contrast to the bustling, glamorous center of the city. This was the only place his parents could now call home. Using the address his mother had barely managed to give him over the phone, he found the crumbling handshake building. The narrow, dark corridor was covered in moss, and the walls were littered with random flyers. Each step on the cement staircase groaned in protest. At the end of the 3rd floor, in front of a shabby wooden door, he stopped. A faded notice about overdue water bills was tacked to the door, already yellowing. He raised his hand but hesitated, unsure how to knock. Behind this door were the most important people in his life, the ones he had wronged the most. He didn't know how to face their eyes, which were likely filled with both hope and worry. He stood there for 10 long minutes, then took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" His mother's tired and cautious voice came from inside. "Mom, it's me. I'm back." Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. Inside, there was a moment of silence, followed by hurried footsteps and a crashing sound. Then the door creaked open. It was his mother, Zhu Huilan. In just 3 years, the once gentle and graceful middle-aged woman now had streaks of grey at her temples and wrinkles all over her face from the years of hard work. She wore a cheap apron, with flour still on her hands. When she saw Lin Feng, her eyes instantly filled with tears, like pearls falling from a broken string. She covered her mouth, trying to speak but unable to, and only managed to make sobbing sounds. "Mom." Lin Feng's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed by a large hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Just come back. Just come back." Zhu Huilan finally cried out, pulling Lin Feng into a tight embrace, as if trying to melt away the 3 years of longing and worry with this hug. "You brat, you still know how to come back." A voice came from the inner room. It was his father, Lin Zhongwo, suppressing his emotions but trying to sound stern. Lin Feng entered the room, and the scene before him made his heart sink again. It was a less than 30 square meter 1-bedroom apartment, split into a bedroom, living room, and kitchen. The air was stagnant, and the lighting was dim. In the corners of the room were piles of cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. The only appliance in the house was a small, old TV. His father, Lin Zhongwo, was sitting by the bed, his leg bent unnaturally, with a crutch beside him. The once strong and spirited veteran now seemed hunched and frail, worn down by life. "Dad." Lin Feng walked over and knelt in front of his father. "Get up. A man should not kneel." Lin Zhongwo scolded, eyes wide, trying to help Lin Feng up, but nearly losing his balance because of his injured leg. Lin Feng quickly stood up and supported him. The 3 of them sat in silence. The only sound in the small space was the muffled sobbing. For dinner, his mother had specially made a bowl of hand-pulled noodles for him, topped with a fried egg. This was his favorite dish when he was a child. At the dinner table, his parents didn't mention the suffering of the past 3 years. Instead, they kept adding food to his plate and asking if he had endured hardships in prison. Lin Feng simply shook his head, saying everything was fine. But how could he not see? His father's leg was injured on a construction site by a heavy object. Because they couldn't afford timely treatment, the injury became permanent. His mother's hands were covered in cracks and calluses, obviously from doing hard manual work like washing dishes and cleaning. After dinner, Lin Feng insisted on helping his mother wash the dishes. In the kitchen, his mother couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed his hand, softly crying. After he was imprisoned, the Zhao family used their connections and fabricated reasons to make it difficult for Lin's family's company. They were subjected to tax audits and fire inspections at every turn, and in the end, the company's cash flow collapsed and went bankrupt. The house and car were taken by the bank to settle debts. Lin Zhongwo, unwilling to accept it, tried to confront Zhao Qianyu but was beaten by Zhao Qianyu's bodyguards and had his leg broken. To treat her husband's leg and to survive, Zhu Huilan, once a high-ranking executive, had to give up all dignity and take on the lowest-level jobs. Even so, the Zhao family continued to send people to harass them, forcing them to pay non-existent debts, never letting them live in peace. They had to hide in this chaotic village. Feng I'm useless. I've let you suffer. Zhu Huilan cried uncontrollably. Mom, don't say that. Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears, his voice calm but filled with unshakable strength. From today on, I'll pay off these debts. Everyone who has bullied us, I'll make them pay back 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. That night, Lin Feng didn't leave. He slept on the narrow, hard sofa in the living room. Listening to his parents toss and turn in the other room, unable to sleep because of their worry for him, he lay awake all night. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest. But he knew that relying only on anger and brute force couldn't shake the vast power of the Zhao family. He needed money, power, and a new foundation to stand on. The next morning, he bid farewell to his reluctant parents, forcing the few hundred yuan he had left into his mother's hands before leaving the village. He needed an opportunity. He sat down on a bench in a park, his mind racing, thinking of ways to break through the situation. Dragon City was large, but it had no place for him. As a man with a treason conviction and just released from prison, trying to find a decent job was like chasing a dream. Just as he was feeling helpless, the old phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. Hello, is this Xiao Feng? A somewhat aged but strong voice came from the other end. Lin Feng froze. This voice. It's Liu Quan. Do you remember Uncle Liu? The one who worked in logistics at the prison. Uncle Liu? Lin Feng's memory snapped back. Liu Quan was one of the few people in the prison who had shown him kindness. He was an old prison guard about to retire, an honest man who seemed to vaguely know that Lin Feng had been wrongly imprisoned. He often secretly gave him an extra steamed bun when delivering food. Uncle Liu, I remember. How do you have my number? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of warmth. Hey, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Liu Quan chuckled, then his tone turned serious. Xiao Feng, now that you're out, what are your plans? I haven't decided yet. Lin Feng answered honestly. I knew it. Liu Quan sighed. Given your situation, it's tough to walk the straight path. But I have a job for you, not sure if you're willing to take it. It's a bit dangerous, but the pay is good, and it might be a stepping stone for you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Uncle Liu, tell me. I have a distant relative working in HR at the Wanqing Group. Their CEO, Ms. Su, is looking for a bodyguard. Wanqing Group. Lin Feng recalled the name. It was a newly listed company in Dragon City, primarily in the beauty and health industries, with a substantial market value. Yes, this CEO, Su, is young and capable, but she is a widow. Her husband died in a car accident a year ago, leaving behind a large family business and a 6-year-old daughter. Now her company is facing both internal and external problems, with predators surrounding her, trying to take advantage of her situation. The bodyguards she hired before were either all show or bought off, so they can't be trusted. Liu Quan paused, lowering his voice. I heard from my relative that Su's requirements for this position are quite special. She doesn't want soldiers with shining resumes or elite bodyguards. She needs someone who has really come out of the darkness, who is not afraid of blood, and knows how to deal with predators. She needs a sharp blade that can protect her and her daughter. Lin Feng fell silent. He understood. What Su Wanqing needed wasn't just a bodyguard, she needed someone who could handle all the dark issues for her. My relative knows my background, so he came to me. The first person I thought of was you. Liu Quan's voice carried a touch of hope. Xiao Feng, I know you're not a fish in a pond. With your skills, you shouldn't be wasting away. Su Wanqing has money but lacks a blade to clear her path. You have that blade, but you need a platform and the funds to make it work. You two could be a perfect match. Lin Feng's heartbeat began to race. His original plan had been to make money first and then use brute force to take revenge, one enemy at a time. But Liu Quan's words showed him another path, one that was more difficult but might lead to something higher. If he could become Su Wanqing's blade, he could use the resources and platform of Wanqing Group to build his strength faster. At that point, when it came to the Zhao family, it wouldn't just be about blind rage, it would be about using power to crush them. Uncle Liu, I'll do it. Lin Feng's voice was firm. Great. I knew you had the guts. Liu Quan cheered. I'll send you the address and interview time. Remember, Xiaofeng, Ms. Su is a smart person. Don't try to play tricks in front of her. Show her your real skills. Whether you get the job depends on you. After hanging up, Lin Feng received a text message with the address of Wanqing Group's headquarters and the interview time, 9 a.m. tomorrow. He deleted the message, stood up, and looked toward the distant skyscrapers shrouded in morning mist. The confusion and oppression of the night was swept away in that moment. In his eyes, the flame of hope reignited. Though this hope might lead him down a more bloody and dark path. Zhao Qianyu, your good days are over. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He knew that tomorrow, when he walked into Wanqing Group, it would be like a dragon entering the sea, a tiger returning to the mountain. The Yang Luo who had been silent for 3 years would stir up an unprecedented storm in this city called Dragon City. Chapter 3. The Iceberg President, his claws revealed. At 8:30 the next morning, Lin Feng appeared downstairs of Wanqing Group's headquarters on time. This is a modern office building with 50 floors. It is made up of blue glass curtain walls. It shines brightly under the morning sun, like a blue crystal standing in the center of the city. Lin Feng looked up at the building, which was in stark contrast to the dilapidated urban village he had seen yesterday and the street humiliation he had experienced. He took a deep breath, straightened the collar of his only cheap shirt, which had been washed a little bleached, and walked into the revolving glass door. The lobby was bright and the receptionist's smile was professional and standard. The air was filled with a faint high-end fragrance that was out of tune with him. Sir, do you have an appointment? When the receptionist saw him, a barely perceptible scrutiny flashed in her eyes. My name is Lin Feng, and I have an interview with Mr. Su at 9 o'clock. After checking the computer, the receptionist showed a surprised expression on her face, but she quickly regained her professional smile. It turns out to be Mr. Lin. President Su and Secretary Li are waiting for you in the top floor office. Please take the VIP elevator up. Top floor, President's office. When Lin Feng walked out of the elevator, the first thing he saw was a young woman wearing a black business suit and gold-rimmed glasses. She should be the Li Mai mentioned by Uncle Liu. When Li Mai saw Lin Feng, she was also surprised. She obviously didn't expect that the special talent that Mr. Su wanted to interview in person would be such a young man who looked unremarkable except for his tall figure, especially his cheap street stall clothes, which were very inconsistent with the environment here. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Li Mai's tone was polite, but there was a hint of official distance and scrutiny in her eyes. She led Lin Feng to a heavy mahogany door and knocked gently. Please come in. A cold and pleasant female voice, but with a hint of fatigue, came from inside the door. Pushing open the door, a huge office appeared in front of us. The decoration style was simple yet luxurious, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window on one wall, overlooking most of the scenery of Longcheng. Behind the desk sat a woman. Lin Feng's gaze couldn't help but pause for a moment when he saw her for the first time. That is Su Wanqing, the helmsman of Wanqing Group. She looked about 30 years old, with long black hair neatly tied behind her head, revealing a smooth and full forehead and a swan-like slender neck. She was wearing a white Dior professional suit, which set off her mature and plump but perfect figure. Her facial features were as delicate as God's most outstanding artwork, and her skin was as white as snow, but there was an indelible coldness and melancholy between her eyebrows, making her look like an iceberg emitting cold air, beautiful, but keeping people away. This is a woman who possesses beauty, wisdom, and wealth, but she is also a woman who is on the edge of a cliff, being watched by countless jackals, tigers, and leopards. Are you Lin Feng? Su Wanqing raised her head and her cold eyes fell on Lin Feng, like an X-ray, trying to see him from inside out. Sit down. Lin Feng sat down on the chair opposite her, his back straight, looking at her calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. I've read your information. Su Wanqing's voice was unremarkable. 3 years in prison. The charge is treason. Lin Feng, I need an explanation. Why should I hire someone with such a criminal record to protect the lives of me and my daughter? This question is sharp and direct. Li Mai, who was standing next to him, also folded her arms, ready to see how Lin Feng would respond. Lin Feng's face still had no expression. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud but very clear. Mr. Su, the information you are looking at is what others want you to see. I can't give you the explanation you need. Because in this world, the truth is often the least valuable thing. He paused, his eyes sharpened. What you need is not a good man with a clean record, but a knife that can solve problems. A good man cannot make the jackals that are lurking around your retreat, but a knife stained with blood can. These words stunned Su Wanqing and Li Mai. He did not defend himself or complain about his grievances, but directly pointed out the core of this recruitment. For the first time, a strange light flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. She was silent for a moment, then leaned forward slightly, crossed her fingers and placed them on the table, her aura fully open. You are very direct, I like that. But words are not enough. How do I know? Is your knife sharp, or has it become rusty and dull? Just then, the office door was pushed open and a department manager in a suit ran in hurriedly, his face covered in sweat. Boss Su, something bad has happened. Li Mai frowned and scolded. Manager Zhong, didn't you see that President Su was meeting a guest? Why are you so flustered? Manager Zhong panted and said urgently, It's from the number 3 warehouse in the west of the city. The warehouse supervisor Liu Meng, who was fired by us last week. He brought a group of hooligans to block the warehouse. He also injured 2 of our security guards and detained the new supervisor Wang. He said that if he didn't pay him 1 million in compensation, he would die together with supervisor Wang. What? Su Wanqing's face changed and she stood up suddenly. Did you call the police? I did. But Liu Meng's gang had knives and gasoline in their hands, and they were very excited. The police were confronting them outside, so they didn't dare to attack them for the time being. And that group of people were from the famous Vulture gang in the west of the city. The police were just trying to mediate, which was completely useless. The atmosphere in the office instantly became extremely tense. The number 3 warehouse in the west of the city stored the new products that Wanqing Group would release next quarter, which were worth tens of millions and could not be lost. Manager Wang was a newly promoted backbone of the company, so he could not afford to have any accidents. Su Wanqing's face showed a trace of anxiety and powerlessness. This was her current situation. Any slight disturbance would bring countless troubles. Li Mai was also extremely anxious and kept making phone calls, trying to contact higher-level police forces, but obviously to little avail. In the chaos, only Lin Feng was still sitting firmly in his chair, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Su Wanqing noticed his calmness, and her heart moved. She turned her head and stared at Lin Feng with burning eyes. Lin Feng, you heard it. This is the trouble I have to face every day. Her voice returned to its cold and clear tone, but with a hint of testing in it. Now, your interview, your test, comes. She pointed out the window in the direction of the West City and said word by word, Go there, take back my warehouse, rescue my employees, and solve the problem. Use any method you need. I don't care about the process. I only want the result. It's done. Chanlang Security, the shell company written on Lin Feng's resume, will get a contract with an annual salary of 3 million, and you will be my chief security consultant. If you can't do it, or you don't dare to go, you can walk out of this door now, and we won't owe each other anything. This was an ultimatum, but also a gamble. Su Wanqing was gambling that this seemingly ordinary man was really the knife she needed. Li Mai and Manager Zhong looked at Su Wanqing in shock. They didn't expect that President Su would entrust such an important matter to a man of unknown origin whom they met for the first time. Lin Feng stood up slowly. He didn't say anything grandiose, but just asked calmly, Do you have a floor plan of warehouse number 3? Also, information about Liu Meng and his group, the more detailed the better. Li Mai was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously retrieved the information from the computer, quickly printed it out and handed it to him. Lin Feng took the information and just glanced at it, and then he constructed a 3-dimensional action model in his mind. The number of personnel, weapon configuration, hostage location, favorable terrain, breakthrough entrance. All the information was instantly integrated and analyzed, and a perfect assault plan was formed. This is an instinct ingrained in his bones. Mr. Su, give me half an hour. He raised his head and said to Su Wanqing, Car keys. Li Mai threw a Mercedes-Benz S-Class car key to him. Lin Feng took the key, turned around and left without any hesitation. When he reached the door, he stopped again, turned around and said to Su Wanqing, The contract can be prepared by your lawyer now. After saying that, he opened the door and disappeared outside. In the office, only Li Mai and Manager Zhong, who were both shocked, and Su Wanqing, whose eyes were filled with complicated emotions, were left. This man, where does he get his confidence from? 40 minutes later, warehouse number 3 in the west of the city. More than a dozen police cars flashed their lights and cordoned off the warehouse. The police held riot shields and used loudspeakers to negotiate with Liu Meng inside, but Liu Meng was emotional, waving a machete and a bottle full of gasoline in his hand, and refused to listen. He put a knife on the neck of the trembling manager Wang and shouted loudly. Around, a dozen ruffians holding steel pipes and machetes cheered, and the situation got out of control for a while. Just when everyone was at a loss, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped silently in a shadow 100 meters away from the cordon. In the car, Su Wanqing and Li Mai's hearts were in their throats. Can he do it? Li Mai asked nervously. Su Wanqing did not answer, but just stared in the direction of the warehouse. And Lin Feng had already sneaked into the warehouse quietly like a civet cat from an unknown back door 5 minutes ago. Inside the warehouse, the light was dim and goods were piled up like mountains, forming a complex small maze. Liu Meng was immersed in the excitement of the confrontation with the police and was completely unaware that death had arrived. Lin Feng's figure shuttled through the shadows of the shelves at high speed without making a sound. His eyes flashed a wolf-like green light in the darkness. This was the night vision ability brought by the minor success of the 9 transformations breath refining technique. The first people he targeted were the 2 thugs who were standing guard outside. A thug was smoking by the shelf when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, as if he had been licked by a poisonous snake. Then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground without even a groan. Lin Feng's knife accurately cut into his carotid artery and vagus nerve, causing him to go into shock instantly. Another thug heard the unusual noise, and just as he turned around, a big hand stretched out from the darkness and covered his mouth and nose, while the other hand twisted his cervical vertebrae at a tricky angle. Silently, he took care of the 2 people. Lin Feng continued to move forward, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Every turn and every move was done with extreme precision. Break wrists, ankles, shatter kneecaps, whack Adam S. apples. The moves he used were not lethal, but they were more frightening than lethal. The muffled groans that were forcibly suppressed in the throat and the crackling sounds of broken bones became the only symphony in the warehouse. In less than 3 minutes, all the 11 thugs on the periphery lost their fighting ability and collapsed to the ground like a pile of tattered sacks. Liu Meng, who was 50 meters away, and the police outside the warehouse were unaware of all this. In the end, only Liu Meng and the hostage manager Wang were left. Lin Feng appeared like a ghost, on top of a shelf 5 meters behind Liu Meng, looking down at him as if he was looking at a dead man. 1 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise I'll start a fire. Liu Meng was still roaring at the top of his lungs. Really? A cold voice, as if coming from hell, sounded behind him. Liu Meng froze and turned back suddenly. He only saw a dark shadow falling from the sky. The next second, he felt a piercing pain in his wrists that were holding the knife and the gasoline bottle, as if they were crushed by a pair of pliers. He screamed, and the things in his hands fell to the ground with a clang. Before he could react, a foot had already kicked him hard on the knee. Crack! The sound of the kneecap shattering was clearly audible. Liu Meng uttered a wail that was not human and fell to his knees. Lin Feng landed slowly, stepped on his head, and pressed his face firmly on the cold concrete floor. Now, let's talk about the issue of compensation. Lin Feng's voice was calm without a trace of ripples. Outside the warehouse, Su Wanqing and Li Mai, who were anxiously waiting, suddenly saw the warehouse door being slowly opened from the inside. Lin Feng held Liu Meng, who looked like a dead dog, in one hand, and supported the frightened manager Wang with the other hand, and walked out slowly in the sunshine. Behind him, in the warehouse, people were lying on the ground in all directions, groaning in pain, but no one could stand up. The whole scene fell into dead silence. All the police officers and onlookers were staring at this scene in amazement, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Lin Feng walked to Su Wanqing's car, threw Liu Meng to the ground, and said to Su Wanqing, who was already dumbfounded in the car, "Boss Su, it's not even half an hour yet. The trouble has been solved." Su Wanqing looked at the man in front of her. He was spotless and his expression was as calm as water, as if he had just walked in. But in his deep eyes, there was a terrifying power that made the whole world tremble. Her heart was shaken, and a thought popped up in her mind uncontrollably. This man, he is not a bodyguard. He is an unrivaled weapon that can tear apart all darkness. Chapter 4. A 3 million contract, the Queen's favor. The air outside the warehouse seemed to freeze. More than a dozen well-trained police officers seemed to be frozen in time, staring at the incredible scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. They were well-equipped and had been confronting the troublemakers for nearly an hour, but they were helpless. And this man who appeared out of nowhere, went in for less than 20 minutes, and solved all the problems. That's not a solution, that's a crush. The dozen or so thugs lying on the ground all had broken bones and tendons, and their cries were weak. Their injuries were surprisingly consistent, with severe injuries to their joints, completely losing their ability to move, but none of them were fatal. This kind of control over the human body structure, with a terrifyingly precise degree of control, made the police present feel tingling. Captain John, the leading police officer, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. "Sir, the situation here requires you to go back to the bureau with us to make a record." Before Lin Feng could say anything, the door of the black Mercedes-Benz sedan opened and Su Wanqing and Li Mai got out. Su Wanqing had regained her composure and dignity as the president of the group, but when she looked at Lin Feng in her cold phoenix eyes, there was still a hint of shock that was difficult to conceal. "Captain John," she took the initiative to speak, her voice cold and powerful. "This is my company's newly hired chief security consultant, Mr. Lin Feng. What happened today was that the thugs illegally occupied my company's property and held my company's employees hostage. Mr. Lin was performing his security duties and was acting in self-defense. My lawyer will follow up on all subsequent legal issues." Her words were flawless and she directly defined the incident. Captain Zhong heard this, glanced at Su Wanqing, then looked at the wailing victim on the ground, and the unharmed Lin Feng, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Justifiable defense? This defense was too justifiable, so justifiable that it seemed like a one-sided massacre. But he knew that Su Wanqing held an extraordinary position in the business community of Longcheng, and her words were extremely important. Since she had come forward to protect this person, the subsequent events would probably be left unresolved. "Okay, Mr. Su. But the process still needs to be followed." Captain Zhong nodded and waved his hand to have his men start cleaning up the scene, sending the injured to the hospital, and taking the hostage, Supervisor Wang, to record his statement. Lin Feng did not say a word from beginning to end. When the police passed by him, he calmly recounted the self-defense in an extremely professional tone. His words were perfectly consistent with the situation at the scene, and there was nothing wrong with them, which made the young police officer in charge of recording sweat. The chaotic scene was quickly and efficiently calmed down with the joint efforts of Lin Feng and Su Wanqing. The atmosphere in the Mercedes-Benz sedan returning to headquarters was somewhat subtle. Lin Feng was still driving, and he looked focused, as if the bloody battle just now was just an insignificant warm-up. Sitting in the backseat, Li Mai no longer dared to look at Lin Feng with the same eyes as before. She wanted to speak several times, but swallowed the words back. At this moment, her emotions towards this man had changed from initial suspicion and vigilance to deep awe, and even a hint of fear. In the end, it was Su Wanqing who broke the silence. "Lin Feng," her voice was less cold than before, with a hint of subtle tenderness and curiosity. "Who are you?" She asked the biggest question in her mind. An ordinary released prisoner could never have such terrifying skills and the psychological quality of not changing his face when facing a huge disaster. His skills and the attitude of controlling everything in the chaos were clearly the killing instinct that could only be honed in a sea of blood and corpses. "Boss Su, I'm the person you hired to solve your problems." Lin Feng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and replied calmly, "My past is of no help in solving your problems." This answer is equivalent to no answer, but it reveals a strong self-confidence. Su Wanqing laughed at herself. Yes, why should she bother to find out the origin of a knife? As long as it is sharp enough and loyal enough. Isn't that enough? Name a price today. Su Wanqing suddenly said. "What?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. "You have solved such a big problem and protected the company's property and the safety of employees. According to the agreement, you should be compensated. Name your price how much you want." Su Wanqing said seriously. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Just follow what Mr. Su said before, a contract with an annual salary of 3 million. He needs a stable identity and a continuous source of funds, which are more important than a one-time huge reward." Hearing this answer, Su Wanqing and Li Mai were surprised again. With the value that Lin Feng showed today, even if he asked for 10 million, Su Wanqing would agree without hesitation. But he only asked for the price agreed upon at the beginning. This man either really doesn't care about money, or he has bigger ambitions. Su Wanqing prefers the latter. But she doesn't care, because what she needs most now is someone like him. Too little. Su Wanqing shook her head, her tone unquestionable. "Li Mai, when you go back, immediately ask Lawyer Tang to draft a contract for a top security consultant." She looked at Lin Feng's back and said slowly, "Annual salary of 5 million. This Mercedes-Benz S600 will be in your name as your exclusive car. In addition, I will give you a 300 square meter flat in the most upscale Longting No. 1 in the city center as your residence and safe house. Finally, you will have a black gold card with no upper limit, and all expenses related to security will be reimbursed on a real-time basis." This condition has far exceeded the scope of a bodyguard and is more like supporting a top partner. "Mr. Su, this." Even Li Mai was shocked. He's worth the price. Su Wanqing said lightly, but her eyes never left Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su." He did not refuse, because he knew that these were what he deserved and were also the resources he needed to realize his revenge plan. The atmosphere in the car became more subtle after this conversation. Su Wanqing stopped talking and just quietly looked at the city scenery through the car window, but her peripheral vision always involuntarily drifted towards the calm and steady man in the driver's seat. That night, Lin Feng escorted Su Wanqing back to his private villa in the mid-levels as requested by her. This was a very large manor, heavily guarded, with a guard post every 3 steps, a sentry every 5 steps, and surveillance cameras everywhere. But Lin Feng only took a glance and pointed out at least 7 security loopholes. The security system here was designed by an Israeli team 3 years ago, Li Mai explained with a hint of pride in her tone. The design is very good, but the people who executed it are trash. Lin Feng commented bluntly, "Besides, it has been infiltrated." As he spoke, he walked straight to a pot of precious orchids in the living room, reached out his hand and dug out a black bug smaller than a fingernail from the soil in the pot. Li Mai's face turned pale in an instant. Su Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. She knew that this meant that there was a traitor in her previous security team. She had been living under the surveillance of others. From now on, the security here will be taken over by me. Lin Feng crushed the bug into powder under his fingertips and announced calmly. Just then, a small figure ran down from upstairs and threw itself into Su Wanqing's arms like a happy butterfly. "Mother!" It was Su Wanqing's 6-year-old daughter, Tang Tang. The little girl was delicate and pretty, like a porcelain doll, and her big eyes looked at Lin Feng curiously. When she recognized that Lin Feng was the man who saved her in the warehouse that afternoon, her eyes suddenly lit up. She broke free from her mother's arms, ran to Lin Feng, raised her little face, and said in a baby voice, "It's Uncle Superman. Thank you for saving me and Uncle Wang." Lin Feng looked at the innocent little face in front of him, and the softest part of his heart seemed to be touched. On his face, which was as cold as ice for thousands of years, a very rare smile appeared, which could be called gentle. He squatted down, looked at the little girl at eye level, reached out his hand, and gently touched her head. "You're welcome." "Uncle, what's your name?" "My name is Lin Feng." "Uncle Lin Feng, are you the new Superman my mother hired to protect us?" "You could say that." The appearance of the little girl Tang Tang instantly melted the cold and tense atmosphere in the villa. She was not on guard against Lin Feng at all, and she took his big hand and showed him her toys chatteringly. Su Wanqing stood aside, watching her daughter and Lin Feng getting along harmoniously. Her eyes became extremely complicated. How long had it been since she saw such a pure and happy smile on her daughter's face? Since her husband passed away, the whole family has been shrouded in a dark cloud, and her daughter has become sensitive and timid. And this man, his appearance, not only brought iron-blooded protection, but also seemed to bring a touch of long-lost warmth. At dinner, Su Wanqing made an exception and allowed Lin Feng to eat at the same table with them. After dinner, when Lin Feng was about to say goodbye and leave, Su Wanqing stopped him. "Lin Feng, tonight, just stay here." There was a barely perceptible request in her words. Lin Feng looked at her. Su Wanqing avoided his gaze, walked to her daughter, straightened her pajamas, and said softly, "For Tang Tang's safety, I'm afraid they will come again tonight." "This reason is impeccable." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and accepted her proposal. Li Mai arranged a guest room on the 2nd floor for him, which was diagonally opposite Su Wanqing's master bedroom. It had an excellent geographical location and could be used to respond to any emergency at any time. Late at night, Tang Tang had already gone to bed, and the whole villa fell into silence. Lin Feng did not sleep. He stood on the balcony of the guest room, overlooking the bright sea of lights below the mountain. The night view of the city was beautiful as an illusory dream. He knew that from the moment he accepted the contract and moved into the villa, his life had already embarked on a completely different track. The road to revenge was no longer a lone wolf fight, but a giant ship like crushing. And he is the sharpest ram of this giant ship. There were light footsteps behind me. Su Wanqing, wearing a silk nightgown and holding a glass of red wine, also walked onto the balcony. "Can't sleep?" she asked softly, her voice sounding particularly magnetic in the night. "I'm used to it." Lin Feng replied. "Deep sleep is a luxury on the battlefield and in prison." "Thank you, Lin Feng." Su Wanqing raised her glass and gestured to him, not only for today's matter, but also for Tang Tang. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Under the moonlight, Su Wanqing, who had taken off all her defenses and disguises, was breathtakingly beautiful. It was a kind of breathtaking beauty that only mature women have, a blend of charm, nobility, and fragility. "You know what?" Su Wanqing said to herself, as if she was talking to him or herself. I haven't had a good night's sleep since my husband left. I felt like a lone boat in the stormy sea, which could be swallowed up at any time. Until today. I looked at you standing there, and suddenly I felt that my boat seemed to have a harbor where it could dock. Her eyes were blurred and fiery. Lin Feng's heart moved, but he concealed it well. He knew that this woman was showing him her vulnerability, which was both a trust and a test. He took the wine glass from her hand, drank it all, and then put the empty glass back to her hand, his voice calm and firm. Boss Su, go to bed early. With me here, this ship won't sink. After saying that, he turned and went back to the room, leaving Su Wanqing alone on the balcony, looking at his back in a daze for a long time. That night, Su Wanqing slept more soundly than ever before. Chapter 5. Vulture's Revenge, Yama's Feast. The next day, Lin Feng officially began to perform his duties as Chief Security Advisor. The first thing he did was to dismiss all the security team in Su Wanqing's villa. Those useless people who were paid high salaries but couldn't even find the eavesdropping device would only be hidden dangers. Then, he contacted some channels he could use and redesigned the villa's security system, upgrading it to military grade from physical defense to electronic early warning. His professionalism and efficiency amazed Li Mai and Su Wanqing. At the same time, a storm against him was brewing in the dark corners of Dragon City. In the west of the city, inside a KTV box called Seductive Night, the atmosphere was so depressing that it almost seemed like water was dripping out. Sitting in the main seat of the box was a burly bald man with a thumb-thick gold chain hanging around his neck and a ferocious vulture tattoo extending from his neck to his chest. He was the leader of the Vulture Gang, Zhongzhu, also known as Vulture. Liu Meng, the warehouse supervisor who was eliminated by Lin Feng yesterday, and a dozen of his subordinates were now kneeling in front of him with bruised faces and noses, not daring to even breathe. Useless. A bunch of useless. Vulture smashed the beer bottle in his hand to the ground, glass shards flying everywhere. More than a dozen people with weapons were defeated by a kid with bare hands? How the hell do you do things? You have disgraced me. Brother, that kid is not a human, he is a devil. Liu Meng said with a sad face and trembling. We didn't even see how he attacked before we fell down. Bullshit. Vulture kicked Liu Meng in the chest. If you can't beat me, you're just making excuses for me. How capable can a bastard who just got out of prison be? He stood up and paced back and forth in the box with a fierce look in his eyes. We can't just let this go. That little bitch from Wanqing Group is increasingly looking down on us. When her husband was around, she still showed respect to him every month. Now that she's in charge, she actually dared to find someone to touch my people. Pass my message on. Vulture's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. From today on, go to all the specialty stores and counters of Wanqing Group and have a look. You don't have to smash anything, just sit there and discuss them. I wonder how she can continue to do business. Yes, big brother. A harassment campaign against Wanqing Group has begun. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing was reviewing documents in the office when Li Mai walked in hurriedly. Boss Su, this is bad. All 7 of our stores in the city center were blocked by a group of hooligans today. When they weren't causing trouble, they sat in the stores smoking, spitting, and molesting the female employees. All the customers were scared away, and we couldn't do business at all. We called the police, and they left when the police came, and came back when the police left. We couldn't control them at all. Su Wanqing frowned. She knew that this was the revenge of the Vulture Gang. This kind of rogue harassment was the most troublesome. Where is Lin Feng? She asked subconsciously. Consultant Lin went out early in the morning. He said he wanted to familiarize himself with the company's industrial layout. Li Mai replied. Su Wanqing picked up the phone and was about to call Lin Feng when Lin Feng pushed the door and walked in. I know everything. He looked calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He did inspect the company's major industries today, and naturally saw the situation of the specialty stores. What are you going to do? Su Wanqing looked at him. She wanted to know whether her knife was still sharp in the face of such rogue tactics of the underworld. Boss Su, when dealing with a mad dog, you can't reason with it, nor can you just drive it away, because you don't know when it will pounce on you and bite you again. Lin Feng's voice was cold. The only way is to beat it to death with a stick, or cripple it, and beat it until it loses control of its bowels and bladder when it hears your name. You. Su Wanqing's heart trembled. Leave this matter to me. After tonight, there will be no more Vulture Gang in Longcheng. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Do you need help? I can. Su Wanqing said hurriedly. No need. I am enough to deal with a group of local dogs by myself. Lin Feng's back disappeared at the door. Night falls. The night color seductive KTV is at its peak business. Heavy metal music is deafening, men and women are twisting their bodies crazily on the dance floor, and the air is filled with the mixed smell of alcohol, cigarettes, and hormones. This is the base camp of the Vulture Gang. Lin Feng changed into a plain black casual outfit, put on a baseball cap, and walked into the KTV. He was like a drop of water, silently merging into the noisy crowd. He did not go directly to the VIP area on the top floor to find Vulture, but first came to the monitoring room of the KTV. In the monitoring room, 2 sleepy security guards were playing with their mobile phones. Lin Feng appeared behind them like a ghost. Crack! With 2 slight sounds, the cervical vertebrae of both men were broken at the same time, and there was no time to even sound the alarm. Lin Feng sat in front of the monitoring desk and called up the surveillance footage of the entire KTV. The layout of each floor, the location of each private room, and the distribution of each secret sentry all formed a clear map in his mind. He even saw that in the largest box on the top floor, Vulture was hugging 2 heavily made-up women, playing rock, paper, scissors and drinking with a group of core men, looking very happy. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He turned off the main power of the surveillance camera, and the entire KTV screen fell into darkness in an instant. Then he walked out of the monitoring room and started his feast. He was like a grim reaper walking in the darkness. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, 2 patrolling thugs had their throats locked by an iron-like arm as they turned a corner and were dragged into the darkness, with only 2 short gasps of air being heard. In the backup fire escape on the 4th floor, 3 secret sentries were puffing out smoke when Lin Feng dropped from the sky and delivered 3 precise elbow strikes, shattering their backs and killing them instantly. This time, he did not hold back. For this cancer that has entrenched itself in the body of the city, kindness is the greatest cruelty to ordinary people. He climbed up all the way, just like cleaning a garbage dump. All the Vulture Gang members he encountered were dealt with silently. His 9-turn breathing art made him perceive everything around him in detail, and the killing skills he brought from the battlefield were a nightmare that these street thugs could not imagine. Finally, he arrived at the top floor, the door of the largest VIP box. The door was guarded by 4 of the most elite fighters, all with bulges on their waists, obviously armed with weapons. Lin Feng did not hide anymore. He strode straight over. "Stop! Who the hell are you?" A yellow-haired thug immediately stepped forward to stop him when he saw that he was a stranger. Lin Feng did not answer, but answered with a fist. Bang! The bridge of the yellow-haired man's nose was shattered by a punch, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and knocked open the door of the box. Inside the box, the deafening music suddenly stopped. Everyone looked towards the door in astonishment. Lin Feng walked in step by step under the dim light of the corridor. Behind him were 3 corpses that were no longer human. It's you. Vulture recognized Lin Feng and sobered up instantly. He pushed the woman in his arms away and grabbed the machete on the table. "What the hell are you all standing there for? Kill him!" The Vulture roared at the top of his lungs. The dozen or so core thugs left in the box woke up as if from a dream. They picked up wine bottles, machetes, and steel pipes and rushed towards Lin Feng with ferocious faces. It was a massacre without any suspense. Lin Feng's figure turned into a black lightning in the narrow space. Every time he attacked, there was the sound of bones breaking and shrill screams. He grabbed a machete, and the flash of the knife showed the broken tendons of hands and feet. He didn't kill them, but it made them more desperate than killing them. During the fight, he noticed a young man in his early 20s. Although he also held a knife and had a fierce look in his eyes, his movements were scattered and he was just bluffing. When others rushed forward frantically, he subconsciously shrank back. Lin Feng's heart moved and he let him go temporarily. In less than 5 minutes, everyone in the box, except the young man, fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. The smell of blood and wailing filled the entire space. Lin Feng threw away the machete with the bent blade in his hand and walked step by step towards the Vulture, who was already pale with fear and collapsed on the sofa. "You, don't come over here. Who are you?" Vulture screamed in horror. He had never seen such a terrifying person. "I said, after tonight, there will be no more Vulture Gang in Longcheng." Lin Feng's voice was like a judgment from the Underworld. He stepped on the Vulture's wrist and crushed it hard. "Ah!" The Vulture let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Feng's gaze slowly turned to the only young man standing, the living person he had deliberately left alive. That young man was none other than Ah Hu. "You, come here." Lin Feng's voice was calm. Ah Hu was so frightened that he trembled all over, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at the devil-like man in front of him, his legs softened, and he almost knelt down. Lin Feng walked up to him, looked down at him with deep eyes. "You'll have 10 seconds. Choose to lie on the ground like them. Or kneel down and follow me." Chapter 6. Taming the Tiger, the Policewoman's Anger. 10 seconds seemed as long as a century to Ah Hu. His mind was blank. He could hear the painful cries of his boss and brothers in his ears, and in front of him was the man's cold, emotionless eyes. He knew that this was not a multiple-choice question, but a trial that decided life and death. He had seen too many bosses being arrogant and too many underlings being miserable. He followed Vulture just to earn some medical expenses for his seriously ill mother in the countryside. But Vulture was ruthless and withheld money from his underlings. He had long been dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to resist. Today, this man, with an almost godlike attitude, crushed everything he once feared. Fear, awe, and a hint of hope. Perhaps, following such a person is the real way out? Plop. At the 9th second, Ahu's knees softened and he knelt heavily in front of Lin Feng, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor, his voice trembling with extreme fear and excitement. I am willing. I am willing to go with you. Please, give me a way to live. Lin Feng looked at Ahu kneeling at his feet, with no expression on his face. What he needed was not a coward, but a tiger that could bite people for him. Look up. Ahu raised his head tremblingly. Lin Feng's gaze was like a knife, piercing his heart. Follow me and follow my rules. If you betray me, your fate will be 100 times worse than theirs. Have you thought it through? Think it over carefully. My life, Ahu, belongs to you from now on. Ahu gritted his teeth and kowtowed heavily. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. Now, let's do the first thing. He pointed at the vulture lying on the ground and said, transfer all his assets to my name as quickly as possible. Money, people, and land. I want them all. Yes. Ahu got up immediately as if he had been pardoned. The next scene brought Ahu's or of Lin Feng to a new level. Lin Feng did not leave, but sat on the sofa beside him, like a king planning a strategy. He made a phone call, and half an hour later, a capable female lawyer wearing gold-rimmed glasses arrived at the scene with her team. This female lawyer was Tang Ying, the top economic crime lawyer in Longcheng who was introduced to Lin Feng by Su Wanqing. Tang Ying and her team turned a blind eye to the bloody scene in the box. With an extremely professional attitude, they took out a series of documents that they had prepared long ago, including the equity transfer agreement, asset mortgage contract, etc. Under Lin Feng's gentle gaze, Vulture and several of his confidants tremblingly pressed their fingerprints on all the documents. Overnight, the Nightly Night KTV and all the grey industries under the Vulture gang, including several underground casinos and loan companies, were legally transferred to a newly registered shell company controlled by Lin Feng. The name of this company is Qianlang. After doing all this, Lin Feng left the KTV with Ahu and a dozen Vulture gang brothers who were defeated by him and willing to surrender. Before leaving, he said to Ahu, take the injured brother to this address to find a doctor named Enran. Tell her that I will pay 3 times the medical expenses. He handed Ahu a note with the address of Dr. Enran's underground clinic on it. Lin Feng is an expert at winning people's hearts and using both kindness and force. In the south of the city, there is an underground clinic hidden in an old residential building. There is no sign here, but it is spotless. Dr. Enran, wearing a white coat and a mask, is treating Ahu's wound skillfully. Her eyes are calm and focused, as if these hideous wounds in front of her are just ordinary works of art. She is a woman with a story. It is said that she was once the youngest chief physician in a top-level hospital. Later, she was forced to leave because of a medical accident and offended the powerful. She opened this clinic that only serves people on the road. Lin Feng paid a consultation fee far exceeding the market price and left a message. From now on, I will protect this clinic. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here is against me, Qianlang. Enran didn't say much, but when Lin Feng turned and left, her beautiful eyes hidden behind the lenses showed a hint of inquiry and curiosity. However, as soon as Lin Feng, Ahu, and others walked out of the clinic, they were blocked by a dozen uniformed police officers. The leader of the team was Qin Yueru. She was obviously well prepared. After receiving the anonymous tip, she led her team to guard here. Lin Feng. Qin Yueru's beautiful eyes almost spit fire when she saw him. Don't tell me the murder at the Nightly Night KTV has nothing to do with you. She received a report tonight and rushed to the scene. She was shocked by the tragic scene. The entire Vulture gang was wiped out by one person. This method made her think of Lin Feng at the first time. Captain Qin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Feng spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. I'm just a law-abiding businessman. Tonight, my legal team and I are going to discuss the acquisition of KTV with Mr. Zhongzhu. As for the internal conflict between them, it may be due to uneven distribution of the spoils. I don't know about that. He had already explained to Ahu and others behind him, and they all said it was an internal gang fight and that they were victims who had just surrendered to the benevolent General Lin. You. Qin Yueru's chest heaved with anger. She knew that Lin Feng was talking nonsense, but she just couldn't find any evidence. There were no eyewitnesses at the scene, and the confessions of all the victims were surprisingly consistent. And Lin Feng had a perfect alibi and a top team of lawyers. Legally, he was flawless. Captain Qin, if there is nothing else, we victims need to go back and rest. Lin Feng smiled and said politely. Qin Yueru stared at him intently. She felt like she had punched cotton with her fist, with no place to put her strength. This man was like a slippery loach, but also a shark that could eat people. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and squeeze out a sentence. Retreat. When she passed by Lin Feng, she warned him in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Lin Feng, don't be too proud. Your foxtail will be exposed one day. I will catch you with my own hands and make you pay for what you have done. Lin Feng did not stop, but replied in a very low voice. I'll wait. But, Captain Qin, you'd better hope that day comes later. Because this city has a lot of darkness that you can't see, and it needs evil men like me to clean it up. Before you catch me, why not enjoy the performance and peace I bring you? After saying this, he left with his men. Qin Yueru stood there, watching his back disappearing into the night, shaking with anger, but in her heart, she had an extremely complicated and contradictory feeling. She knew that her battle with this man had just begun, and this battle seemed to have been predetermined, with no clear winner or loser. Chapter 7. The Queen's Reward. Ripples in the Night. It was already late at night when Lin Feng drove the black Mercedes smoothly into the garage of the villa halfway up the mountain. He returned to the villa hall and found that there was only one warm wall lamp in the whole space, and Su Wanqing did not go to rest. She changed out of her neat professional suit and put on a lilac silk nightgown. She curled up on the sofa in the living room with a pillow in her arms, with her snow-white jade feet bare. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. When she heard the door open, she immediately raised her head. In her cold phoenix eyes, there was a hint of anxiety and worry that she herself was not even aware of. You're back. Her voice sounded particularly gentle in the silent night. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded and walked in front of her. Everything has been taken care of. I heard from Li Mai. Su Wanqing stood up, the silky texture of her nightgown following her movements, outlining her breathtaking mature curves. She walked to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of warm water for Lin Feng. When she came back, she was still confused and kept saying, You single-handedly solved a gang. Lin Feng took the cup and stated calmly, Now, there is no vulture gang in Longcheng anymore. All its assets, including the KTV and several underground banks, now belong to a newly established security company called Qianlang. In the future, it will become the first line of defense to protect Wanqing Group. His tone was as simple as if he was reporting that he had bought a cabbage today. But to Su Wanqing, these words were no less than a magnitude 10 earthquake. Overnight, a criminal gang that had been entrenched in the west of the city for many years and had even caused headaches for the police was uprooted by him with ease, and he even swallowed it up completely in an almost legal way. How powerful is this man? What kind of past is hidden behind him? Su Wanqing was full of questions, but she knew that she shouldn't ask these questions, and she couldn't get the answers. She just needed to know that she made the right bet. What she found was not a knife, but a deity that could suppress all villains. Are you hurt? Her eyes fell on Lin Feng, looking at him carefully. It's just a little scratch, no big deal. Lin Feng said lightly, No. Su Wanqing's tone was extremely firm. Come here, sit down, let me see. Without giving Lin Feng time to speak, she pulled him to sit on the sofa. Then she trotted upstairs and quickly brought back an exquisite home medicine box. She knelt on the carpet, looked up at Lin Feng, and said softly, Roll up your sleeves. Lin Feng looked at her eyes full of persistence and concern, and did not refuse. He rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a 3-inch long scratch. This was left by the last thug who fought back desperately when he was dealing with him. The wound was not deep, but for a pampered CEO, it was shocking enough. You. Su Wanqing took a breath, her eyes slightly red. She couldn't imagine what kind of fierce battle would leave such scars. She opened the medicine box, took out cotton swabs and disinfectant, and carefully cleaned Lin Feng's wound. The villa was very quiet, and the only sound was the faint sound of the cotton swab rubbing against the skin. Su Wanqing was very close to him, so close that Lin Feng could clearly smell the unique scent of her body, a mixture of the fragrance of shower gel and mature body fragrance. That smell was like the most powerful catalyst, causing the dormant hormones in his body to begin to show signs of revival. His eyes involuntarily slid from her serious profile to the collar of her nightgown, which was slightly open because she was leaning over. That piece of snow-white skin and the deep and charming ravines exuded a fatal temptation under the warm yellow light. Lin Feng's breathing paused for a moment. He immediately started practicing the 9-turn breathing technique, and a cool breath flowed through his body, forcibly suppressing the original heat. And Su Wanqing also felt the strange atmosphere. She could feel the burning temperature coming from Lin Feng's steel-like arms, and his aggressive masculine scent. Her heartbeat began to speed up for no reason, and a touching blush appeared on her face. Her fingers even trembled slightly when they touched his skin. This feeling was something she had never experienced since her husband passed away. Even between her and her nominal husband, she had never experienced such a fluttering feeling that made her feel flustered. She knew that she was falling in love with a dangerous man. Okay. She pretended to be calm, put on the band-aid, and then quickly withdrew her hand, as if it was a hot potato. She didn't dare to look at Lin Feng's eyes again, and lowered her head to organize the medicine box. Thank you. Lin Feng's voice broke the ambiguous silence. You were injured because you were protecting me. I should thank you. Su Wanqing stood up. In order to cover up her loss of composure, she walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of expensive Romanée Conti. Have a drink to celebrate and calm down. The two sat on the sofa and clinked their glasses. What are your plans next? Su Wanqing asked softly, shaking the mellow liquid in the cup. Qianlang's security needs to be reorganized and expanded. Those people left by the Vulture Gang are a mob and need to be retrained. At the same time, we also need to recruit some truly capable people. Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and said slowly, it will become a real commercial entity. On the surface, it is a company that provides top security services to all high-end companies in Longcheng. Secretly, it will be your shadow, clearing away all the troubles that cannot be put on the table for you. His words shocked Su Wanqing's heart again. She originally thought that Lin Feng was just a warrior, a sharp knife. But she didn't expect that his plan for the future was so clear and grand. What he wanted to build was not a gang at all, but a security empire that spanned both the black and white worlds. I understand. Su Wanqing's eyes were full of brilliance. Funds, connections, legal support. Wanqing Group will provide you with everything you need. Lawyer Tang Ying will also be the exclusive legal advisor of Qianlang in the future. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, the relationship between the two men was elevated from simple employment to a deeper strategic alliance. Late at night, they both went back to their rooms. The next morning, when Lin Feng woke up from his unshakable biological clock and went downstairs, he saw a scene that surprised him. Little Tang Tang was already dressed and carrying a small school bag, but she didn't go to school. Instead, she sat on the carpet in the living room, waiting stubbornly. When she saw Lin Feng coming down, she immediately ran over like a little swallow and hugged his thighs. Uncle Lin Feng. You're awake. I'll be waiting for you to have breakfast together. Su Wanqing was wearing casual home clothes, standing aside with a helpless yet doting smile on her face. This child got up this morning and didn't look for anyone else, but insisted on waiting for you. She said she wanted to have breakfast with her super uncle before going to school. Lin Feng's heart was touched again. He bent down and picked up little Tang Tang, gently pinching her pink face. Okay, uncle will have breakfast with you. At the dining table, sunlight poured in through the French windows, giving the family of three a warm golden edge. Tang Tang sat next to Lin Feng, happily telling him about the fun things that happened in kindergarten, and occasionally passed the fried eggs on a plate to Lin Feng. Su Wanqing watched this scene quietly, and the iceberg in her eyes was melting quietly without her noticing. She found that this man could not only protect her from wind and rain and bring her iron-blooded protection, but also bring long-lost sunshine and laughter to this cold home. A feeling called home arises spontaneously. After breakfast, the driver prepared to take Tang Tang to school. Lin Feng also prepared to go out to officially take over his Qianlang security. But just as he reached the door, Su Wanqing called him. Lin Feng, wait a moment. He turned around. There was a hint of solemnity on Su Wanqing's face, as well as a barely perceptible hint of dependence. Tonight, the Dragon City Chamber of Commerce is holding an annual charity dinner. Almost all the celebrities in Dragon City will be there. She paused, took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. The Zhao family will definitely go as well. In the past, it was my husband who accompanied me to such occasions. After he left, I never brought a male companion again. But tonight, I would like to ask you to be my male companion and accompany me. Her invitation has gone beyond the scope of a bodyguard. In an occasion where everyone was eyeing her as a piece of fat meat, bringing a strange man along was undoubtedly a strong political statement. It announced that Su Wanqing was no longer alone. She had a new, powerful guardian by her side. Lin Feng looked at her eyes full of expectation and nodded slowly. My pleasure, Mr. Su. He knew that tonight's banquet would be another battlefield, a place without the smoke of gunpowder but more dangerous, a place of fame and fortune. And as the Queen's knight, He will officially announce his existence to the entire Dragon City's upper-class society for the first time. Chapter 8. Beautiful Women in Fancy Dress, Silent Battlefield. The charity dinner is an annual event for the upper class of Longcheng. It is not only a stage for entrepreneurs to show off their wealth and gain fame, but also a place for celebrities and ladies to compete with each other and engage in social wrestling. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Wanqing's exclusive styling team arrived at the villa halfway up the mountain. Lin Feng was personally escorted by Su Wanqing to a top-notch private custom workshop in Longcheng that was not open to the public. The tailor of this workshop was an Italian national treasure master who had served the European royal family. Make him the most dazzling man in the audience. Su Wanqing only said one sentence to the white-haired old tailor. The old tailor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Lin Feng from head to toe with a critical and professional gaze, his eyes gradually shining. Oh, my God. This is the most perfect oriental male body I have ever seen. The old tailor gave a heartfelt praise. The golden ratio of shoulder width, the inverted triangle back contour, the explosive muscle lines hidden under the shirt. He is simply a walking work of art. It is my honor to make a dress for such a body. For the next 2 hours, Raymond Lamb was like a human model, allowing several master tailors to measure and cut his clothes. When he walked out of the locker room again, even he felt a little strange. He was wearing a handmade midnight blue velvet suit, which was perfectly tailored to fit his body, highlighting his tall figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and subtly restraining his overly sharp murderous aura. He was wearing a white French shirt with an exquisite black bow tie at the collar. On his wrist, Su Wanqing picked a Vatran Constantin heritage watch for him, which was low-key and luxurious. In the mirror, the former prisoner, the street trash, disappeared. In his place, there was a man with a cold temperament and deep eyes, as elegant and dangerous as a medieval European nobleman. Mr. Su, your vision is unmatched. The old tailor looked at his masterpiece and bowed with satisfaction. Su Wanqing's eyes also flashed with surprise. She knew that Lin Feng had a good foundation, but she didn't expect that after careful sculpting, he could burst out with such amazing charm. It was a unique temperament that combined wildness and nobility, which had a fatal attraction to any woman. Her cheeks felt slightly hot. 7:30 p.m. Longcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Countless luxury cars stopped in front of the red carpet, and elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies stepped out. Flashes of light flashed one after another, making it as bright as day. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 parked smoothly at the end of the red carpet. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was Raymond Lamb, who was wearing a midnight blue dress. He ignored the flashing lights around him, and elegantly walked around to the other side and personally opened the door for the lady in the back seat. A jade foot wrapped in crystal high heels gently landed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanqing's figure appeared in everyone's sight. There was a moment of silence in the whole audience. Tonight, Su Wanqing was so beautiful that people dared not look directly at her. She wore a silver fishtail evening dress tailored for her by a French designer. The dress was inlaid with tens of thousands of tiny diamonds. Under the lights, it was as if the entire Milky Way was draped over her body. Her long hair was tied into a noble bun, and she wore a sapphire necklace called Heart of Eternity around her neck, which formed a perfect echo with Raymond Lamb's midnight blue dress. She is like a queen who reigns supreme, noble, cold and beautiful, looking down on everyone. And Lin Feng is the most loyal and dangerous knight around her. He naturally stretched out his arm, and Su Wanqing gently placed her slender hand on his arm. The two walked side by side on the red carpet. The man was handsome and cool. The woman was extremely graceful. They stood together, and they were so well matched, as if they were made for each other. Oh my God! Who is that man? I've never seen him before. To be Su Wanqing's male companion, his identity must be extraordinary. Is he a son of a hidden family? Su Wanqing has been a widow for a year. This is the first time she has brought a male companion to a public event. Is this an announcement? Whispers spread among the crowd. Countless speculative eyes were focused on Lin Feng. In the banquet hall, there were clinking glasses and elegant ladies in fine clothes. The appearance of Raymond Lamb and Su Wanqing immediately became the focus of the entire audience. People kept coming to greet Su Wanqing with wine glasses in hand. Most of these people were well-known figures in the business community of Longcheng. On the surface, they were greeting Su Wanqing, but in fact, their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally wandering around Lin Feng, trying to find out his background. Mr. Su, you are so brilliant tonight. May I know who this gentleman is? A pot-bellied real estate developer asked with a smile. My company's chief security consultant, Lin Feng. Su Wanqing introduced lightly. Oh, security consultant. The real estate agent's eyes flashed with contempt. He thought he was a young master from some family, but it turned out he was just a bodyguard. He turned to Lin Feng and said in the tone of an elder to a younger person, "Young man, it is your blessing to be with President Su. You must work hard." Before Lin Feng could say anything, Su Wanqing's face turned cold. But Lin Feng smiled, picked up his glass, and said to the real estate developer, "Mr. Wang is right. However, my job is mainly to ensure that Miss Su and her industry will not be disturbed by some unclean garbage. After all, there are all kinds of people in Longcheng now. If you are not careful, you may not even know how your own territory was lost." His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of coldness. Mr. Wang's smile froze. He had recently been trying to use some unspeakable means to snatch a piece of land that Wanqing Group had set its sights on. Lin Feng's words were clearly meant to warn him. He smiled awkwardly, found an excuse, and left in disgrace. Su Wanqing glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This man can not only solve problems with his fists, but he is also terrifyingly sharp in such a social battlefield. Just then, a discordant voice sounded behind them. "Hey, isn't this Miss Su? She's really becoming more and more charming. It seems like life is more comfortable without her husband." This voice was full of bitterness and jealousy. The two turned around and saw Zhao Chenyu hugging Zhao Yue and walking towards them with a malicious look on his face. Zhao Yue was also dressed up carefully tonight, but when she stood in front of the radiant Su Wanqing, her temperament and appearance were overshadowed, and she looked like a maidservant. When she saw the elegant and graceful Lin Feng standing side by side with Su Wanqing, her heart felt as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand, causing a sharp pain. This man, whom she once despised as waste, had completely changed after just a few days of not seeing him, and stood at a height that she needed to look up to. And the woman next to him was the Queen of Dragon City, whom she could never reach. An emotion called regret was growing wildly in her heart. Zhao Chenyu's eyes were like a venomous snake, staring at Lin Feng. One of the reasons why he came tonight was to see who Su Wanqing's new backer was. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Feng, the loser. "I thought it was some kind of god, but it turned out to be you, a stray dog." Zhao Chenyu sneered. "Why, you don't pick up trash on the street, but come here to be a gigolo? Mr. Su, you have a unique taste. Do you like men who have been in prison? Do you think it's exciting?" His words were extremely vicious. Su Wanqing's face darkened instantly and she was about to lose her temper. Lin Feng gently held her hand, signaling her to be patient. He looked at Zhao Chenyu, even with a hint of a smile on his face. "Mr. Zhao, you are joking. I am just an employee. I am not like Mr. Zhao, who has a big family and a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, I seem to have a lot of troubles recently." He said meaningfully, "I heard that the smuggling business in the west of the city has been strictly checked recently. Mr. Zhao, be careful of the wind and waves when you go out to sea." Zhao Chenyu's pupils suddenly shrank. The matter of Qingxi Pier was one of his biggest secrets. How did Lin Feng know about it? "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" he shouted in a somewhat timid tone. "Whether it's nonsense or not, Master Zhao knows it best." Lin Feng smiled. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I have already cleared out the vulture gang for you. You're welcome." Zhao Chenyu's face turned pale in an instant. The vulture gang was a dog he kept in the dark to handle the dirty work. Now, this dog was also slaughtered quietly. He looked at the calm and composed Lin Feng in front of him, and for the first time, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. At this time, the charity auction portion of the dinner began. A Qing dynasty imperial green jadeite ornament was put on the stage with a starting price of 3 million. Su Wanqing raised the sign. In order to regain his position, Zhao Chenyu immediately raised the price. 5 million. 6 million. Su Wanqing said lightly, 10 million. Zhao Chenyu gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Su Wanqing was a little hesitant. The price was already too high a premium. Lin Feng whispered in her ear, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Keep calling, Mr. Su. Don't worry about the money." He paused, and the smile on his lips turned playful. "Anyway, what we spend will soon be his money." This sentence was full of infinite arrogance and confidence. Su Wanqing's heart was moved and she no longer hesitated. 15 million. 20 million. Zhao Chenyu was already overwhelmed. 30 million. Su Wanqing's voice was calm. The whole audience was shocked. For a decorative object, a price of 30 million yuan was raised. This had gone beyond the scope of charity and turned into a pure dispute of arrogance. Zhao Chenyu's face turned red. 30 million was close to the limit of his available liquidity. If he continued, the company might be in trouble tomorrow. In the end, he could only watch the auctioneer drop the hammer, and Su Wanqing bought the jadeite for 30 million. The whole audience burst into applause, praising Su Wanqing's courage and financial resources. Zhao Qianyu, on the other hand, stood there like a clown, accepting everyone's strange looks, and lost all face. After the dinner, Raymond Lam and Su Wanqing slowly left the venue under the gaze of everyone. In an empty corner of the parking lot, Zhao Qianyu finally couldn't help it and stopped them with 2 bodyguards. Lin Feng. His face was ferocious, like an enraged beast. Don't be so complacent. Do you think you can fight me with just a woman? You are playing with fire. Lin Feng stopped, turned around and looked at him quietly. That look was still as calm as a still pond. You got one thing wrong. Lin Feng opened his mouth slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Qianyu's heart. She didn't protect me. It's me, protecting her. He took a step forward, leaned close to Zhao Qianyu's ear, and whispered in a devilish whisper that only the 2 of them could hear. And, wash your neck. Soon, I will come and take away everything you have. Chapter 9. The Queen's Drunk State, a Dangerous Test. On the way back to the villa, the atmosphere in the Mercedes-Benz was extremely ambiguous. Su Wanqing had obviously drunk too much. At the dinner, she drank a lot of champagne for socializing. At this moment, the alcohol fermented in her body, making her usually cold and icy face stained with a layer of fascinating blush. The confrontation at the dinner party made her feel unprecedented excitement and pleasure. Especially with the support of Lin Feng, she played Zhao Qianyu around and publicly humiliated him, which gave her a great release of the resentment she had suppressed for more than a year. At this moment, she shed her hard shell of a queen, revealing the most charming and moving side of a mature woman. She leaned diagonally on the back seat, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Feng's profile in the driver's seat in a daze. This man was like an endless mystery. Every time she thought she had seen him clearly, he would show her a more shocking side. From the initial use of force to tonight's strategizing, talking and laughing in a world of fame and fortune, what he brought to her was not only a sense of security, but also a fatal attraction that made her heart sway. Lin Feng. She suddenly spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of drunkenness. Am I very impressive today? President Su has always been very impressive. Lin Feng looked straight ahead and drove the vehicle steadily. No, it was different before. Su Wanqing shook her head. She stretched out a slender jade finger and traced Lin Feng's outline through the air. Before, my majesty was pretended. Like a hedgehog, using thorns all over its body to cover up the fear in its heart. But today, I really feel like a queen, because I know that there is a real lion standing next to me. As she spoke, she seemed to be a little unsteady. Her body tilted and she gently leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. A warm, soft touch and an intoxicating fragrance instantly spread through the seat. Lin Feng's body was stiff for a moment. He could feel the softness of her hair and the warmth of her breath. He didn't push her away. The car fell into a strange silence, with only the steady engine sound and the somewhat disordered heartbeats of the 2 people. It was already midnight when they returned to the villa. Li Mai had already left. In the huge manor, apart from a few Chanlang security personnel led by who patrolling the perimeter, only Lin Feng, Su Wanqing, and Tang Tang, who had already fallen asleep, were left. Lin Feng supported Su Wanqing, whose steps were unsteady, and walked into the hall. I can still drink. Su Wanqing muttered, her cheeks flushed and her eyes hazy. Obviously she was quite drunk. Miss Su, you are drunk. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, helped her sit down on the sofa, and turned around to pour her a glass of water. But as soon as he turned around, a fragrant breeze blew from behind, and Su Wanqing hugged his waist tightly from behind. Her face was pressed tightly against his back, and her voice was choked and fragile. Don't go. Lin Feng, don't leave me. Lin Feng's body froze again. He could clearly feel, through the thin shirt, those 2 thrillingly soft lumps pressing tightly against his back, giving him a blood-stirring sensation. I'm so tired. Really so tired. Su Wanqing cried softly behind him like a helpless child. My husband is gone, and everyone is staring at me like a wolf, wanting to swallow me whole. I can't sleep every day. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, the company will be gone, and my home will be gone. I'm so scared. Her tears gradually soaked Lin Feng's shirt. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer looked like a queen at all, but a little woman who needed protection and care. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. His movements were light and gentle. Su Wanqing seemed to be encouraged. She raised her blurry drunken eyes and looked at him infatuatedly. Then, she stood on tiptoes and took the initiative to press her warm, fragrant, and soft red lips against his. This was a kiss filled with the smell of alcohol, despair, and dependence. Lin Feng's brain went blank with a boom. Reason told him that he should push her away. She was drunk and he couldn't take advantage of her. But the instinct of the body was clamoring to pull this beauty in front of him into his arms and possess her completely. Just before he was about to be devoured by his instinct, the 9 revolutions breathing technique suddenly started to work in his body, and a stream of clear water instantly rushed to the top of his head, allowing him to regain a little clarity. He gently but firmly pushed Su Wanqing away, holding her shoulders with both hands and keeping her at an arm's length from him. His breathing was a little heavy, but his voice was still terrifyingly steady. "Boss Su, you are drunk." Su Wanqing was pushed away, with a trace of hurt and confusion in her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng, not understanding why he refused. Could it be that she had no attraction to him at all? She wanted to say something else. Lin Feng picked her up sideways. "Ah!" Su Wanqing screamed and subconsciously hugged his neck. Lin Feng held her in his arms and walked up to the second floor step by step until he came to the door of her master bedroom. He pushed the door open and gently placed her on the large and soft cement bed, then carefully took off her high heels and pulled the velvet quilt over her. From beginning to end, his eyes were clear, without any impurities of desire. After doing all this, he stood up, looked at her deeply, and said softly, "Go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, everything will be fine." After saying this, he turned and left. Lin Feng. Su Wanqing suddenly sat up from the bed and grabbed his hand. Her hands were soft and cold. "Why?" She looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. "Do you dislike me?" "Dislike me because I'm a widow who has given birth to a child." Lin Feng's heart trembled suddenly. He turned around, looked at the pitifully fragile woman on the bed, and slowly shook his head. He leaned down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, full of magnetism and domineering. "What I want is a sober, willing, and complete Su Wanqing. Rather than a woman who is dominated by alcohol and vulnerability and needs me to take advantage of her. You are my queen. What I want is the queen's submission, not the patient's dependence." After saying that, he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Then, he turned around resolutely, left the room, and closed the door gently for her. Su Wanqing sat on the bed in a daze, stroking her hot forehead, thinking about what he had just said, her eyes shining with excitement and her heart filled with huge waves. This man. He not only wants to conquer her body, but also her soul. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had already returned to the corridor of his room, suddenly heard a slight vibration from the cell phone in his pocket. He took out his cell phone and found an encrypted text message. The sender is Sister Rose. The message was short, but it made his eyes, which had just calmed down, turn cold again in an instant. Emergency intelligence. Zhao Qianyu did not return home after leaving the banquet tonight. He went to a secret location and met with someone from the Qingfeng Hall. The target may be related to you. Be careful. Qingfeng Hall. One of the 3 major underground forces in Longcheng. Lin Feng stood in the silent corridor. On one side was the gentle temptation that had just been experienced, which made his heart and soul excited. On the other side, the enemy has set up a more sinister and deadly killing plan. He slowly walked to the window, looked at the city shrouded in darkness outside, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So soon, can't you hold it in?" "Okay. It just so happens that my knife hasn't drunk enough blood yet." Chapter 10. The killing plan is set, the Queen's protection. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's master bedroom, gently falling on Su Wanqing's long eyelashes. She slowly opened her eyes, and the slight headache brought by the hangover made her frown subconsciously. The scenes of last night flooded into her mind like a tide the tit-for-tat at the banquet, the ambiguous and charming on the way home, and her own bold and inappropriate initiative. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. She actually took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng and even said such shameless words. Su Wanqing buried her face in the soft pillow, feeling a mixture of shame and annoyance. But strangely, in addition to shyness, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and a hint of sweetness. She remembered Lin Feng's last words that were domineering yet respectful. "What I want is a sober, willing, and complete Su Wanqing." This man did not take advantage of her. In his eyes, she was not a prey that could be picked at will, but a queen who needed to be treated seriously. This respect could shake her heart more than any sweet talk and false tenderness. She opened the quilt and walked out of bed barefoot. When she saw a cup of honey water at the perfect temperature and a note with strong handwriting on the bedside table, her heart melted completely. "Drink it after you wake up to sober you up. Lin Feng." Su Wanqing picked up the water cup and drank it in small sips. The warm liquid slid into her throat and warmed her heart. She knew that her long-frozen heart had completely opened up an unhealable gap for this man. In the restaurant downstairs, Lin Feng had already prepared breakfast for Tang Tang. When Su Wanqing walked downstairs, she saw such a heartwarming scene. Lin Feng was patiently teaching Tang Tang how to use the knife and fork correctly, and the little girl was looking at him with admiration. The interaction between the two was natural and intimate, as if they were a family. "Mom, you're awake." Tang Tang shouted happily. Su Wanqing said with an unnatural blush on her face, and walked to the dining table and sat down. "Thank you for last night," she whispered to Lin Feng. "It's my job." Lin Feng's answer was still concise, but his action of handing over a cup of warm milk seemed particularly considerate. The atmosphere of breakfast is subtle, warm, and ambiguous. After the meal, Lin Feng handed a document to Su Wanqing. "Boss Su, this is some basic information about the underground forces in Longcheng that I sorted out overnight. You need to take a look." Su Wanqing took the document, opened it, and her pupils suddenly contracted. This document records in detail the information of the leaders, major industries, spheres of influence, and even the locations of some secret strongholds of the three major underground forces in Longcheng Qingfengtang, Menghu Gang, and Jinqianhui. Its level of detail far exceeds any public business investigation report. "These, where did you get them from?" she asked in shock. "They appeared when I needed them." Lin Feng answered calmly. These were, of course, just the tip of the iceberg of what he could mobilize through the network of the mysterious sweeping old man and his former identity as Yang Luo while in prison. "I received news last night." Lin Feng's face turned serious. "Zhao Chenyu has contacted people from the Qingfeng Hall." Su Wanqing's heart suddenly lifted up. Qingfeng Hall. She was familiar with the name. It's the most difficult force in Longcheng. Their leader is a woman named Shangguan Yang, nicknamed Scorpion Beauty. It is said that she is ruthless, intelligent, and has a deep background. She controls more than 70% of the entertainment venues in Longcheng, as well as most of the smuggling channels for luxury goods. She is a person that neither the black nor the white world dares to provoke. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of worry. "Zhao Chenyu is trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Shangguan Yang's Qingfengtang is not a low-class gang like the Vulture Gang. They have real desperate criminals under their command." She originally thought that Lin Feng had dealt with the Vulture Gang, and she could temporarily relax. However, she did not expect that a greater threat had quietly arrived. "I know." A hint of cold fighting spirit flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "So, we can't wait for them to make a move." "You." "Boss Su," Lin Feng interrupted her. "From now on, you only need to attack Chenyu Group head-on in the business world. As for the noise outside the market, I will help you clear it all." Su Wanqing looked at his confident and deep eyes, and the panic in her heart miraculously calmed down. She nodded heavily. "Okay. I will immediately ask the intelligence department to compile all the information about Qingfengtang and Shangguan Yang and send it to you." At this moment, she was no longer passively accepting protection, but actively becoming his strongest backer. She wanted to use her wisdom and resources to provide the most accurate guidance for his peerless weapon. At the same time, in Longcheng, there is a private tea house with elegant style and top-grade agarwood burning. The owner of the tea house is a woman wearing a simple kyongsum and with a classical and quiet temperament, known as Mu Wanqiu. Her tea house is the neutral zone tacitly recognized by all forces in Longcheng, and many transactions and negotiations that cannot be put on the table will be carried out here. At this moment, in an elegant box, Zhao Chenyu was drinking tea with a somewhat restless look. Opposite him sat an old man in a tank suit, with a gaunt face and sinister eyes. Although he looked over 60, his temples were bulging and his fingers were thick, and he was obviously a martial artist. He is Shangguan Yang's most trusted right-hand man, the chief steward of Qingfeng Hall, known as Uncle Ghost. "Mr. Zhao, I understand what our hallmaster means." Uncle Gui put down his teacup and spoke slowly. "If you want us to help you get rid of that bodyguard named Lin Feng, we can. But, as for the price, money is not a problem." Zhao Chenyu said anxiously, "As long as you can get rid of him, I will give you 5 million. After the success, I will take over Wanqing Group and give you 10% of the shares." In order to get rid of Lin Feng, the great threat to him, he has spent a lot of money. Haha, Mr. Zhao is really straightforward. Uncle Gui's eyes flashed with greed. "However, our hallmaster has another condition." "What conditions?" "We want to keep Lin Feng alive." Uncle Gui smiled sinisterly. "Our hallmaster is very interested in him. He wants to see what kind of person is brave enough to touch the dock that our Qingfeng Hall has set its eyes on, and to wipe out the Vulture Gang overnight." Zhao Chenyu was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, "No problem. Just don't let him appear in front of me again. Whether he's dead or alive, it's up to you." "Okay. That's settled then." Uncle Gui stood up. "You'll hear good news within 3 days. Mr. Zhao, please come in. After seeing Zhao Chenyu off, Uncle Gui returned to the inner room of the tea house and made a phone call. Master, it's done. That idiot Zhao Chenyu has taken the bait. A cool and lazy female voice came from the other end of the phone. Very good. How is the information on Lin Feng going? I can't find anything. Uncle Gui's tone became serious. It's like he appeared out of thin air. I only know that he was imprisoned for treason 3 years ago. The rest is blank. This person is extremely dangerous. Danger means fun. The woman's voice was a little playful. Let black and white impermanence lead the team. Tell them I want to survive. I want to see with my own eyes how sharp the teeth of this tiger that suddenly broke into Dragon City are. Yes, Master. A killing plan targeting Lin Feng has been quietly set up. In the afternoon, the temporary headquarters of Chanlang Security Company was the nightly seductive KTV that had been taken over. Lin Feng looked at the thick stack of information about Qingfeng Tang sent by Su Wanqing's intelligence department. Ah Hu, he called without looking up. Brother Feng. Ah Hu immediately ran over respectfully. After a night of preparation, he had completely put himself into the role of Lin Feng's #1 henchman. Lin Feng pointed to an address on the file and asked, "Do you know the Royal #1 Underground Casino?" Ah Hu's face changed. I know. Brother Feng, that's the most profitable place for Qingfeng Tang. It's also the place they guard most tightly. It's full of their most capable red sticks. Even the police don't dare to check it easily. Very good. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He stood up, walked to the window and looked at the busy street outside. Su Wanqing asked him what to do. He didn't answer at that time. Now, he has the answer. Wait for the enemy to attack? That's the choice of the week. Lin Feng only does one thing all the time before the enemy raises his butcher knife. He will smash his head. He turned around and gave Ah Hu the first order, which made Ah Hu feel incredible. Go, prepare 2 million in cash for me. Tonight, I will go to give a big gift to the Shangguan Hall Master. Chapter 11. Night Visit to the Casino, The Anger of the Royal Sister. Royal 1 is located on the 3rd underground floor of a skyscraper in Longqing's most prosperous financial district. This is the money printing machine of Qingfeng Tang, but also a den of debauchery and extravagance that devours humanity. Those who can enter here are all the rich and powerful in Longqing. Its security is said to be impregnable. From the ground entrance to the casino gate, you have to go through at least 5 checkpoints, each of which has visible and hidden guards, as well as surveillance coverage without blind spots. It was 11 o'clock in the evening and the casino was bustling with people. Lin Feng changed into a low-key casual outfit and appeared in the back alley of the building alone, like an ordinary night walker. He didn't go through the front door. He looked up at the intricate pipes and air conditioner units on the building's outer wall, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. For Yang Luo, this kind of urban architecture is nothing more than a 3-dimensional training ground. His figure, like a gecko, silently climbed up the pipe nimbly. After a few ups and downs, he arrived outside the window of a utility room on the 3rd floor. He took out a thin wire from his pocket and poked it gently, and the seemingly strong window lock opened. The whole process was smooth and without any sound. Sneaking into the utility room, he avoided a patrolling security guard and came to the employee passage, where he easily knocked down a lone waiter, changed into his uniform, pushed a food cart, and swaggered into the casino. On the way, he used the dining car as a cover to easily destroy the surveillance cameras in several key locations. He did all this without anyone noticing. Soon, he entered the magnificent casino hall unimpeded. The deafening music, the dazzling lights, the expressionless sound of the dealers dealing cards, and the gamblers' roars of excitement or despair all interweave into a symphony of human desire. Lin Feng was not shaken by the scene before him. His eyes, like the most sophisticated radar, quickly scanned the entire scene. There were 36 dealers, 72 security guards, and at least 20 hidden agents in various corners. There were about 300 gamblers. He pushed the food cart to a high-stakes baccarat table. This gambling table was the focus of the whole place, with the minimum bet amount reaching 100,000. At this moment, several wealthy businessmen were eager to compete. Lin Feng stopped and observed quietly. His ears moved slightly, accurately capturing the subtle, almost indistinguishable friction sound of the cards when the dealer shuffled them in the noisy environment. His eyes, with the blessing of the 9-turn breathing art, could see the tiny movements of the dealer's fingertips that ordinary people could not detect. Open. Free. 9 o'clock. Fuck. I lost again. After several rounds, several wealthy businessmen have lost tens of millions. Just as the dealer was about to start a new round of dealing, Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Sir, do you mind if I place a bet?" He was asking a middle-aged man next to him who had lost all his chips and looked as pale as death. The man was stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "I have no money." "I'll bet for you," Lin Feng said, and took out a chip worth 100,000 yuan from his pocket, actually from his mysterious storage space, and placed it on the banker position. This was borrowed from the pocket of a drunk gambler when he came in. "Boy, are you crazy? You've already had 8 odd hands, and you still dare to bet on the banker," someone nearby advised. Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. A hint of barely perceptible contempt flashed across the dealer's eyes, and he dealt the cards quickly. Zhuang, 9 o'clock. Free, 8 o'clock. Zhuang wins. The whole audience was shocked. This strange dragon was broken. The middle-aged man was so excited that he almost jumped up. Lin Feng pushed all the 200,000 chips he won to the banker position. Returned the mortgage. Is this kid just lucky, or does he really have the ability? Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhuang, 6 o'clock. Free, midnight. Zhuang wins. 400,000. Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face and continued to bet all on banker. 800,000. 1,600,000. 3 million. In just 10 minutes, the chips in front of Lin Feng had piled up into a small mountain, with a value of more than 20 million. The whole casino was in an uproar. All the gamblers gathered around to witness this amazing scene. The dealer's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Finally, a man in a suit, who looked like a manager, walked over through the crowd. He faced Lin Feng and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "This, sir, you are very skilled. Our boss would like to invite you to the VIP room on the top floor to play a few private games. Would you be willing to do me the honor?" Lin Feng knew that the Real show was about to begin. "Lead the way," he said simply. Under the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng followed the manager and walked into the private elevator leading to the top floor. The moment the elevator door closed, the smile on the manager's face disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. He pressed a hidden button, and the red alarm light on the elevator's LCD screen began to flash. Top floor VIP lounge. A tight net has already been laid here. 30 of the most elite red stick fighters of Qingfeng Hall, each holding a sharp machete, stood on both sides with a stern look on their faces. The leader was Shangguan Yang's top warrior, a burly man known as Black Impermanence. The elevator door opened. Lin Feng walked out and looked at the scene in front of him. There was no fear on his face, and he even had a playful smile on his face. "Is this your boss's private bureau? It's quite a big deal. Boy, you are so brave that you dare to come to our Qingfeng Hall to spend money." Hei Wucheng grinned and approached step by step. "Our hallmaster said that you must be killed alive. Now, kneel down and cut off your hands, so that you can suffer less physical pain." "Your family leader." Lin Feng seemed to have heard something funny. "She is worthy. You're looking for death." Hei Wucheng was furious. He respected Shangguan Yang the most, so how could he allow others to insult him? He roared, and the machete in his hand chopped down at Lin Feng's head with a sharp sound. 30 red sticks also launched a charge at the same time. The entire VIP lounge was instantly filled with murderous intent. Faced with this fatal situation, Lin Feng took action. His figure turned into an elusive afterimage amid the flashing of swords and sabers. He did not fight head-on, but weaved through the crowd like a fish. Every step he took was at the most incredible angle. Every attack he made was aimed at the enemy's most unexpected vital point. Bang! He chopped a red stick man on the side of his neck with his knife, and the man fell to the ground. Crack! He moved sideways and bumped into the other red stick, breaking all his ribs. He was like an elegant and cold-blooded butcher dissecting a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The knife of Hei Wucheng could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Instead, he was caught by Lin Feng in the pursuit again and again, and had several deep wounds on his body. In less than 3 minutes, all 30 red sticks fell. Hei Wucheng was the only one left in the entire hall, still holding a knife and confronting Lin Feng, but his hand holding the knife was shaking badly. "You, what kind of monster are you?" He looked at Lin Feng in horror. "A debt collector." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, his figure was approaching like a ghost. He pointed his finger and hit the numb tendon on Hei Wucheng's wrist. Hei Wucheng felt pain and his machete flew out of his hand. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng used both hands and tapped Hei Wucheng's limb joints several times at a dazzling speed. Hei Wucheng only felt his limbs go limp, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Lin Feng broke all his joints, making him a disabled man who could only lie in bed. He walked up to the casino manager and patted his face, which had already turned pale with fear. "Now, take me to the vault," Half an hour later, Lin Feng carried 2 huge travel bags full of cash and quietly left through the secret passage of the casino. After he left, a miniature delayed blasting device that he had placed in the casino's power distribution room was activated on time. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire casino's power system was paralyzed, and the fire alarm and automatic sprinkler system were turned on at the same time. The huge chaos provided the perfect cover for his evacuation. At the other end of the city, in a luxurious penthouse that looks like an ancient queen's palace, Shang Guanyang was wearing a black lace kyongsum, kneeling on a cushion, practicing calligraphy with a focused expression. She is as beautiful as a poppy blooming in the dark night, full of deadly temptation and danger. Suddenly, her cell phone rang rapidly. After answering the phone and listening to the panicked report from her subordinate Uncle Ghost on the other end, the expression on her stunningly beautiful face changed from calm, to surprise, to gloomy, and finally, to a cold frost. What did you say? Royal number 1 was picked by one person? Black impermanence and the 30 red sticks were all destroyed? The vault was emptied of nearly 100 million. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. Bang! The precious purple hairbrush in her hand was actually broken into 2 pieces by her. A drop of thick ink fell on the white rice paper and quickly spread out like an ominous black flower. Qianlang, Lin Feng. Shang Guanyang slowly stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the city that she was playing with at her fingertips. For the first time, her eyes were filled with rage and a hint of indescribable excitement. Interesting. Pass on my order. Use all the power of Qingfeng Hall to dig this man out for me. I want to meet him in person. Chapter 12. Storm is coming, the policewoman's warning. When Lin Feng returned to the temporary headquarters of Qianlang Security carrying 2 heavy travel bags, Ah Hu and a dozen new brothers immediately came up to him, their eyes full of awe and admiration. Although they didn't know what Lin Feng did when he went out, just by looking at his returning with a full load appearance, they knew that he must have done something earth-shattering again. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng threw the 2 travel bags onto the coffee table in the middle of the hall. The zipper was opened by the huge impact, and bundles of brand new RMB poured out like a red waterfall, instantly piling up into a small mountain. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone's breathing stopped. Ah Hu and his group of brothers almost popped their eyes out. They had never seen so much cash piled up in their lives. The visual impact was far more shocking than any bloody scene. This, Brother Feng, this must be. Ah Hu asked stutteringly. 100 million. Lin Feng uttered 3 words lightly. Gudong. There was a sound of swallowing saliva. Lin Feng looked around at the crowd. Their eyes were flashing with greed, excitement, fear and fanaticism. This money is the first startup capital for Qianlang, and also the first welcome gift for everyone. He pointed at the mountain of money. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Ah Hu, you are now the action leader of Qianlang Security. From today on, your monthly salary is 50,000. The rest of the core brothers will get 20,000. Everyone will get 200,000 for resettlement. It will be distributed immediately. Those who have families can use the money to improve their lives. For the injured brothers, the company will cover all medical expenses and nutrition expenses. Monthly salary of 50,000, 20,000, settlement allowance of 200,000. This was an astronomical sum that they had never dared to imagine before when they followed Vulture. Vulture gave them several thousand yuan a month, and they thought it was a great blessing. Feng, Brother Feng, this. Ah Hu was so excited that he was shaking all over. His eyes were red. His mother's disease could be cured. Thump. Ah Hu knelt on the ground again, this time, not because of fear, but because of his heartfelt and complete submission. Ah Hu, this life belongs to you, Brother Feng, from now on. Anyone who dares to touch you must step over my dead body first. We swear to be loyal to Brother Feng until death. The rest of the younger brothers also knelt down in unison, roaring loudly. Money is always the most direct and effective means to win people's hearts. Lin Feng used the spoils of war in one night to transform this mob into a fierce and loyal army. This is exactly the effect he wants. After dealing with the serious matter, Lin Feng did not stop and drove directly back to the villa halfway up the mountain. He transferred 50 million in cash into an anonymous overseas account, and then sent the account information to Su Wanqing. What is this? Su Wanqing was applying a facial mask and preparing to rest when she received the message. Your company's working capital must be very tight. Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. This is my return on investment in you, the boss. Use this money to go to the market and tear your opponents to your heart's content. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Su Wanqing took off a mask and looked at the long string of numbers on her phone, her heart filled with anxiety. This man, once again, refreshed her perception of him. He was not only her patron saint, but now, he was even starting to become the capital giant behind her business empire. Lin Feng, how many secrets have you hidden? She murmured to herself. Early the next morning. Longcheng Police Station, Serious Crime Squad Office. Qin Yueru, with dark circles under her eyes, slammed a case report heavily on the table. Investigate. Investigate for me. I don't believe that he could just disappear into thin air. She yelled at her men. The case of Royal No. 1 last night has alarmed the city's top brass. The casino was attacked, nearly 100 million in cash was robbed, and more than 30 core thugs of Qingfeng Hall were all disabled. This is no longer an ordinary gang fight, but a devastating blow to the underground order of Longcheng. However, the case became a dead end. The scene was in chaos, with no valuable clues to be found. The surveillance was destroyed, and all the parties involved, from the casino manager to the Red Stick of Qingfeng Hall, gave surprisingly consistent testimonies. I didn't see what the man looked like, he looked like a ghost. Qin Yueru knew with her toes that it was Lin Feng who did it. But there is no evidence. She slammed her fist on the table, feeling powerless. This Lin Feng was like a ghost wandering on the edge of the law. He did things that were more outrageous than any gangster, but he always managed to keep himself absolutely clean in terms of the law. Just when she was getting annoyed, one of her men knocked on the door. Captain Qin, someone is looking for you outside. No. Can't you see I'm busy? But, he said his name is Lin Feng. Qin Yueru's body tensed up instantly. She took a deep breath, straightened her police uniform, and said coldly, let him in. A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked into the office leisurely, holding a packed breakfast in his hand. Captain Qin, you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. You must have worked hard for the security of our Longcheng all night. I specially brought you your favorite Chenji pan fried buns. He smiled and put breakfast on Qin Yueru's table, like a considerate friend. Lin Feng. Qin Yueru gritted her teeth. What are you doing here? Are you here to protest against me? How could that be? Lin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. I just came to remind Captain Qin of something. What's up? Shang Guanyang is not a vulture. She is a beautiful snake and a mad dog. Lin Feng's eyes became serious. What happened last night has completely angered her. I can guarantee that within 3 days, she will use all her strength to launch crazy revenge on me and everyone around me. By then, Dragon City will be in chaos. Gunfights and clashes may occur on the streets at any time. Qin Yueru's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. She knew that what Lin Feng said was the truth. You asked for this, she said coldly. Yes, I asked for it. Lin Feng admitted frankly, but I'm not here to discuss responsibility with you. I'm here to give you a choice. He leaned forward, staring directly into Qin Yueru's eyes, his voice full of temptation. Choice 1. You continue to treat me as the number 1 suspect and spend all the police force on me. Then, you will watch Qingfeng Tang and my Qianlang set off a bloody storm in Longcheng, affecting countless innocent citizens. Choice 2, he paused, a meaningful smile on his lips. For the time being, ignore my existence. Focus your energy on maintaining order. When I use my own way to completely eradicate the biggest cancer, Qingfeng Tang, from Longcheng, you can come and settle accounts with me. You are asking me to go along with you. Qin Yueru was shocked and angry, and she slammed the table and stood up. No, I'm helping you, Captain Qin. Lin Feng stood up and looked down at her, to help you accomplish what you've always wanted to do but couldn't. You and I have the same goal, which is to make this city cleaner. It's just that you're using a scalpel, and you're limited by the rules. You can only scrape the bone to cure the poison, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and may not be effective. And I use a mountain axe. Although it is bloody, it can solve the problem once and for all. After saying this, he no longer looked at Qin Yueru's changeable face, turned around and walked out. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back to add, Oh, Captain Qin, I forgot to tell you. Last night I found a very interesting account book in the vault of Royal No. 1. It records the financial transactions between Qingfeng Hall and an international drug trafficking group for 5 years. I think this performance should be enough for you to make the right choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure disappeared outside the door. Qin Yueru was the only one left in the office, standing there blankly. She looked at the steaming dumplings on the table, and her heart was filled with unprecedented turmoil. She knew that Lin Feng had given her a gift that she could not refuse, and also a choice that she could not avoid. The storm in Longcheng is already unavoidable. Chapter 13. The Scorpion Beauty's Counterattack, City-Wide Hunting Order. In Longcheng, the night is getting darker. On the top floor of a skyscraper overlooking the entire city in the city center, in an apartment decorated in an extremely luxurious and classical style, the air is so oppressive that it seems to solidify. This is Shangguan Yang's private space, her phoenix nest. At this moment, the queen of the underground world of Dragon City was wearing a black silk nightgown, standing barefoot in front of a huge French window, quietly sipping a glass of 1982 Lafite. Against the backdrop of the bright lights of the city, her figure looked aloof and mysterious, like a black rose quietly blooming in the darkness, beautiful but with poisonous thorns. In front of her, Uncle Gui and a group of core leaders of Qingfeng Hall all lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe. On the LCD screen in the hall, the tragic scene after the attack on the Royal No. 1 casino and the painful groans of those disabled red stick thugs were played in a loop. One man, one knife, in less than half an hour, picked out the most profitable place of my Qingfeng Hall, crippled 30 of my most capable red sticks, and took away 100 million in cash. Shangguan Yang's voice was very soft and gentle, without any anger in it, but every word was like an icy needle piercing the heart of everyone present. Uncle Gui, she turned around slowly, her charming phoenix eyes now as cold as the Siberian cold current. Didn't you tell me that he was just a bodyguard who was a bit capable of fighting? Master, it's my subordinates who are incompetent. It's me who underestimated him. Uncle Gui fell to his knees with a plop, his skinny body shaking like a sieve. He's not a human, he's a devil. His skills are beyond the scope of normal humans. Devil. Shangguan Yang raised her lips with a cold and elegant arc. There are no devils in this world, only stronger hunters and more stupid prey. Obviously, this time, we have become the prey. She walked to the main seat and sat down, her long legs elegantly crossed. The slit of her nightgown revealed a piece of snow white that tempted people. But at this moment, no one dared to take a second look. He's not seeking revenge, nor is he demonstrating. Shangguan Yang's fingertips tapped the armrest of the sofa, making a rhythmic sound. He is declaring war on us in the most direct way. He is destroying our wallets to tell us that he knows how to destroy an organization from the root. He's not a bull, he's a hungry wolf who understands tactics. All the leaders present felt a chill in their hearts. They realized what a terrifying opponent they had provoked this time. Master, what should we do now? A leader asked cautiously. A hint of madness flashed across Shangguan Yang's eyes. What should I do? Since he wants to fight, then I will fight him till the end. She stood up, her voice suddenly rising, full of unquestionable majesty. Spread my Qingfeng hunting order. Tell all the underground forces in Longcheng that I, Qingfeng Hall, offer a reward of 50 million for Lin Feng's head. No, I want him alive. Whoever can bring him to me intact will get the 50 million. Also, the Qianlang security he just established, beat them to death. I will make sure they don't have a single inch of foothold in Dragon City. 50 million. Capture alive. Everyone gasped. This was the highest bounty ever offered by Qingfeng Tang since its establishment. This meant that an underground war to the death was about to break out. But Hallmaster, that Lin Feng is so elusive that we don't even know where he is. He has weaknesses. Shangguan Yang interrupted him, her eyes becoming darker. Any man who seems invincible has his Achilles heel, and Lin Feng's weakness is the people around him. She paused, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered two cold words. Women, family. She looked at the two stunning women who had been standing in the corner like shadows. They were a pair of twins, about 20 years old, with identical faces and breathtaking beauty, but completely opposite temperaments. One, dressed in white, with a cold expression, like an iceberg that has never melted, playing with a silver needle as thin as an ox hair in her hand. Her name is Huabing. The other one, wearing a red dress, had a smile on her face, her eyes were full of seduction, and her fingertips were wrapped with two blood-red short blades as thin as cicada wings. Her name was Flame. They were brought back by Shangguan Yang from a killer training camp in Southeast Asia. They were the sharpest and most deadly trump cards in her hand, Ice and Fire. Fire, Ice, Flame. Shangguan Yang called softly. Yes. The two sisters answered at the same time, one with a cold voice and the other with a charming voice. I don't care what method you use to kill that man, whether it's a honey trap or assassination. Shangguan Yang's eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. Find his weakness, get close to him, and then, bring him back to me like a pet. Yes, master. The two sisters disappeared quietly into the shadows like ghosts. A bloody storm that swept across the entire underground world of Dragon City has begun. As soon as the Qingfeng hunting order was issued, countless desperate criminals and gangsters who wanted to get rich overnight, like sharks smelling blood, began to frantically look for the traces of Lin Feng and Qian Lang security. The headquarters of Sirius Security, that KTV, was attacked by more than 5 waves on the second day. Ah Hu, with dozens of his newly surrendered younger brothers, relied on the KTV's easy to defend and difficult to attack terrain, and the defensive fortifications that Lin Feng had renovated overnight, and fought bloody battles, barely holding the position. But they were a motley crowd after all, and faced with the encirclement and suppression of the entire underground forces of Longcheng, they were soon overwhelmed and suffered heavy casualties. In a fierce street fight, Ah Hu was surrounded by a dozen enemies armed with machetes in order to cover his brother's retreat. Damn it! You are the guy named Hu who is under Lin Feng's command, right? Tell me where Lin Feng is and I will kill you. A scarred man roared viciously. Bah! Ah Hu spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, leaning on the machete, and said proudly, "If you want to find Brother Feng, you have to step over my dead body first. You don't know how to live or die. Kill him." More than a dozen machetes attacked Ah Hu at the same time. Just when Ah Hu thought he was going to die and was ready to close his eyes and wait for death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few slight sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The dozen or so enemies besieging him suddenly seemed to be immobilized by a spell, and they all froze in place. Then, blood burst out from everyone's wrist, and the machetes in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. It's a stone. A few pebbles that were commonly seen on the roadside were thrown at incredible speed and force, accurately breaking everyone's wrist bones. Everyone looked back in horror. Lin Feng was seen walking slowly under the streetlight at the alley entrance. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were colder than the Siberian wind. My people are also something that you rubbish can move. His voice was not loud, but it carried an intensity that made one's soul tremble. Scarface was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run. But Lin Feng's speed is faster than his. Just a shadow flashed by, and Lin Feng appeared in front of the scarred man. With a knife, he cut his neck cleanly. Scarface rolled his eyes and fell down limply. The remaining enemies were already frightened out of their wits and fled in all directions crying for their parents. Lin Feng helped the seriously injured Ah Hu up, with a rare flash of anger in his eyes. He knew that Shangguan Yang had touched his reverse scale. He took out his cell phone and called his mother to make sure they were safe. However, what came from the other end of the phone was a cold, prompt tone. "The number you dialed is powered off." Lin Feng's heart sank suddenly. He called his father again, but the phone was also turned off. An unprecedented emotion called panic instantly gripped his heart. He didn't care about anything else and left the follow-up matters to other subordinates who arrived. He rushed towards the urban village like an angry lion. He drove the Mercedes-Benz S600 recklessly through the city, pressing the accelerator to the bottom, ignoring countless traffic rules, leaving behind a trail of screams and honking horns. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the foot of the dilapidated residential building with a sharp tailspin. Lin Feng rushed to the 3rd floor and kicked open the familiar wooden door. The room was a mess. The tables and chairs were overturned and the dishes and chopsticks were broken all over the floor. His parents were nowhere to be seen. Only on the cold dining table, quietly lying, was a lifelike, black scorpion carved out of obsidian. "This is Shangguan Yang's token." Shangguan Yang. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles made a crackling sound due to the force. An uncontrollable, earth-shattering murderous aura rose from his body and rushed into the sky. The glass of the entire building seemed unable to withstand the horrible air pressure and made a mournful buzzing sound. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was no human emotion in those deep eyes. All that was left was a scarlet, purgatory-like, murderous intent. Yama was angry. The consequences are serious. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Yama, Bloodstained Street. Lin Feng stood in the messy rental house, his chest heaving violently. He was not furious, nor did he roar. On the contrary, he was terrifyingly calm at the moment. It was a suffocating silence before the storm. The angrier he was, the clearer his mind became, and the purer the murderous intent in his heart became. He picked up the cold black scorpion token on the table and rubbed it slowly in his hands. He knew that Shangguan Yang was demonstrating to him and forcing him to submit. Just then, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng answered the call without saying anything. On the other end of the line, Uncle Gooey's sarcastic voice came. "Mr. Lin, how are you? I think you should have seen the little gift our hallmaster gave you, right? Where are my parents?" Lin Feng's voice was calm without a trace of emotion, but it made Uncle Gooey on the other end of the phone feel an inexplicable chill. "Haha, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Your father and mother are now the most distinguished guests of our Qingfeng Hall. We are treating them to delicious food and drinks." Uncle Gooey said with a smile, "Our hallmaster said that she admires Mr. Lin very much and wants to invite you. to have a cup of tea. Time and place. Lin Feng said concisely. Great. Uncle Gui's voice was filled with a hint of triumph. Tonight at midnight, at the abandoned warehouse number 2 at Pier number 7 in the East City. Remember, you can only come alone. If we see any of your men nearby, or if you are 1 minute late, I can't guarantee that the 2 old men will not accidentally fall into the sea to feed the fish. Good. Lin Feng only said one word and hung up the phone. He knew that this was a deadly trap. Pier 7 was the territory of the Qingfeng Hall. It was located in a remote area and was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Tonight, there must have been a net set up there, waiting for him to fall into it. But he has to go. He walked out of the rental house and called Ah Hu. Brother Feng. How are you? Uncle and Auntie and others. Ah Hu's voice was full of anxiety. They are fine. Lin Feng's voice regained its composure. Listen to my orders. Gather all the brothers who can still fight, and bring all our guys. Tonight, we are not defending, we are attacking. We are destroying the whole family. Destroy the entire family. Ah Hu gasped. Yes. Lin Feng's tone was firm. The target is the 7th pier in the east of the city. You stay on standby outside and listen to my signal. Launch a general attack from the rear and leave no one alive. Yes, Brother Feng. Ah Hu roared with his blood boiling. Then, Lin Feng called Su Wanqing again. It's me. Lin Feng. Are you okay? I heard. Su Wanqing's voice was full of worry. I'm fine, but I need you to do me a favor. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, a very important favor. You say, as long as I can do it. Tonight at 11:50, I need you to create as much chaos as possible in Dragon City's financial district. Use all your resources to attract 80% of Dragon City's police force there. Fire, traffic accident, business dispute. Anything will do. The louder the better. Su Wanqing was very smart and understood his intention immediately. He wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain and create a vacuum zone for his actions. This is an extremely risky plan. Once it is discovered, Wanqing Group may be implicated. But she didn't hesitate. Okay, I understand. She said only 4 words. At this moment, she chose to stand on the same front with this man unconditionally to fight against the malice of the whole world. Midnight, Pier 7 in the East City. The sea breeze whistled, carrying a salty smell. The abandoned number 2 warehouse was like a giant steel beast crawling in the darkness. The warehouse was brightly lit. The 4 Vajras under Shangguanyang Black and White Impermanence and 2 others, as well as nearly 100 of Qingfeng Hall's most elite thugs, surrounded the place. Lin Feng's parents were tied to a pillar in the middle of the warehouse, their mouths sealed with tape, their eyes filled with fear and worry. Uncle Gui sat on a throne, drinking tea leisurely. Next to him, Zhao Qianyu was also present. He looked gloating and couldn't wait to see Lin Feng being chopped into pieces. Uncle Gui, does that kid really dare to come alone? Zhao Qianyu was a little unconvinced. He will. Uncle Gui smiled confidently. A filial son always has a weak spot. Time passes by every second. At 11:50, a hurried report suddenly came from Uncle Gui's intercom. Report to Uncle Ghost. A big incident has occurred in the financial district downtown. Fire alarms have sounded in several buildings at the same time, and there have been a series of car accidents. Police and firefighters from all over the city are rushing over there. Ha ha ha. It's just as the hallmaster expected. Uncle Gui laughed triumphantly. This kid still wants to play the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? He thinks that we won't dare to touch him just because he attracted the police? How naive. He hadn't finished his words. Boom. The iron door of the warehouse was kicked away by someone from the outside in an extremely brutal way. The huge iron door rolled in the air, with a whistling sound, and smashed towards the thugs at the door. Those people were crushed into pulp before they could even scream. A figure walked in slowly against the light. It was Raymond Lamb. He was still wearing ordinary casual clothes, but at this moment, he exuded a cold murderous aura that was as solid as a substance. His eyes were a bottomless scarlet burning with the fire of hell. Lin Feng. How dare you come here? Uncle Gui stood up suddenly and shouted fiercely, kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, I will kill your parents immediately. Lin Feng ignored him and just looked at his parents who were tied to the pillars, with a trace of heartache and guilt in his eyes. Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. Close your eyes, and soon, it will all be over. His voice was very soft, but it reached his parents' ears clearly. Seeing Lin Feng so calm, Lin Zhongwo and Zhu Hualan's frightened hearts also miraculously calmed down. They knew that their son had come to save them. How dare you talk nonsense? Come on. Kill him. Uncle Gooey became furious when he saw this and gave the order for a general attack. Nearly 100 desperate criminals armed with sharp blades rushed towards Lin Feng from all directions like a tide. Zhao Qianyu stood up excitedly, with a cruel smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Feng being hacked to pieces. However, the next second, the smile on his face completely froze. Faced with the overwhelming swordplay, Lin Feng moved. His body, at this moment, seemed to break free of all restraints. The 9-turn breathing technique in his body was pushed to its limit by him, and the rolling heat flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians, giving him speed, strength, and reaction ability far beyond that of ordinary people. He wasn't fighting, he was killing. He rushed into the crowd like a black lightning, and wherever he passed, people and horses fell to the ground, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Each of his punches was powerful enough to easily shatter the enemy's sternum. Each of his kicks was like a battle axe, able to send a person flying. He casually grabbed a machete, and the blade light turned into a whirlwind of death. Every time he swung it, it brought a shower of blood and several screams. He gave up all defense and put all his strength into attacking, because he knew he had no time to waste. He wants to rush to his parents as quickly as possible. Stop him! Stop him! Ghost Uncle screamed in horror. He had never seen such a terrifying killer. This was no longer a battle between humans. This was a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex that broke into the flock of sheep, just as the warehouse was engulfed in a bloody melee. Kill! Suddenly, there were deafening shouts and cries of killing from the back of the warehouse. Ah Hu, with dozens of Qianlang brothers, rushed in like a tiger descending from the mountain from the enemy's weakest rear. The Qingfeng Hall's formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Brother Feng, we are here. Ah Hu's eyes were red. He waved a machete and took the lead. Lin Feng seized this opportunity, accelerated again, and cut a bloody path through the crowd, rushing to the center of the warehouse. He cut the ropes that tied his parents with a knife and protected them behind him. Ah Hu, protect them. Take them out. Lin Feng roared. Yes, Brother Feng. Ah Hu, with a few brothers, protected Lin Feng's parents and began to break out. Zhao Qianyu was so frightened when he saw this that he turned around and tried to escape through the back door. Want to leave? Lin Feng's cold voice sounded behind him. Zhao Qianyu only felt a strong wind coming, his legs went limp, and he was kicked to the ground by Lin Feng. Having resolved his worries, Lin Feng slowly turned around. At this moment, he was covered in blood, some from the enemy and some from himself. But he didn't care. His scarlet eyes slowly swept across the remaining enemies in the field, who had already been frightened out of their wits. Uncle Ghost, Black and White Impermanence, and a dozen or so defeated soldiers. He raised the bent, blood-dripping machete in his hand and pointed it at them from a distance. Inside the warehouse, there was a dead silence, with only the sound of heavy breathing and the wind to be heard. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cruel and cold smile. He opened his mouth slowly, his voice was hoarse, but it was like the devil from the 9 nether hell, reading out the final judgment. The game is over. Now, it's my turn to settle accounts with you. Chapter 15, The Queen's Invitation, a deadly chess game. When the first ray of dawn shone into this bloody warehouse, everything was settled. The ground was littered with corpses and wounded, and the strong smell of blood was almost nauseating. Lin Feng, like a demon god walking out of a Shura field, stood quietly in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The knife in his hand had long since disappeared, but the cold murderous aura lingering around him was enough to scare anyone. Uncle Gooey, the chief steward of the Qingfeng Hall who had been dominating the underground world of Longcheng for half his life, was now like a dead dog, being trampled under Lin Feng's feet. His limbs had already been broken inch by Lin Feng in an extremely cruel way. Go back and tell your master. Lin Feng's voice was emotionless. This is just the beginning. For the shock my parents suffered and the blood my brother shed, I will make her pay with the entire Qingfeng Hall. After saying that, he exerted a little force with his feet, and Uncle Gooey let out a shrill scream and fainted completely. Then, his gaze fell on Zhao Qianyu, who was shivering not far away and had a wet crotch. Lin Feng, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Zhao Qianyu burst into tears and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Shangguan Yang forced me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. Money. I'll give you all my money, as long as you spare my life. Lin Feng slowly walked up to him, squatted down, looked at his face which was distorted by fear, and smiled. That smile is scarier than the devil. Kill you. Lin Feng shook his head. That's too easy for you. He reached out and grabbed Zhao Qianyu's ankles. Crack, crack. Two crisp bone-breaking sounds were heard. Zhao Qianyu's legs were bent outward at a strange angle. The intense pain made him scream in a way that was not human, and then he fainted. This pair of legs is to pay back what my father owed me. Lin Feng stood up and looked down at him with endless contempt in his eyes. As for what you owe me, I will let you live and watch with your own eyes how your family, your wealth, and everything you have are taken away by me bit by bit. I will let you slowly rot in endless despair and pain. After doing all this, he didn't even look at the garbage on the ground, turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, Ah Hu and his Qianlang brothers were cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the Qianlang won a great victory, but it also paid a heavy price. 3 brothers fell forever and more than 10 were seriously injured. Lin Feng looked at his brothers who were either dead or injured, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He ordered Ah Hu, all the brothers who sacrificed their lives will receive a resettlement fee of 5 million each. Their families will be supported by Qianlang for life. All the injured brothers, go to Dr. Ran and use the best medicine, regardless of the cost. All the brothers who participated in tonight's operation will be rewarded with 1 million each. Yes, Brother Feng. Ah Hu nodded heavily with red eyes. At this moment, all the members of Qianlang looked at Lin Feng with fanatical admiration. This boss was not only a god himself, but also very kind to his brothers. Following him was worth dying for. The next day, the bloody incident at Pier Number 7 shocked the entire Longcheng. Nearly 100 core fighters of Qingfeng Hall were wiped out by a mysterious force overnight. Chief Steward Gui Shu and the 4 Vajras were all seriously injured and disabled. The entire underground world of Dragon City was in a state of panic and shock because of this news. Everyone knew that the name Qianlang would be the most taboo in Dragon City from now on. Police Station, Serious Crime Squad. Qin Yueru felt a splitting headache as she looked at the pile of case reports on the table. Pressure came from all directions. The city bureau's top brass asked her to solve the case within a certain time limit. Media reporters blocked the entrance of the police station, and Qingfengtang also put pressure on the police through various channels. But she couldn't do anything. There was no useful evidence at the scene except blood. All the survivors, including Uncle Gui, insisted that they were ambushed by another major gang, the Tiger Gang. This is a crude lie that anyone can see, but they just won't change their words. Qin Yueru knew that they were so scared after being beaten that they would rather suffer in silence than reveal Lin Feng's name. Just when she was at a loss, an anonymous file bag quietly appeared on her desk. She opened it and her pupils suddenly contracted. Inside was the complete account book of the Royal No. 1 Casino, as well as a complete recording of Uncle Gui personally admitting that he had colluded with the international drug trafficking group Silver Triangle to engage in money laundering and drug trafficking. This is a huge achievement, enough to make her rise to prominence. Qin Yueru held the file bag, her fingers trembling slightly. She knew that this was a gift from Lin Feng, and also a fulfillment of his promise. He created a huge trouble with a bloody massacre, and then used an irresistible offer to shut her up, forcing her to shift all police forces to investigate the Silver Triangle drug cartel. Lin Feng, you bastard. Qin Yueru cursed in a low voice, but her eyes were full of complexity and helplessness. She knew that she was once again being led by this man. Phoenix Nest, Penthouse. Shang Guanyang listened quietly to her subordinate's reports. There was no more anger or murderous intent on her face, only a heart-pounding calmness. She lost miserably, lost completely. The elite force she was so proud of was slaughtered by the other party overnight. The trap she carefully designed became the other party's stage. She tried to threaten the other party's family, but ended up attracting the other party's most crazy and bloody revenge. For the first time, she tasted fear. The man named Lin Feng was not a tiger at all. He was a mad dragon from hell crossing the river. He used the most brutal and unreasonable way to tear all her pride and plans to pieces. Master, what should we do now? The subordinate asked in a trembling voice. Shang Guanyang was silent for a long time. She slowly walked to the desk, spread out a new piece of rice paper, and ground the ink. This time, her heart was calmer than ever before. She knew that she could no longer defeat the man by force or conspiracy. In that case, let us try a different way of playing. She picked up the pen and wrote 2 beautiful and powerful words on the rice paper invitation. 3 days later, the storm in Longcheng gradually subsided under the vigorous rectification of the police and the guidance of media opinion. Lin Feng received a special express delivery. There was no threat or bomb in the express box. There was only an invitation card made of black gold and nanmu, which exuded a faint fragrance. On the invitation, there are 2 lines of calligraphy that are both vigorous and sharp. Mr. Lin. There is no winner in a war, but in a chess game, the outcome is decided. I will be waiting for you to come in 3 days, and have a taste of autumn tea. The signature is, Shangguan Yang. The location is Yiping Tea House in Muwanxiu. Lin Feng held the invitation card, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the first phase of the armed struggle in this war was over. The more dangerous and interesting second phase of literary battle, or the psychological game between the two top hunters, is about to begin. Chapter 16. Yiping Tea House, The Mysterious Woman. Brother Feng, you can't go. This is clearly a Hongmen banquet. In the headquarters of Chanlang Security, Hu's brothers surrounded Lin Feng in a state of excitement. Hu even blocked the door directly, with a face full of loyalty and anxiety. Yes, Brother Feng. Who is Shangguan Yang? The famous poisonous scorpion in Longcheng. The elites under her were crippled by us. How could she be kind enough to invite you for tea? This is definitely a trap. If you go there, what if you can't get out? Another small leader also advised anxiously. They had just won a hearty victory under Lin Feng's leadership, and their morale was high and they were full of hope for the future. They absolutely did not want their backbone to take such unnecessary risks. Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart as he looked at these brothers who were reckless but truly cared about him. He patted Hu's shoulder, motioning him to move aside, his voice calm but full of unquestionable power. I know it's a trap, but I have to step into this trap. He looked around at everyone and said slowly, war has two forms. The first is to destroy the enemy's body, just like what we did at Pier 7. That kind of war is fought with courage and strength. We won. But there is a second kind of war. His eyes became deep, that is, to destroy the enemy's will. What Shangguan Yang is doing now is to overwhelm me in terms of will and force me to be a coward who dares not keep the appointment. If I don't go today because I am afraid of death, then the reputation that Chanlang has just earned with blood will collapse in an instant. In the future, how will the people in the underground world of Longcheng look at us? They will say that the boss of Chanlang is just a brave but foolish man who only dares to kill in the dark, but dares not confront Shangguan Yang head-on. So, I have to go to this battle. I want her, and the entire Dragon City, to know that I, Lin Feng, not only dare to kill people on the battlefield, but also dare to talk and laugh freely in the midst of dangers. These words made all the brothers present speechless and excited. They realized that there was a huge gap between their vision and Brother Feng's. But Brother Feng. Hu was still worried. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled. She doesn't dare to do anything in the Yiping Tea House. There are rules there. Before going to the appointment, Raymond Lam went back to his villa halfway up the mountain. Su Wanqing had already heard the news, but she did not dissuade him like Hu and the others did, because she knew Lin Feng's character better than anyone else. This man was an indomitable tiger, and any words that tried to stop him were pale. She just silently prepared a brand new set of black Chinese button-down shirts for him, which were hand-sewn from top-quality silk, to replace his casual attire that was tainted with murderous aura. This dress suits your temperament better. She buttoned the last button for him personally, and her fingertips accidentally touched his warm chest, which made both of them feel excited. I've heard a little bit about Yiping Tea House. Su Wanqing straightened his collar and said softly, its owner is Mu Wanxiu, a very mysterious woman. No one knows her background. All we know is that she suddenly appeared in Longcheng 10 years ago and opened this tea house. Whether it was the three major gangs at the time or the top political and business figures in Longcheng now, they all showed her respect. Legend has it that there is an unwritten rule in her tea house only tasting tea, no talking about the underworld, only discussing business, no fighting. Anyone who dares to break the rules in her place, no matter how high their status, will mysteriously disappear from Dragon City within 3 days. So, your safety tonight should be safe. But Su Wanqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of wisdom and worry. You have to be careful not of her knife, but of her tea. Shangguan Yang is a master at playing with people's hearts. Since she chose to meet you there, she must have prepared a dangerous psychological game for you. I understand. Lin Feng nodded, and felt a little more curious about Mu Wanxiu, a man he had never met before. Go ahead. Su Wanqing stared at him. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be at home, waiting for you to come back. These words, like a warm current, flowed into Lin Feng's heart. He knew that he was no longer alone. The night is as dark as ink. Yiping Tea House is located deep in a quiet ancient street in Longcheng. It has no signboard but only a simple wooden door. Outside the door is the noisy world, but inside the door, it seems like another time and space. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. An elegant scent of sandalwood mixed with tea aroma hit him in the face, making people feel peaceful instantly. There was no one in the tea house, only the sound of gurgling water and the faint sound of a zither coming from afar. A woman in a plain moon-white kyongsam was kneeling in front of a tea table with her back to him, concentrating on brewing a pot of tea. Her posture is like an elegant ink painting, and every movement is full of indescribable rhythm and beauty. Hearing the footsteps, she did not turn around, but said in an ethereal and gentle voice, "The guest that Yang girl personally named and wanted to be entertained with my 20-year-old Wui de Hongpao must be Mr. Lin." Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. This woman is Mu Wanqiu. She knew it was her without even turning back. This perception was something that no ordinary person could achieve. Mu Wanqiu slowly stood up and turned around. There was a flash of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. This is a woman of unknown age. You say she is 30, and she has a mature charm. You say she is 40, but there is no trace of age. Her appearance is not as aggressive as Shangguan Yang's, nor is it as cold and luxurious as Su Wanqing's. Her beauty is gentle and peaceful, like a piece of fine warm jade, making people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. Especially her eyes, which seem to contain the stars and the sea, able to see through the hearts of all people in the world, yet with a hint of compassion for the world. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Mu Wanqiu smiled at Lin Feng. That smile seemed to be able to cleanse all the anger in people's hearts. Lin Feng was secretly alert in his heart. This woman was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. He followed Mu Wanqiu through a corridor formed by green bamboo and flowing water, and came to a private room called Listening to the Tao. "Yang girl is waiting for you inside." Mu Wanqiu pushed open the paper door and made a please gesture. "I believe Mr. Lin already knows the rules of our store. I hope you too can have a cup of harmony tea here." After saying this, she turned around and left quietly, just as silently as she came. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked into the private room. There is no luxurious decoration in the private room, only a set of antique ebony tea set. A stunning woman wearing a bright red kyongsum with gold trim was kneeling behind the tea table. She is Shangguan Yang. Today, she no longer had the murderous aura of a queen, but instead looked like a lady from a noble family who was proficient in the tea ceremony. She was focused and performed a series of actions such as warming the cup, pouring tea, and brewing tea in an elegant manner, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. A scent of ambergris that was more overbearing and aggressive than Mu Wanqiu sandalwood, mixed with the rich aroma of top-grade pu'er, filled the entire room. This is her field, a silent battlefield dominated by her. Lin Feng remained calm, walked to the futon opposite her, and sat cross-legged. He did not speak, but just looked at her quietly. He is like a reef that has not moved for thousands of years. No matter how huge the waves are, I will remain unmoved. The room fell into extreme silence, with only the gurgling sound of boiling water being poured into the purple clay pot. In the air, the auras of the two top hunters were colliding silently but extremely dangerously. Finally, Shangguan Yang poured out the first brew of tea, and then poured Lin Feng a cup of red, thick, and bright tea. She raised her head, and her enchanting phoenix eyes met Lin Feng's gaze in midair for the first time. No hatred, no anger. There is only scrutiny and excitement when you meet a worthy opponent. "Mr. Lin," she slowly opened her red lips, her voice charming, "I wonder if this cup of bawang pure tea suits your taste." The door was quietly closed behind them by the breeze. It seemed as if the entire world was left with only this small tea room and these two men and women who were about to decide the future fate of Longcheng. Chapter 17. Queens versus Queens, the kingdom on the tea tray. Inside the private room, the aroma of tea wafts through the air, while murderous intent lurks. Lin Feng picked up the cup of amber tea, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he put it to his nose and took a light sniff. The tea soup is rich red, with a mellow aroma. It tastes strong and overbearing, but the aftertaste is long and lingering. He spoke slowly, his voice steady. "Good tea. But the name bawang is a bit unworthy of its name." A strange look flashed across Shangguan Yang's beautiful eyes. "Oh, Mr. Lin also studies the tea ceremony. I don't understand." Lin Feng shook his head and put down the teacup. "I only know that a true overlord is one who expands territory and dominates the world. He is not like the thing in this cup. No matter how it changes, it can only be confined to this small tea bowl." His words were a double entendre. It is not only about evaluating tea, but also about evaluating Shangguan Yang. No matter how powerful you, Shangguan Yang, are just the tyrant in the pond of Longcheng, and you will never be able to stand on the real stage. Shangguan Yang's expression changed slightly, but she immediately returned to her charming smile. "Mr. Lin is indeed a man of few words. It seems that we don't need to beat around the bush anymore." She drank the tea in front of her, raised her eyes slightly, and looked directly at Lin Feng. "Let's not beat around the bush. You took over my Qingfengtang's casino, you crippled my top general, you cut off my left and right arms, I lost more than 100 million in cash. Mr. Lin, how are you going to settle this account?" She emphasized the word settlement of accounts. Lin Feng also picked up the teacup and took a sip. As the boiling hot tea went down his throat, a strong warm current instantly swept through his body. Of course we have to settle the account. He put down his teacup and replied calmly, "My parents were kidnapped by your people and suffered great fear. 3 of my brothers in Qianlang died and 10 were injured. Who should I ask to settle this blood debt?" What's more, Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a sarcastic smile. The 100 million I borrowed from the treasury of Shangguan Hall Master is probably not enough to pay for the mental damages of the 2 old men, right? You. Shangguan Yang's chest heaved violently. She found that she could not gain any advantage in verbal battles with this man. He was like a loach, slippery and unrelenting. If you talked to him about the rules of the underworld, he would talk to you about human ethics and filial piety. If you talked to him about the moral principles of the underworld, he would talk to you about blood debts and blood repayment. Okay, very good. Shangguan Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She knew that anger was the most useless emotion at the negotiation table. Let the past be the past. She changed the subject and resumed her lazy yet charming attitude. Let's talk about the future. The cake of Dragon City is too big for anyone to swallow in one bite. If we 2 families continue to fight, we will both lose in the end, and the Tiger Gang and Money Club will reap the benefits. She stretched out a green jade finger and drew a line on the tea tray with tea. I propose that we use the Huangpu River as the boundary. The east of the city will belong to our Qingfeng Hall, and the west of the city will belong to your Qianlang. We will not interfere with each other and sign a ceasefire agreement. Then, we will join hands to annex the other 2 families first and completely divide up the Dragon City pie. What do you think? I have to say, this is a very tempting proposal. For the newly established Qianlang with an unstable foundation, being able to divide Dragon City with Qingfengtang is already a huge victory. Even Lin Feng admired this woman's courage. She could switch from an enemy to an ally who put interests first in a blink of an eye. This kind of mentality is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. However, after listening to it, Lin Feng laughed. He laughed loudly, full of undisguised mockery. Shangguan Yang's expression finally darkened. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, Master Shangguan. Lin Feng restrained his smile. His eyes became as sharp as a hawk. You seem to have not figured out the current situation yet. He stretched out his finger and gently wiped away the line that Shangguan Yang had just drawn, completely erasing it. Do you think you are still qualified to talk to me about dividing the world equally? Your most elite troops were crippled by me overnight. I emptied your wallet. The 4 great warriors you were so proud of are now 3 crippled men. The reputation of your Qingfeng Hall was trampled under my feet and crushed to pieces that night at Pier number 7. With every word he spoke, Shangguan Yang's face turned paler. Lin Feng slowly stood up and looked down at her, like a judge looking down at his prisoner. You are not negotiating with me now. Instead, you are begging me, the victor, for a surrender agreement that will allow you to live with dignity. So, put away your ridiculous pride. Dragon City doesn't need 2 kings. I want them all. You. Shangguan Yang stood up suddenly, her chest churning. She almost vomited blood. She had never suffered such a great humiliation in her 10 years of debut. This man actually wanted her to surrender. Why, you're not convinced? Lin Feng's mouth curled up into that playful smile again. Since you're not convinced, then it's meaningless to just talk. He sat down again, picked up the teapot, and filled it with tea for himself and Shangguan Yang again. Let's play a game. Since we can't decide the winner with fists and kicks, let's try another way. His finger lightly tapped on the tea tray, as if he had tapped the center of the Dragon City map. It will take 1 month. Both of us will attack the Tiger Gang and the Money Society at the same time. Whoever can completely destroy the Tiger Gang first will be the winner of this game. The winner will become the only king of Dragon City and take over all the territories. And the loser. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Shangguan Yang's beautiful face that was slightly distorted by shock and anger, and he said word by word, they must submit to the winner, serve him as their master, and obey his orders. Master Shangguan, do you dare to accept this bet? The entire private room was deathly silent. Shangguan Yang stared at Lin Feng intently, her chest heaving. She knew that this was a conspiracy set up by this man for her that she could not refuse. If she didn't accept it, it would be like admitting in public that she was scared and that she had lost. Then the morale of her Qingfengtang troops would be completely broken. If she accepted it, she would have to make a huge gamble with a devil-like man that would decide her own fate and the future of the entire Dragon City. Her pride, her ambition, and the unyielding spirit in her bones made it impossible for her to say the word no. For a long, long time, a strange and brilliant smile suddenly bloomed on Shangguan Yang's face. What a great Lin Feng. What a deadly gamble. She slowly stretched out her soft, boneless hand. I accept this bet. I want to see whether you, the mad dragon that crosses the river, are stronger, or I, the local poisonous scorpion, am more poisonous. Lin Feng looked at her outstretched hand but did not shake it. He simply picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it all. Then he stood up and walked out the door without looking back. Only one sentence was left, which made Shangguan Yang love and hate it. Get ready and be my woman. Chapter 18. The Tiger's Layout, the Queen's Gentle Knife. When Lin Feng walked out of Yiping Tea House, it was already late at night. Mu Wanqiu was still waiting at the end of the corridor and lit a lantern to guide him. Mr. Lin, are you used to drinking tea? She asked with a smile, as if she already knew everything that happened inside. The tea is good, but people who drink it have too many thoughts on their minds. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Tea is like life, with all kinds of flavors contained in it. Mu Wanqiu said meaningfully, I hope that next time, Mr. Lin can have a real cup of harmonious tea with Miss Yang. Lin Feng didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly to her, then walked into the night. When he returned to the villa halfway up the mountain, the lights in the living room were still on for him. Su Wanqing was wearing a nightgown, holding a financial magazine, but she couldn't read a single word. She was waiting for him. Seeing Lin Feng return safely, she finally let go of her worries. How is it? She came forward eagerly. Lin Feng told her everything that happened in the tea house in a concise manner. When Su Wanqing heard about the shocking bet between Lin Feng and Shangguan Yang, even with her calmness, she couldn't help but gasp. You are too bold. She looked at Lin Feng in shock. You are courting disaster. Shangguan Yang has been operating in Longcheng for 10 years and is deeply rooted, while Chanlang has just been established. How can you compare with her? So, I need your help. Lin Feng looked at her with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. My help? That's right. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and motioned for her to sit next to him. He held Su Wanqing's slightly cool hand in his big hand and said in a deep voice, Wanqing, I don't want you to stay out of this war and just be a woman protected by me. I want you to be my military advisor, my sharp blade, and fight alongside me. Su Wanqing's heart trembled suddenly. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Our first target is the Tiger Gang. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. According to the information you gave me, the leader of the Tiger Gang, Meng Hu, is a reckless man with courage but no strategy. He has two biggest weaknesses. The first is his only son, Meng Fei, a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and have sex. The second is his wife. His wife, Shen Ruyu. Su Wanqing reacted immediately. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. According to the information, Shen Ruyu was born into a declining scholarly family and was forced to marry Meng Hu. Although she gave birth to a son for Meng Hu, the relationship between the couple was extremely weak. Moreover, she is very business-minded. Almost all the legal industries under the name of the Tiger Gang that can make money are managed by her. A talented and ambitious woman has to be subordinate to a reckless man and serve him for the rest of her life. Do you think she would be willing to accept this? Su Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. I understand. You mean, to let me turn her against her? No, it's not instigation. Lin Feng shook his head. It's liberation. He stared into Su Wanqing's eyes and said slowly, I want you to use your status as the queen of the business world to get close to her and become friends with her. You have to let her see that besides relying on Meng Hu, she has another way to go. A way that allows her to control her own destiny and build her own business empire. I want you to hand her a knife in a woman's way. A gentle knife that can pierce the heart of the Tiger Gang from the inside. This is Lin Feng's plan. Shangguan Yang would use underworld means to rob other underworlds, while he would use a more advanced and deadly method to disintegrate his enemies from within. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded heavily, with a burning fighting spirit in her eyes. She liked this feeling. No longer hiding behind a man, but standing shoulder to shoulder with him, directing decisions and winning battles thousands of miles away. At the same time, inside the Phoenix Nest, Shangguan Yang also began her layout. Uncle Gui, who is Meng Hu's most trusted deputy? She asked coldly. It's Black Panther. An old brother who fought together with Meng Hu, but has always been suppressed by Meng Hu and is unwilling to accept the result. Uncle Gui replied. Very good. Shangguan Yang's eyes flashed with coldness. Contact him. Tell him that my Qingfeng Hall can support him in taking the position. After the success, the territory of the Tiger Gang will be divided equally between our two families. Yes. Also, Shang Guanyang's lips curled up with a cruel smile. Which girl is Meng Fei, the good-for-nothing son of Meng Hu, obsessed with recently? It seems to be a headliner named Lily at the Golden Years nightclub. Very good. Shang Guanyang looked at the two beauties in the corner. Huiyan, your mission is here. Go to Golden Years and replace that Lily as Meng Fei's new favorite. I want you to charm him to the point of bewilderment, and then get all the secrets of the Tiger Gang out of him. Don't worry, Hallmaster. Flame licked her sexy red lips, her eyes flashing with excitement. Dealing with stupid men like that is my specialty. As for Hua Bing, Shang Guanyang's eyes became meaningful. Your mission is more important. I want you to approach our opponent, Lin Feng. 2 days later, inside a top private women's club in Longcheng, Su Wanqing organized a small afternoon tea salon in the name of the Chamber of Commerce director. She cleverly sent the invitation letter to Shen Ruoyu. Shen Ruoyu, a beautiful woman who looked to be about 35 or 36, still graceful but with a hint of sadness between her brows, arrived as promised. At first, she was wary of Su Wanqing. However, Su Wanqing never mentioned any underworld affairs, but just discussed business models and brand operations with her as a successful female entrepreneur. Su Wanqing's profound knowledge and keen insight into the market made Shen Ruoyu, who was also proficient in business, feel that they had met too late. When talking about the difficulties faced by women in the business world, Su Wanqing sighed unintentionally. In fact, why should we women rely on men? With our own hands, we can create an empire of our own. These words, like a bolt of lightning, hit Shen Ruoyu's softest spot in the heart. She looked at the radiant, independent, and confident queen of the business world in front of her, and then thought about her husband who was a rough man who only knew how to fight and kill and beat and scold her. For the first time, she showed a look of hesitation in her eyes. Su Wanqing knew that the gentle knife she handed over had already been held in the other party's hand. And at the same moment, Lin Feng received an encrypted message from Sister Rose on his mobile phone. Be careful. Shang Guanyang's flame has successfully hooked up with Meng Hu's son Meng Fei. At the same time, her other trump card Fire and Ice seems to be investigating your whereabouts. The game has already begun, and the other party seems to be preparing to play dirty tricks. Lin Feng looked at the message and a sneer appeared on his face. Playing dirty. Then let's see who is more insidious. Chapter 19. The Sharp Edge of the Gentle Knife, the Invitation of the Beautiful Woman. The meeting with Shang Guanyang in the tea house was like a huge rock thrown into the deep pool of Longcheng, which caused huge waves and also demarcated a new battlefield. Lin Feng knew very well that in this gambling game with the Tiger Gang as its prey, he not only had to win, but also had to win beautifully, to the point where Shang Guanyang would be convinced and even afraid. His first move fell on the woman named Shen Ruoyu. 2 days later, in Longqing's top private hot spring club, Yanshuijian, there is mist in a secluded and elegant Japanese-style hot spring room. Su Wanqing was wearing a conservative silk bathrobe, sitting opposite Shen Ruoyu, who was also wearing a bathrobe. In front of them was a small tea table with a pot of fragrant rain previous Longjing tea warmed on it. This is their second meeting. In the first business afternoon tea, Su Wanqing had successfully knocked down Shen Ruoyu's defenses. This time, she chose a more private environment that would allow a woman to let down her guard. Sister Shen, I didn't expect you to have such a deep study of the art of incense. Su Wanqing said with a smile as she filled a cup of tea for Shen Ruoyu. She was pointing to the sinking water incense burner in the corner of the room that was lit by Shen Ruoyu herself and exuded a calming scent. It's just some useless tricks to relieve my depression. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Shen Ruoyu had a bitter smile on her face. She looked at the brilliant woman in front of her who managed such a large group in an orderly manner, and her heart was full of envy. They are both women, so why do they have such different fates? She thinks she has all the talents, looks, and skills, but she can only be trapped in the backyard of a vulgar warrior, like a canary that is about to wither, wasting her youth. Su Wanqing seemed to see through her thoughts and sighed softly. Sister Chen, it's not easy for us women to live our lives. Especially in the man's world of Longcheng, it is even more difficult to live out ourselves. She began to tell her own story, from the accidental death of her husband to how she, as a woman, was entrusted with taking over the group, facing attacks from the board of directors and suppression from competitors, and the despair of being surrounded by enemies and unable to sleep at night. Her narration was calm, but full of power, which made Shen Ruoyu empathize with her and her eyes unconsciously reddened. I once thought that I couldn't hold on any longer. I thought that a woman would have to rely on a strong man to survive. Su Wanqing's gaze passed through the dense mist and became distant and firm. Until I understood a truth. If you rely on mountains, they will fall. If you rely on people, they will run away. The only one we can really rely on is ourselves. She changed the subject and pushed a document that had been prepared long ago in front of Shen Ruoyu. Sister Chen, this is a business plan I made in my spare time. It is about establishing an independent luxury import and operation channel in Longcheng. You and I both know that this market in Longcheng is almost monopolized by Qingfeng Tang, but their model is outdated and their methods are crude, leaving too many market gaps. This plan requires a top operator who understands both business operations and the rules of underground channels. After much thought, I think there is only one person in the entire Dragon City who is most suitable. Su Wanqing looked at Shen Ruoyu with burning eyes. Shen Ruoyu's heart skipped a beat. With trembling hands, she opened the plan. After reading only a few pages, she was deeply attracted by the grand and ingenious business concept. This was simply a blueprint for a business empire tailor-made for her. The future described in it was what she had always dreamed of, but it was out of reach. Ms. Su, what do you mean? Her voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. My meaning is very simple. Su Wanqing held her cold hand and said seriously, Sister Chen, your talent should not be buried in the backyard of a reckless man. You should have your own career, and you should be your own queen. As long as you are willing, Wanqing Group can provide all the startup funds and channel support. I only own 30% of the shares of this new company, and the remaining 70% are all yours. You will be its sole master. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Shen Ruoyu's mind. She knew that this was Su Wanqing extending an olive branch to her, a life-saving straw that could completely pull her out of the quagmire. She also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Su Wanqing gave her all this, and she must have paid a corresponding letter of allegiance. In her heart, she was struggling with her conscience. On one side, there was the husband who had given her a rich life but also brought her endless humiliation and despair. On the other side, there was a glorious future that could allow her to be completely reborn and realize her self-worth. Do you still need to hesitate about this choice? Shen Ruoyu slowly raised her head, and the last trace of resentment and hesitation in her eyes was replaced by an unprecedented determination. Boss Su, I appreciate your kindness. Her voice regained its composure and a hint of firmness. What can I do for you? Su Wanqing smiled. She knew that the sharp edge of this gentle knife had successfully pierced into the heart of the tiger. I don't need you to do anything. Su Wanqing shook her head. I just need you to make the right choice for yourself. She paused and changed the subject, but my new security consultant has been very interested in the nightlife of Longcheng recently. I heard that Mr. Meng Hu's private villa is the most secure and mysterious place in Longcheng. I wonder if I have the honor to bring my consultant to his mansion, to play a game of friendly mahjong. Shen Ruoyu instantly understood what she meant. This meant that she had to open the cage door for the tiger herself. She was silent for a moment, and then a sad smile appeared on her face. Of course. My husband is the most hospitable man. She took out a gold-plated invitation from her handbag and handed it to Su Wanqing. Tomorrow night is my son Meng Fei's birthday party. By then, Meng Hu and all of his core leaders will be in the villa. I think this should be the best time for Mr. Lin to visit. That night, Su Wanqing told Lin Feng the news immediately. I did it. There was a hint of uncontrollable excitement and pride in her voice. I got the invitation to enter the tiger's den. Meng Hu and all his core members will gather in his private villa tomorrow night. Well done, Wanqing. On the other end of the phone, Lin Feng's voice was full of undisguised praise. You are even better than I thought. A simple compliment made Su Wanqing's heart as sweet as honey. So, what are you going to do? She asked. Lin Feng's cold but decisive voice came from the other end of the phone. It's very simple. Decapitation operation. Chapter 20. Fatal Game. Warm fragrance in the arms. Meng Hu's private villa is located in the Huju Villa in the western suburbs of Longcheng, covering an area of dozens of acres and is heavily guarded, like a modern fortress. On the surface, this was a birthday party for his beloved son Meng Fei, but in reality, it was a core meeting for the Tiger Gang to deal with the pressure from Qingfeng Hall. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan, after showing the invitation signed by Shen Ruoyu, successfully passed through layers of checkpoints and stopped in front of the main building of the villa. The car door opened, and Lin Feng, dressed in a neat black suit, got out of the car first like a silent shadow, then respectfully opened the door for Su Wanqing in the backseat. Tonight, Su Wanqing was wearing a royal blue off-shoulder long dress, which was noble and elegant. However, it seemed somewhat out of place with the ostentatious yet tacky rich gold decoration style of the villa. Boss Su, your presence here really makes my little place shine. A man with a body as strong as an iron tower and a face full of flesh came out with a big smile. He was the leader of the Tiger Gang, Meng Hu. When he saw Su Wanqing's beautiful face and proud figure, his eyes flashed with greed and lust. He had long coveted the most beautiful woman in Longqing's business world, but he had never had the chance. Mr. Meng, you're too polite. Su Wanqing frowned in disgust, but still remained polite on the surface. I heard from Sister Chen that today is your son's birthday, so I came here to congratulate him. Haha, no problem, no problem. Meng Hu's eyes fell on Lin Feng behind Su Wanqing, and he curled his lips in disdain. Boss Su, you're out having fun and bringing a driver with you. Isn't that a bit too formal? In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a servant who looked a little more handsome. He is my security advisor. Su Wanqing corrected coldly. Security consultant? Ha ha ha, he's just a pretty boy. Meng Hu laughed nonchalantly. Don't worry, in my territory, no one dares to touch a hair of yours, Mr. Su. As he said this, he wanted to reach out and hold Su Wanqing's waist. However, before his hand touched the corner of Su Wanqing's clothes, a large hand like a pair of iron clamps appeared out of nowhere and firmly grasped his wrist. It's Raymond Lam. Lin Feng had a professional smile on his face, but his voice was cold. Mr. Meng, please respect yourself. Meng Hu's face changed, and he tried to pull his hand back, but he found that the other person's hand was like a steel hoop, motionless. He exerted force secretly, but the force on his wrist made him feel a piercing pain. Only then did he realize that the pretty boy in front of him was a tough guy. Just when the atmosphere was about to explode, Shen Ruoyu, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, walked over and tried to smooth things over. Husband, President Su is a rare guest, don't scare him away. President Su, please come in. We sisters are just 3 short of 1, and we are waiting for you to open the stage. Meng Hu then snorted coldly, loosened his hand, glared at Lin Feng fiercely, and turned to greet other guests. Lin Feng let go of his hand, smiled and nodded to Shen Ruoyu. Everything was said without words. In the villa hall, guests gathered and toasted each other. Su Wanqing was invited by Shen Ruoyu to the mahjong room on the 2nd floor. And Lin Feng, like a diligent bodyguard, folded his arms and silently stood in the corridor outside the mahjong room. He seemed to be resting his mind with his eyes closed, but in fact, his hearing and perception had been enhanced to the extreme under the stimulation of the 9-turn breathing art. The entire villa's structural layout, personnel distribution, and guard rotation rules were all quickly constructed into a 3-dimensional map in his mind. He clearly sensed that Meng Hu and his dozen core leaders entered a special soundproof study room on the 3rd floor after 9 o'clock. There is the target of tonight's beheading. Time passes by every second. In the mahjong room, women's laughter and joy could be heard from time to time. Suddenly, a fat man with a red face from drinking, who was a hallmaster under Meng Hu, staggered over and, under the influence of alcohol, tried to break into the mahjong room. Su. Mr. Su, I'll do 2 rounds for you. Master Zhong, you've drunk too much. This is the women's area. The bodyguard guarding the door tried to stop him. Get out of here. I want to go wherever I want. The fat man pushed the bodyguard away and tried to pull Su Wanqing's hand with a lewd smile. Su Wanqing's face turned cold in an instant. At this critical moment, a figure, like a ghost, appeared silently behind the fat man. It's Raymond Lam. He had an apologetic smile on his face and a cup of freshly poured tea in his hand. Master Zhong, your tea. As he spoke, he seemed to lose his balance and accidentally bumped into the fat man. Ouch. At the moment of collision, Lin Feng's fingers gently pinched the inside of the fat man's fat wrist at a speed that outsiders could not see clearly. Ah. The fat man let out a short and shrill scream, and his entire arm was instantly paralyzed, and he could no longer use any strength. He looked at Lin Feng in horror, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lin Feng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He supported him and asked with concern, Master Zhong, are you okay? I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. His eyes were calm, but in the fat man's opinion, behind that calmness was a horror of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No, it's okay. It's just me, I drank too much. The fat man was so scared that he sobered up halfway. He didn't dare to look at Su Wanqing anymore and crawled away from the 2nd floor. The women in the mahjong room were all stunned. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Feng, and an indescribable throbbing surged in her heart again. This man always cleared all obstacles for her in the most domineering and unquestionable way when she needed him the most. Later, Su Wanqing found an excuse and went to the balcony. Lin Feng had been waiting there for a long time. Thank you. Su Wanqing said softly. I said, no one can touch my people. Lin Feng's voice was low and full of possessiveness. These words made Su Wanqing's heart beat like a deer. As if possessed by a ghost, she took a step forward and leaned her body gently against Lin Feng's broad chest. Lin Feng's body stiffened slightly, but then he stretched out his strong arms and held her soft waist tightly in his arms. The two did not speak, but just hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's heartbeats. The night wind blew, blowing Su Wanqing's hair and stirring Lin Feng's heartstrings. The tenderness of this moment is the last tranquility before the storm. 11:30. The door of the study on the third floor opened, and Meng Hu and his confidants came out, their faces red from drinking. Damn it! That bitch Shangguan Yang really thinks I'm afraid of her. Gather the brothers tomorrow and go smash her place in the east of the city first. Meng Hu was still shouting. Shen Ruiyu stood at the stairs on the second floor and saw all this. She calmly nodded to Lin Feng in the shadows. This is the signal. Lin Feng let go of Su Wanqing in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Stay here, don't move." Then he pressed the microphone button and gave orders in a voice that only he could hear. "Ahu, start." Yes. As soon as the words fell. Swish bang. 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 In the night sky outside the villa, huge and gorgeous fireworks suddenly bloomed one after another. This sudden grand fireworks show instantly attracted the attention of all the bodyguards and guests in the manor. Wow. It's so beautiful. Who is it? Such a big gesture. Are you celebrating Master Meng's birthday? Everyone looked up at the sky, but no one noticed that a black shadow, taking advantage of the cover of fireworks and the momentary chaos, sneaked silently like a civet cat into the study room on the third floor where the meeting had just ended. Chapter 21: The Trial in the Secret Chamber. An Unexpected Beauty. In the study on the third floor, there was still a strong smell of cigars and alcohol. Meng Hu was probably drunk and did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat alone, poured another glass of whiskey, and sat in the huge boss chair, still cursing and boasting about his grand ambitions. He didn't notice at all that a silent shadow had climbed in through the window behind him. It seems that Mr. Meng's alcohol tolerance is not very good. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the empty study. Who? Meng Hu shuddered and turned around suddenly. What caught his eyes was Lin Feng's face with a playful smile. Yes. It's you. How come you are here? Meng Hu was horrified and subconsciously reached for the alarm button under the table. But it's too late. Lin Feng's figure, as if teleporting, instantly crossed a distance of several meters and appeared in front of him. Meng Hu only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes and a sharp pain in his neck. Then, he found that his body, except for his eyeballs, was completely out of control. He wanted to shout, but no sound came out. He wanted to move, but he couldn't even move a finger. Lin Feng, using an extremely sophisticated grappling technique, instantly blocked all the vital nerve points in his body, turning him into a conscious vegetable. Mr. Meng, don't be anxious. Our game has just begun. Lin Feng patted his face, which was distorted by fear, and began to search the study room slowly. He knew that all the secrets of a man like Meng Hu must be hidden in this secret room. He knocked on the wall and soon found a well-camouflaged secret door behind a huge bookshelf. When he pushed open the secret door, Lin Feng thought it would be a safe filled with cash and account books. However, the scene before him made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Behind the secret door was a secret bedroom that was decorated extremely luxuriously, even a little decadently. The air was filled with a feminine and ambiguous scent. On a huge round bed, a thin young man was lying on his back, obviously drunk and unconscious. That man was Meng Hu's beloved son, Meng Fei. And beside the bed, there was a woman standing. A woman as beautiful as a fairy. She was wearing a fiery red tight dress, which perfectly outlined her fiery figure. Her big wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her red lips were like fire, and her eyes were like silk. In her hands, she was playing with two blood-red short blades as thin as cicada wings. On the blades, there was still a faint trace of blood that had just been wiped off. On the ground, there were two bodyguards who had fainted. She was obviously not Meng Fei's lover, but a killer. She was also stunned when Lin Feng pushed the door open. Then, a smile full of danger and temptation bloomed on her beautiful face. Oh my, I never thought that I would meet the famous Mr. Lin here. Her voice was so charming that it could make any man's bones melt. My name is Huoyan. My sister, Huobing, has always been thinking about you. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. The two beauties of ice and fire. Shangguan Yang's trump card. He didn't expect Shangguan Yang to act so quickly. Her target was also Meng Hu's son. It seems that we think the same thing. Lin Feng said coldly. Yeah, great minds think alike. Flame licked his red lips, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, since I ran into you first, then this prey and you, the bigger prey, are all mine. Before she finished her words, her figure turned into a red whirlwind, and the double blades in her hands, like the tongues of poisonous snakes, stabbed at Lin Feng's vital points from two extremely tricky angles. Her movements were strange yet full of charm. Every action she took, intentionally or unintentionally, aroused men's primitive desires, causing them to sink into death. However, the person she faced was Raymond Lam. It's just a trifle. Lin Feng snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the narrow space. No matter how swift the flaming blade was, it could not touch the corner of his clothes. That's not dodging. That's a more advanced level of absolute control over timing and distance. The more the flames flared, the more frightened she became. Her speed and skills, which she was so proud of, seemed like child's play in front of this man. Just when her attack failed, her old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. Lin Feng took action. He used only 2 fingers to accurately catch the short blade she was stabbing at. Then, he shook his wrist and released a burst of clever force. Yang only felt an irresistible force coming, and the short blade in her hand slipped out of her hand instantly. Then, a big hand grabbed her snow-white neck and pressed her whole body against the wall. Victory or defeat depends on just a moment. You. For the first time, Hui Yang showed a look of horror on her face. She could feel that if the other party wanted to, he could crush her throat at any time. But the strange thing was that in addition to fear, there was also an inexplicable, morbid excitement in her heart. This man is even stronger and more domineering than the legend says. Lin Feng pressed her against the wall, leaned over, and whispered in her ear. His breath, full of masculine scent, made her ears feel hot. You're pretty good. His voice was deep and full of charm. You're the second best fighter among all the women I've ever met. Flame was stunned. Who is the first? You'll see you soon. Lin Feng smiled, then let go of his hand. You won't kill me. Flame looked at him in disbelief. If I kill you, who will tell your master? Lin Feng raised his lips with an evil smile. Go back and tell Shangguan Yang that her methods are too slow and too petty. From tonight on, the Tiger Gang will be named Lin. Also, tell your sister Hu Bing to stop hiding in the dark like a rat and spying on me. If you want to find me, come openly. I'm always at your service. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the stunning beauty who was in great shock, turned around and began to search the room. Soon, he found a heavy safe in a secret compartment under the bed. Inside was the account book of all the black transactions of the Tiger Gang, and all the leverage they used to control their subordinates. He lifted up the safe, glanced at Meng Fei who was drunk on the bed, then glanced at Meng who had turned into a living dead outside, his eyes full of disdain. He walked out of the secret room, came to the study, picked up Meng whose private phone, and dialed a number that he had already memorized. The call is connected. Captain Qin. Lin Feng's voice returned to calm and composed. It's me. Lin Feng, what do you want to do now? Qin Yueru's vigilant and slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Nothing. Just wanted to give you an anonymous tip. Lin Feng looked at the still brilliant fireworks outside the window and said slowly. Meng Hu, the leader of the Tiger Gang, was holding an illegal drug party in his private villa with all his core leaders. They were caught red-handed. Oh, yes. I also heard that in the secret room of his study, all the evidence of their entire criminal group is hidden. I think this credit should be enough for you, Captain Qin, to report to your superiors. The address is Tiger Hill Villa, Villa number 1. You're welcome. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone, carried the safe, and quietly disappeared into the night before Qin Yueru's police team arrived. The first round of the gambling game that will determine the ownership of the Dragon City underground world. He won with a crushing victory. Chapter 22. Counting the spoils, the beautiful woman's return. The bloody smell of Tiger Villa had not yet completely dissipated. The police lights of Longcheng Police Station drew a long cordon at the foot of the mountain. On the other side of the city, at the former Night Seduction KTV, now the headquarters of Qianlang Security, the atmosphere was extremely fanatical. In the center of the hall, a huge safe was opened by Lin Feng himself. Without further ado, he dumped the thick account books that recorded all the black industries of the Tiger Gang, as well as countless property deeds and equity certificates, onto the table like garbage. From today on, all of these are ours. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap, ringing in the ears of Hu and his younger brothers. Hu picked up a document with trembling hands. It was the share certificate of a chain bath center with 3 branches in the west of the city, with annual profits exceeding 10 million. Another brother picked up a title deed and found that it was the ownership certificate of 7 shops on a bar street in the city center. We made it. Brother Feng, we made it. Fuck. This is more than what we earned in the past 10 years following Meng Hu. Everyone's eyes were red and their breathing was rapid. The way they looked at Lin Feng was no longer just awe, but fanatical, almost god-like worship. This man built such a vast empire for them overnight. Quiet. Lin Feng uttered 2 words lightly, and the frenzied hall fell silent in an instant. He pointed at the documents on the table and began to divide them up. Ahu, starting today, you will be in charge of all the entertainment venues in the west of the city, including this KTV and all the bars and bath centers. I will give you 10% of the net profit as a dividend. Your mission is to clean up all the disobedient people and make them completely Lin. Yes, Brother Feng. I, Ahu, will never refuse even if I die. Ahu was so excited that he was shaking all over and knelt down heavily on one knee. Also, Lin Feng pulled out another document and threw it to another small leader who had performed bravely in the battle last night. This is the underground transport team of the Tiger Gang, which mainly deals in smuggling and black goods transportation. Now, it's yours. Also, 10% of the dividends. I want you to make this transport line serve only Qianlang within a week. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. The little leader also knelt down excitedly. Lin Feng ignored their excitement. He used the most direct and primitive way to reward these hungry wolves who were loyal to him with wealth and power, just like distributing candies. What he wanted was to use this method to tightly bind their ambitions and desires to his chariot. After the division, he looked at everyone with cold eyes. What I can give you is wealth and status that you can never imagine in your lifetime. But if anyone dares to betray me... He didn't say anything else, but the murderous intent in his eyes made everyone shiver as if they were falling into an icy cave. We will be loyal to Brother Feng until death, the crowd responded with thunderous cheers. After dealing with all this, Lin Feng made a phone call. Mrs. Shen, I'm Lin Feng. Please come to the Yiping Tea House to meet me. Let's talk about your future. Yipentang Tea House is still the listening to the Dao private room. When Shen Ryu walked into the tea house with an uneasy mood, her heart almost rose to her throat. Her husband, Meng Hu, went from being a gangster who terrorized Dragon City to a serious criminal detained by the police overnight. The entire Tiger Gang collapsed. And the one who caused all this was the overly young man who was leisurely sipping tea in front of him. She didn't know what her fate would be. Would she be liquidated, or... Please sit down, Mrs. Shen. Lin Feng pointed to the futon opposite. Shen Ryu sat down stiffly, not even daring to breathe. Lin Feng didn't waste time talking to her and directly pushed a document in front of her. It was a divorce agreement that had already been drafted by lawyer Tang Ying, and another thick asset transfer agreement. Meng Hu, it has been signed. Legally, you are now single and a victim. Lin Feng said calmly, all of his legal properties, including the trading company, 3 5-star hotels, and more than a dozen commercial properties in the city, have now been transferred to your name. Shen Ruoyu's head buzzed and went blank. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Lin, what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Lin Feng's eyes swept across her plump chest that was rising and falling due to nervousness in an extremely aggressive manner, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meng Hu, that loser, is not worthy of a woman like you. He treats you as a tool to make money, but I admire your talent. From today on, you and all these properties belong to me. His words were full of unquestionable arrogance. This is not a negotiation, this is a declaration. I'll give you 2 choices. Lin Feng held up 2 fingers. First, you become the queen of these industries and take care of everything for me. I will give you 20% of the net profit and guarantee that you and your son will live a life of wealth and prosperity and be safe and sound. Secondly, his voice suddenly turned cold. I can also find someone else to take care of it. As for you, maybe the entertainment clubs under Shangguan Yang are in need of a charming mama-san like you. Shen Ruyu's face turned pale in an instant. She knew that she had no choice at all. This man gave her heaven, but also showed her hell. She looked at the man who dominated her destiny. He was young, strong, handsome, and full of fatal charm. Compared with him, her husband Meng, who was just like an uncivilized wild boar. A strange feeling, a mixture of fear, gratitude, and a hint of inexplicable admiration, was growing wildly in her heart. She slowly stood up from the mat, and then made a move that no man could refuse. She walked to Lin Feng's side, then, gracefully and resolutely, knelt on her knees and gently rested her head on Lin Feng's knees. I, Shen Ryu, and everything I have, from now on, belong to you, Mr. Lin. Her voice was trembling, but full of obedience. I am willing to do anything for you. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the beautiful woman from a wealthy family who was once unattainable and was kneeling in front of him. Now she was like a docile cat, allowing himself to be controlled. He reached out his hand, gently lifted her pretty face with tears in her eyes, and stroked her delicate lips with his thumb. The pleasure of conquest spread throughout the body in an instant. Power, wealth, and this beautiful woman before you, at your disposal. This is the life he wants. At the same time, Longcheng Police Station. Lin Feng's exclusive lawyer, Tang Ying, and her team are engaged in a fierce confrontation with the police. Captain Qin, I must reiterate. My client, Ms. Shen Ruoyu, is a long-term victim of domestic violence by Mr. Meng Hu. These legal properties were originally the common property of the couple. Now, Mr. Meng Hu voluntarily uses these properties as compensation for his wife and children, which is completely in line with legal procedures. You, the police, have no right to freeze them on the grounds of assets involved in the case. Tang Ying spoke sharply and refused to give an inch. Qin Yueru was so angry that she was fuming, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that Lin Feng was behind all this. That bastard used the most illegal means to complete the most legal embezzlement. He was like a devil who was well versed in the rules, dancing wildly on the edge of the law, and she, as a police officer, could only watch helplessly and was even forced to clear obstacles for him. Just then, a call came in from her immediate superior, the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Yueru, you did a great job on the Tiger Gang case. The city leaders were very satisfied and praised you. You are young and promising, and you have a bright future. As for those asset disputes, don't dwell on them too much. Our primary mission is to dig deeper into that international drug trafficking clue and strive to make new contributions. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Director. Qin Yueru gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. She knew that this was the pressure from above. It was also Lin Feng who was demonstrating to her through his powerful means. She lost, miserably. She leaned weakly on the chair, but in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the words that Lin Feng said to her in his magnetic voice in the office that day. I find your dedication to justice very charming. Her cheeks were actually slightly hot. Chapter 23. Confrontation with the policewoman, the edge of the rules. In an interrogation room filled with the aroma of coffee, the atmosphere was as cold as the permafrost in Siberia. Qin Yueru crossed her arms across her chest, her sharp eyes fixed on the man opposite her who was leisurely drinking coffee. Lin Feng, don't think I don't know what you're doing. Her voice was like ice. You turned the whole Dragon City upside down, and then threw the credit and the mess to me, while you hid behind the scenes and reaped the benefits. What do you think I am? Your scavenger. Lin Feng put down his coffee cup with an innocent smile on his face. Captain Qin, what you said is serious. How dare I, a law-abiding small businessman, treat you, an elite in the police force, as a scavenger? I am cooperating with the police to fight crime. Cooperation. Qin Yueru laughed in anger. You call that cooperation? You sent dozens of people to the hospital overnight and reshuffled the underground forces in the west of the city. You call that cooperation? What else? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and looked at her calmly. Do you want to wait until they put the knife on the neck of innocent citizens before you go and negotiate with them and persuade them to lay down their butcher knives and become a Buddha? Captain Qin, we all know that some garbage cannot be swept away. The only way is to burn it. You. Qin Yueru was speechless. She found that she could not gain any advantage in front of this man, either in force or words. Besides, Lin Feng changed the subject, leaning forward slightly, getting closer to her, his deep eyes looking straight into her heart. You have to admit that I helped you solve a lot of problems, didn't I? With the Tiger Gang eradicated, the public security in the west of the city will be better for at least 3 years. That account book has allowed you to directly dig out the big fish of the Silver Triangle. I heard that Captain Qin has been nominated as one of the top 10 outstanding young police officers of the Municipal Bureau because of this case. Isn't this a win-win situation? His breath, warm, sprayed on Qin Yueru's face, making her feel flustered. This man is too dangerous. He can not only see through your actions, but also your heart, and see through your desire for fame and power hidden under the cloak of justice. I'm warning you, Lin Feng, don't think you can drag me down like this. Qin Yueru stood up suddenly, distanced herself from him, and tried to overwhelm him with her momentum. You and I will always be black and white, police and bandits. Really? Lin Feng also stood up and approached her step by step. The space in the interrogation room was not big to begin with, and his tall figure instantly gave Qin Yueru a huge sense of oppression. She subconsciously stepped back until her back hit the cold wall, with nowhere to go. Lin Feng pressed her against the wall in the corner, with one hand resting on the wall near her ear, completely covering her in his shadow. You. What do you want to do? This is the police station. Qin Yueru's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. I don't want to do anything. Lin Feng lowered his head and stared at a pretty face that was flushed red due to nervousness and anger, with a wicked arc at the corner of his mouth. I just want to tell you, Captain Qin, there is no absolute black and white in this world. Sometimes, in order to achieve greater justice, some unconventional means are needed. His face got closer and closer. It was so close that Qin Yuuru could clearly see her own panic shadow reflected in his deep eyes. She could even smell his unique scent, a mixture of light tobacco and strong male hormones. Her body became a little weak. Just when she thought that this bold man was going to do something to her in the police station, Lin Feng suddenly stretched out his other hand. His movements were light and gentle. He simply gathered a strand of her hair that had fallen from her forehead due to excitement and gently tucked it behind her ear. His fingertips touched her warm earlobe vaguely. A strange electric current instantly spread throughout Qin Yuuru's body, causing her to freeze in place. Also, Lin Feng's voice, like the whisper of a devil, rang in her ears. Don't always have a stern face. If you do this, it will be very easy for you to not get married. In fact, you should look very beautiful when you smile. After saying that, he stood up, took a step back, and resumed his harmless smile. My lawyer is still waiting for me. Captain Qin, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. He opened the door and walked out with a swagger. Qin Yuuru was the only one left in the interrogation room, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Her face had already turned red as if it was about to bleed. She raised her hand and touched her still-hot earlobe, where the warmth of his fingertips seemed to still remain. Asshole. Hooligan. She cursed in a low voice, but in her beautiful eyes, besides anger, there was a hint of panic and confusion that she herself had not even noticed. That afternoon, with the strong efforts of Tang Ying's legal team and the hints from senior officials of the Municipal Bureau, all the frozen legal assets of the original Tiger Gang were unsealed and smoothly transferred to the control of Shen Ruoyu, or Lin Feng. Lin Feng, without bloodshed, completed the perfect annexation of the huge force of the Tiger Gang. His wealth and power expanded to an astonishing level overnight. And at the same time, Phoenix Nest, Penthouse, Shang Guanyang also received the news. She listened quietly to her subordinates' reports, with no expression on her beautiful face. He actually won? So quickly. Uncle Gui's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. Shang Guanyang didn't say anything. She just walked slowly to the wine cabinet and poured herself a glass of scarlet liquor. She looked at the night view of Longcheng outside the window, and a complex light flashed in her eyes, with frustration and unwillingness, but more of it was a kind of morbid excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. I really underestimated him more and more. She drank the liquor in the glass in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned her throat and ignited the war in her heart. In the Underworld, he is more ruthless than me. In the White World, he is more sophisticated than me. This man is simply an invulnerable monster. Master, then our bet with him. The gambling game has just begun. Shang Guanyang's lips suddenly curled up into an extremely charming and dangerous smile. Since conventional methods don't work on him, let's try a different approach. She made an encrypted call. Fire and ice. It's me, Hallmaster. A female voice, cold and emotionless, came from the other end of the line. Your mission has changed. Shang Guanyang's voice was full of deadly temptation. Give up surveillance. From now on, your new mission is try every possible means to get close to him, seduce him, and become his woman. Then, when he was least prepared for me, kill him. Chapter 24, The Queen's Bet, Fatal Temptation. The news that Lin Feng won the first round of gambling with Shang Guanyang swept across the entire underground world of Longcheng like a 12-force typhoon. Everyone was completely stunned by this Mr. Lin, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his powerful methods. Overnight, the name Sirius became known to everyone. As the winner, Lin Feng was not proud or complacent. He knew that this was just the beginning. A woman like Shang Guanyang would never give up easily. A failure would only make her more dangerous, like an angry, beautiful snake. He asked Ah Hu and Shen Ruoyu to speed up the integration of the territories and industries left behind by the Tiger Gang, thoroughly digest and absorb them, and turn them into the Cyril Wolf's own strength. On the other hand, he was enjoying a rare moment of peace. In the evening, next to the outdoor swimming pool of the villa halfway up the mountain, Lin Feng wore a pair of beach pants, with his muscular upper body naked, lying on a beach chair with his eyes closed. The criss-crossing scars on his body not only did not destroy his beauty, but added a kind of primitive and wild masculine charm to him. Not far away, Su Wanqing was wearing a sexy bikini and playing in the swimming pool with her daughter Tang Tang. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her body, making her fair skin seem to be coated with a layer of holy halo. Her plump and proud figure, looming against the water, was full of fatal temptation. She is like a ripe peach, waiting to be picked. Uncle Lin Feng, come and play with us. Tang Tang was in the swimming pool, waving at him. Lin Feng opened his eyes, smiled, and dived into the water. Like a swimming dragon, he instantly came to the mother and daughter. He played water fights with Tang Tang and taught her how to swim. The little girl's laughter, like a silver bell, echoed throughout the villa. Su Wanqing was leaning against the edge of the swimming pool, watching this scene with a smile. Her eyes were so gentle that water could drip out of them. She looked at Lin Feng's strong arms, lifting her daughter high up, and her heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and peace. Perhaps this is the feeling of home that she has always longed for. A strong and reliable man, an innocent and lovely child, and a harbor that can shelter her from wind and rain. Night falls. Lin Feng suddenly received a special express delivery on his mobile phone. The courier was from Sister Rose's bar. He left in a hurry after dropping off the items. Lin Feng opened the black box without any label. There was no threatening letter or bomb in the box. There was only a black key card with a metallic luster and a small and exquisite music box with a classical shape. He gently opened the music box, and the ethereal and slightly sad melody of Castle in the Sky slowly flowed out. Under the music box, there was a purple note with a line of handwriting written in a flamboyant yet charming style. With this card, you can enter the top floor hot spring suite of Pure Land of Bliss. Song, wishing you a good dream. Tonight at 9 o'clock, I will wait for you. Yang. The signature is just one character, Yang. But Lin Feng knew who invited him. Shangguan Yang. Who happened to come in from outside. When he saw the note, his face changed drastically. Brother Feng. This is another Hongmen banquet. This poisonous scorpion can't be us head-on, so he must be playing dirty tricks. You must not go. Lin Feng picked up the key card, played with it between his fingertips, with a playful gleam in his eyes. Of course he knew it was a trap. A deadly trap that uses stunning beauties and top-notch enjoyment as bait. But he was very interested in this trap. Conquest is the most primitive instinct of men. And Shangguan Yang, the high and mighty underground queen, is undoubtedly the top and most attractive one among all prey. If he refuses out of fear, he will lose in momentum. Prepare the car. Lin Feng uttered these two words lightly. Brother Feng. Who was anxious. I said, prepare the car. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Before going to the appointment, Lin Feng went back to the villa first. Su Wanqing also saw the invitation. She did not dissuade him like Who did. She just silently chose clothes for Lin Feng to wear tonight. Her silence, better than any words, expressed her inner worries and a subtle emotion called jealousy. Lin Feng gently hugged her soft waist from behind. What? Are you jealous? He rested his chin on her shoulder and asked softly in her ear. I didn't. Su Wanqing's body stiffened slightly. She denied it with her mouth, but her slightly red ears betrayed her inner feelings. Don't worry. Lin Feng turned her body around so that she faced him. He held her beautiful face in his hands, his eyes more serious and domineering than ever before. In this world, no woman can take your place. She is just a trophy that I am about to take into my pocket. And you? He lowered his head, and after all the intense foreplay had been laid, he silenced her with a possessive, deep, and hot kiss. Is my queen. This kiss made Su Wanqing completely fall for him. She responded enthusiastically, pouring all her worries and love into it. After a long time, their lips parted. Wait for me to come back. Lin Feng wiped the tears from the corners of her mouth, turned around, put on his coat, and strode away. Pure Land of Bliss is the top and most private membership spa in Longcheng. It is said that the members here are either rich or noble, and the services here can satisfy all your imaginations of the word bliss. Holding the black key card, Lin Feng arrived at the #1 hot spring suite on the top floor without any obstruction. Drop. The door opened. A hot and humid mist mixed with sulfur, essential oils, and exotic floral scents blew towards me. The room was dimly lit, with only a few floor lamps emitting an ambiguous glow. The melodious music box melody echoed in the air. In the center of the suite is a huge circular hot spring pool made of natural volcanic rocks, with bright red rose petals sprinkled throughout the water. In the center of the hot spring pool, with her back to the door, a flawless figure was lazily leaning against the edge of the pool. Her snow-white and smooth back was vaguely visible in the mist and light. Her long black hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing her graceful swan neck that could drive any man crazy. Just a back view is enough to captivate everyone. There is no doubt that she is Shangguan Yang. She seemed to hear the door opening, but she didn't turn around. She just spoke slowly in a voice full of magnetism and extreme temptation. Mr. Lin, you are here. I have warmed up this red dust hot spring for you. You want to take a bath with me? Or do you want to kill me first and then have it all to yourself? Chapter 25. The Queen's Submission, the Deadly Land of Tenderness. Pure Land of Bliss, Tianzi #1 hot spring suite. In the air, heat and fragrance are intertwined, like a large ambiguous net that will drag all those who step into this place into the abyss of desire. Shangguan Yang lazily leaned in the hot spring pool sprinkled with rose petals, her beautiful white back looming in the mist, her voice full of deadly teasing. "Mr. Lin, do you want to bathe with me, or do you want to kill me first and then enjoy it all to yourself?" This is a trap, a deadly trap wrapped in extreme temptation. She was confident that any normal man would lose his mind and show flaws when faced with a beauty like her who offered herself voluntarily. And as long as he was a little careless, Hua being hidden in the dark would be able to launch a thunderous attack. However, Lin Feng's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. He had no anger, no desire, not even the slightest hesitation. He simply walked slowly to the wine rack by the pool, picked up a bottle of Spey de champagne that had already been chilled, and then, slowly and unhurriedly, poured all of the golden wine into the boiling hot spring pool. Squeak! The cold champagne met the scorching pool water, making a loud noise and stirring up a thick white mist, instantly blurring Shangguan Yang's beautiful figure. "The water is too hot, Master Shangguan." Lin Feng's voice penetrated the mist and came calmly. "People get drunk easily." He walked to the edge of the pool and looked down at her as she was looming in the mist. His eyes were as if he was appreciating a work of art, but without the slightest lust. "You invited me here because you wanted to play a game. But this game is too simple and too low level." The corners of his mouth curled up with a mocking smile. "Do you think that when I step into this room, I will be blinded by desire, and then let your sister hiding behind the screen use her ice needle tempered with the poisonous snake kiss to hit me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Yang's face, which had always maintained a charming smile, finally, for the first time, completely froze. Her pupils suddenly contracted. How did he know? Hua Bing's hiding place was a visual blind spot designed by her personally, and the poison of snake kiss was her best-kept secret, colorless and tasteless, and it kills instantly. It seems that I guessed right. Lin Feng smiled, picked up the ice tongs from the ice bucket next to him, and shook his wrist. Whoosh! The ice clamp turned into a silver lightning and shot accurately towards the huge rosewood screen used as decoration in the corner of the room with a sound of breaking through the air. Bite! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. A woman's muffled groan was heard from behind the screen. A white figure, like a ghost, flashed out from behind the screen, holding a silver needle that had been shot down and was as thin as an ox hair in its hand. It was Hua Bing. Her face, which was exactly the same as the flames but as cold as ice, was filled with shock and disbelief. She thought she had mastered the art of hiding, but this man saw through her at a glance. "Sister!" Huayan on the side also exclaimed and quickly stood up from the other side of the hot spring pool. Water droplets slid down her fiery body. She grabbed a bathrobe and put it on, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hua Bing, looking at Lin Feng vigilantly. Shangguan Yang also slowly stood up from the hot spring pool. The water did not cover her thighs, and her breathtakingly perfect upper body was completely exposed to the air. But she was completely unaware of it, and just stared at Lin Feng with her eyes full of turmoil. She thought her plan was perfect and would kill him, but in front of this man, it was like a child's trick and was easily exposed. "Your game is over." Lin Feng looked at them and shook his head, with a hint of disappointment on his face. "Now, it's my turn." He turned to Fire and Ice, the silent, deadly killer. "I'll give you one chance." His voice was calm, but full of absolute confidence. "Now, immediately, attack me. Or, take your master and get out of here." After saying that, he actually, slowly, turned around. He exposed his defenseless back to two top killers. What contempt! What self-confidence! Hua Bing's hand holding the poison needle was throbbing with veins popping out. The killer instinct in her body was clamoring frantically, wanting to send the poison needle into the back of the man in front of her. But she didn't dare. A fear of higher life forms from the depths of her soul firmly suppressed her actions. She had a strong intuition that if she moved, she would be the first to die. Shangguan Yang, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Feng's broad back and felt endless bitterness and a strange feeling called admiration that she herself had not even noticed. She lost. A complete defeat. This man, in a way that she couldn't understand, completely crushed her mentally. "Let's go." After a long time, Shangguan Yang squeezed out these three words from between her teeth. She put on a bathrobe, took her two ace killers, and left this paradise full of her shame without looking back. Lin Feng didn't look back. He just picked up the glass of red wine that he hadn't drunk just now and drank it all. "Tell your hall master that the gambling game is going to continue. The next target is the money club. Don't let me down again." When Raymond Lamb returned to his villa mid-levels, it was already early morning. The whole villa was shrouded in silence. He pushed open the door of the master bedroom and found that Su Wanqing was not asleep. She was wearing a lilac silk nightgown, hugging her knees, curled up at the head of the bed, like a kitten waiting for her owner to come home. When she saw Lin Feng coming in, her eyes, which had been tense all the time, were instantly filled with endless relief and joy. "You're back." She ran off the bed barefoot and threw herself into his arms. "I'm worried. I'm so worried about you." Her voice was tearful. Lin Feng hugged the soft and delicate body tightly in his arms, feeling her trembling. The emotions in his heart that had turned cold due to scheming and killing were gradually melted by the warmth. "I'm back." He stroked her hair and comforted her softly. "I don't care. I don't care." Su Wanqing was like a willful child. She buried her head in his chest and beat him hard. "Do you know how scared I am? I'm afraid you will never come back. I'm afraid." Her words were completely blocked by a domineering kiss. This kiss was no longer a test, no longer a restraint. Instead, it is a violent storm full of aggression and possessiveness. Lin Feng picked her up by the waist and strode towards the large cement bed. "Wanqing." His voice became hoarse due to his emotions. "Are you ready?" Su Wanqing looked at his eyes that were burning with flames and felt his hot body temperature. She knew that she had waited too long for this moment. She didn't say anything, but gave the most direct answer with her actions. She took the initiative, stretched out her arms, hooked them around his neck, and offered him her sweetest red lips. "I am yours." This is the queen, the most complete submission. Clothes fluttered like butterflies. The moonlight quietly hid in the clouds. This night, the room is filled with beauty and boundless spring scenery. Raymond Lamb completed his final conquest of the Ice Queen in the most original and satisfying way. The next day, when Su Wanqing woke up in Lin Feng's arms, it was already noon. The sunlight shines through the gap in the curtains, onto her face, which becomes more beautiful and charming because of the nourishment of love. She looked at the man who was still sleeping beside her. His angular face had lost its usual sternness and was now filled with a rare sense of tranquility. Her heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. She knew that since last night, her life, her empire, everything she had become inseparable from this man. She is no longer the lonely queen who is struggling to survive. She is the woman in the arms of the Overlord. Chapter 26, The Cornerstone of the Empire, the Territory of Power. After conquering Su Wanqing, Lin Feng's life and career entered a new stage. He is no longer just Su Wanqing's guardian, but also the behind-the-scenes male master of this huge business empire. In the morning, he was no longer alone. Instead, he was surrounded by Su Wanqing and Tang Tang, enjoying the warmth of family. He would personally send Tang Tang to the aristocratic kindergarten, which he had upgraded to the highest security level, and then handle his own business under Su Wanqing's sweet and reluctant gaze. His business is growing rapidly at an astonishing rate. Sirius Security Headquarters. A high-level meeting is in progress. Sitting at the main seat in the conference room was Lin Feng. On his left was Shen Ruoyu, who was dressed in a capable professional suit and had an increasingly confident and charming temperament. She was now the CEO of all legal industries under Qianlang. On his right was a Hu, who had shed his street thug look and was now dressed in a black suit with a resolute face. He had become the chief of operations in charge of all the underground forces of the Qianlang. Sitting at his lower-hand side was the ace lawyer Tang Ying, and a dozen small leaders who were promoted from the Vulture Gang and the Tiger Gang and were loyal to him. Su Wanqing, as the chairman's wife and supreme advisor, sat next to Lin Feng. She didn't speak easily, but her presence itself was a symbol of authority. "This is our financial report from last month." Shen Ruoyu distributed a document to everyone. "After integrating the hotel, trade, and real estate businesses of the Tiger Gang, our monthly turnover has exceeded 500 million. Net profit is over 80 million. Hiss. All the small leaders present gasped. They used to follow Meng Hu, fighting and killing all day long, and could not get much money in a month. Now they follow Brother Feng, and have become executives of a large group, with monthly income that they could not even imagine before. As for the underground part, Hu continued to report, all the places in the west of the city are now owned by the Lin family. Last month's protection fees and various incomes, minus the expenses for the brothers and the resettlement fees, left a surplus of 37 million. In 1 month, the net profit of both the legal and illegal parties exceeded 100 million. This is the most direct wealth brought by power. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He spread out a huge map of Dragon City, on which a large area had been circled with a red pen. Now, the west of the city belongs to us. But our goal is definitely not limited to this. His finger tapped heavily on the other side of the map. Next goal, money will. Shangguan Yang lost to me in the last gambling game. She won't dare to make any big moves in the short term. The Money Club is the weakest but the richest of the 3 major forces. Its president is called Jin Chenxuan, a fat man who only cares about money and not people. He is the next most lucrative stepping stone for our heavenly wolf empire. He looked at Shen Ruoyu. Chen Qianxuan, how much do you know? Shen Ruoyu immediately replied, I understand very well. This person is narrow-minded and extremely greedy. He has no other hobbies and only pursues two things in his life, money and antiques. Especially antiques, he is obsessed to the point of being morbid. Oh. A hint of interest flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. I just got the news. Shen Ruoyu added, 3 days later, Mu Wanqiu's Yiping Tea House will hold an annual underground auction. It is said that the finale of this auction is a long-lost 9-dragon cup that is said to be able to gather wealth. Jin Qianxuan is determined to get this thing. Underground auction. Lin Feng laughed. It seems that we have to meet the mysterious boss Mu again. There was a hunter's gleam in his eyes. He has already thought of how to use money to find the most proud way to completely destroy him. Chapter 27 Underground Auction, Game of Money. Yipentang Tea House is still as quiet, elegant, and isolated from the world as ever. When Lin Feng stepped into here again, the one who greeted him was still Mu Wanqiu, who was wearing a simple kyongsum and seemed to be out of touch with the world. Mr. Lin, how are you? She had a faint smile on her face. It seems that the wind in Dragon City is about to rise again. I just came here to ask for a cup of tea. Lin Feng said calmly, by the way, I want to ask Boss Mu for an auction ticket. Mu Wanqiu looked at him deeply, and a hint of approval flashed in those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. The games Mr. Lin wants to play are always so different. She did not refuse. She personally brewed a pot of tea for Lin Feng and handed him an invitation letter made of ebony with the words First Class engraved on it. However, my small place has its own rules. She reminded meaningfully, money is the only pass here. But sometimes, money alone is not enough. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for the reminder. Lin Feng took the invitation, drank the tea in the cup, and turned to leave. 3 days later, the underground auction was held as scheduled. The venue was located on the 3rd floor underground of the tea house. It was a huge circular space comparable to the ancient Roman Colosseum. All those who could sit here were the real dignitaries and underground tyrants of Longcheng. Lin Feng, accompanied by Su Wanqing and Shen Ruoyu, sat in the front row. His identity today was no longer a bodyguard, but a new overlord who was on an equal footing with everyone present. He was keenly aware that in a box on the 2nd floor, a familiar, aggressive gaze was falling on him. It was Shangguan Yang. She was here too. The auction started soon. The first items were all rare treasures, attracting many bids. However, Lin Feng never raised his hand. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for the final prey to appear. Finally, the finale 9-dragon cup was brought to the stand by the chief auctioneer Bai He, who was wearing a high-slit kyongsum, with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance. 9-dragon cup, starting price, 100 million. Bai He's voice was full of temptation. 150 million. A fat figure raised the sign almost at the same time. It was the president of the Money Club, Jin Qianxuan. He looked at the wine glass with greedy possessiveness in his eyes. 200 million. Shangguan Yang's lazy voice came from another box. She obviously wanted to deliberately raise the price to make Lin Feng's prey more expensive. 300 million. Jin Qianxuan followed without hesitation, and even glanced in Lin Feng's direction provocatively. Lin Feng smiled, and finally, for the first time, raised the number plate in his hand. He didn't bid. He simply held up 5 fingers to the auctioneer Bai He on the stage. Bai He was stunned for a moment. Then, with a voice trembling slightly due to extreme excitement, she shouted loudly, 500 million. Mr. Lin is offering 500 million. The whole audience was in an uproar, directly jumping from 300 million to 500 million. What a bold move. Jin Qianxuan's fat face instantly turned the color of liver. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely and shouted, 600 million. Lin Feng still had that calm smile on his face. He raised the sign again, but this time, he only raised one finger. Then, he slowly pointed his finger toward the sky. This action stunned everyone. Auctioneer Bai He understood the meaning instantly. She took a deep breath, almost using all her strength, and screamed in a nearly broken voice. 1 billion. Mr. Lin bids 1 billion. Crazy. Is this kid crazy? 1 billion. To buy a cup? Where does he get so much money? The entire venue was in an uproar. Jin Qianxuan's body began to tremble violently. 600 million had already broken his bones, and 1 billion, this number was like an insurmountable mountain, instantly crushing all his will. He knew that even if he drained all his liquid funds, he would never be able to come up with this astronomical figure. Not only was he crushed financially, but he was also completely defeated in terms of momentum. The other party didn't even bother to argue with him for 100 million, but instead used a domineering attitude to directly announce the end of the game. Plop. In the dead silence, Jin Qianxuan's fat body slid straight off the chair and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were blank, he muttered to himself, and he completely collapsed. Not only did he lose money, he also lost the thing he was most proud of in his life as the president of the Money Club, his dignity. Lin Feng, using the game he is best at, completely defeated him. The auctioneer brought the hammer down hard. 1 billion, deal. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. However, Lin Feng stood up and slowly walked onto the stage under the awe-filled gazes of the audience. He did not take the priceless 9 Dragon Cup. He simply walked up to the hot and beautiful auctioneer Bai He and looked at her with a gaze full of appreciation and aggression. Then, he made a move that was unexpected to everyone, including Shangguan Yang in the box on the second floor. He smiled at Bai He and said, "This cup is too noisy. I prefer something quieter. For example, a beautiful and priceless piece of art like you, young lady. So, I decided to use this billion to buy you. Buy you, tonight, you belong to me alone." Chapter 28, A Shocking Gamble, The Beauty Zone. 1 billion, to buy you. Lin Feng's voice, calm yet full of endless dominance, was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. The entire auction venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring in amazement at the calm and composed man on the stage. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. Spending 1 billion to buy an antique that was destined to lose all the money was shocking enough. But now, he actually said that he didn't want the antique, he wanted the beauty who presided over the auction. How arrogant. How arrogant. Not only was he humiliating Jin Qianxuan, who had just been knocked unconscious by him with money, but he was also announcing his presence to everyone present, including Shangguan Yang, who was watching in the box on the second floor, in an incredible way. Chief Auctioneer Bai He was also completely confused at this moment. She stood on the stage at a loss, her beautiful face full of shock and panic. She had been in this industry for many years, and had seen all kinds of wealthy tycoons who spent money like water, and had also dealt with countless times of harassment full of teasing and suggestion. But no man has ever dared to buy her in such a direct, domineering, and heart-pounding way. "Mr. Lin, are you kidding?" Her voice trembled slightly because of nervousness. "Do you think I'm kidding?" Lin Feng's eyes were full of aggression, as if he wanted to completely devour her, her soul and her body. The atmosphere in the conference hall completely exploded after a brief silence. Crazy. Too crazy. Does this kid want to poke a hole in the sky? He is slapping the face of Yiping Teahouse. Bai He is Boss Moo's person. How dare he touch her? It's going to be a good show. Boss Moo's rules can't be broken by everyone. On the second floor, in the box where Shangguan Yang is. Bang! A valuable antique teacup was smashed to the ground by Shangguan Yang. Her beautiful face could no longer remain calm and turned ashen. Asshole. She squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Lin Feng's move was completely beyond her expectations. Not only did he win the bet and humiliate Chen Qianxuan, but he also used an extremely high-profile way to treat the 9 Dragon Cup she gifted as trash and threw it away. Instead, he aimed at the most dazzling pearl of the auction Bai He. This is not just ignoring, it is a higher level of contempt for her, Shangguan Yang. She could even imagine that tomorrow, the entire upper-class circle of Dragon City would be circulating a joke like this. Shangguan Yang, the leader of the Qingfeng Hall, lost to Qianlang Lin Feng, and he didn't even bother to look at the gift she gave him, and immediately went after other women. This makes her feel worse than killing her. "Master, do you want to?" Uncle Gui made a do-it gesture on side. "No need." Shangguan Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. A trace of cold rationality flashed in her eyes. This is Mu Wanqiu's territory. We can just watch the show. She wanted to see how this Lin Feng would end up. Just when the venue was about to get out of control, a voice like a solitary orchid in a valley, clear and elegant yet with a hint of majesty, came slowly from the backstage. "Mr. Lin, you spent 1 billion just to make a beautiful woman smile. That's really a big deal." Everyone turned around and saw Mu Wanqiu, still wearing the same simple kyongsam, quietly and silently appearing beside the booth. Her appearance was like a stream of clear spring water, instantly quieting down the noisy conference hall. Everyone looked at her respectfully, waiting to see how she would deal with this lunatic who dared to run wild on her territory. Mu Wanqiu didn't look at anyone. Her eyes just fell calmly on Lin Feng. "It's just that my daughter Bai He is not for sale in this tea house. We appreciate Mr. Lin's kindness. Please take back the 1 billion. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would use this opportunity to step down. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Boss Mu, that's wrong. He smiled and said, the 1 billion I spent is not a joke. He paused, and his voice suddenly rose, reaching everyone's ears clearly. I will use this 10 billion to buy 2 things. First, to buy the dignity that money has brought me, so that he will never be able to hold his head up in Dragon City again. Second, to save Shangguan Yang's face and let her know that the things she gave me are worthless in my eyes. As for the money itself, it's just the money for a cup of tea for Miss Bai He. So, this billion is worth it for me. These words caused the entire audience to fall into silence. Overbearing. Unparalleled dominance. He used 1 billion to humiliate 2 underworld bosses at the same time. And this huge sum of money was just a tip for him to pursue a beauty. Shangguan Yang, who was on the 2nd floor, was so angry when she heard these words that she trembled all over and almost broke her teeth. Bai He, who was on the stage, looked at the man in front of her with a pair of beautiful eyes full of brilliance. She had never seen a man so arrogant and unruly, yet full of fatal charm. Mu Wanqiu was also stunned. She looked at Lin Feng, and for the first time, a trace of genuine surprise and admiration flashed in her calm eyes. What a great deal. Great value for money. She repeated softly, and then smiled like a blooming flower. In that case, I will accept the tea money from Yiping Tea House. She turned to Bai He and said softly, Here, Mr. Lin's kindness is hard to refuse. Tonight, you will represent me and accompany Mr. Lin to taste the Juang Yuan Hong in our tea house. This sentence is equivalent to tacitly approving Lin Feng's behavior. Boss Mu actually made an exception for him. The whole audience was once again in great shock. Everyone understood that starting tonight, the situation in Dragon City would completely change. This man named Lin Feng had announced his arrival in the most powerful way. Lin Feng nodded slightly to Mu Wanqiu, then turned to Bai He, whose heart was already pounding, and stretched out his hand, making an extremely gentlemanly invitation. Miss Bai He, please. Bai He looked at his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, and somehow, she placed a soft, boneless hand in his palm. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of all the men in the audience, Lin Feng, holding the hand of this stunning beauty, disappeared into the VIP passage backstage under the personal guidance of Mu Wanqiu. On the top floor of the tea house, there is a private tea room that is not open to the public. Lin Feng and Bai He sat opposite each other. Mr. Lin, you really opened my eyes tonight. Bai He personally made tea for Lin Feng. Every move she made was full of artistic beauty. 1 billion to buy a night of passion. Is it worth it? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, looking at her playfully. Bai He blushed slightly, and then she boldly met his gaze. If I say I am willing, Mr. Lin, will you take me tonight? Her breath was as fragrant as orchid and her eyes were full of provocation. Lin Feng smiled. You are a smart woman. Smart women will not be satisfied with just one night of pleasure. They want more. He paused, his eyes sharpened. For example, an opportunity that can turn you from a beautiful artwork into an art collector. Bai He's heart skipped a beat. I have investigated you. Lin Feng said bluntly, you are an orphan adopted by Boss Mu. You have learned antique identification and auction techniques since childhood and are her most capable assistant. But in the final analysis, you are just a high-level worker. This tea house and this auction are ultimately owned by Mu, not by you. What do you want to say? Bai He's voice was a little nervous. You know what I want to say. Lin Feng leaned forward, and the strong sense of oppression made Bai He almost unable to breathe. Money will be finished. The business gap he left behind needs someone to fill. I plan to establish Asia's largest, legal, international art auction house in Longcheng. And I lack a queen who is both beautiful and intelligent and can steer the ship for me. He looked at Bai He and said word by word, I will give you this opportunity. I will turn you from an auctioneer into the real owner of an auction house. Bai He's breathing became extremely rapid. She looked at the man in front of her. What he gave her was not a one-night stand, but a huge business empire that could change her life. She couldn't refuse this temptation. Why should I believe you? She made her last struggle. Because I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng's answer was full of unquestionable confidence. After a long time, Bai He stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Bai He, I am willing to serve Mr. Lin at my utmost. This time, what she surrendered to was not his tyranny, but the broader sky he gave her. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Just then, the door of the tea room was pushed open and Mu Wanqiu walked in slowly. She looked at the scene in front of her and smiled. It seems that my Hia has found a wise master who is worthy of trust. She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes becoming meaningful. However, Mr. Lin, I still have to remind you. Jin Qianxuan is just a puppet pushed to the front by the Jin Qian Club. The real big money behind him is an extremely large international capital from Wall Street. You are touching their cake. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 29. The Collapse of the Money Empire and the Appearance of the Iceberg Killer. Forming an alliance with Bai He is a crucial step in Lin Feng's plan. Not only did he gain a capable and beautiful woman with wisdom, but more importantly, through the neutral platform of Mu Wanqiu's Yiping Tea House, he was able to get a glimpse of the more intricate and unfathomable capital network behind the upper class of Longcheng. At the moment, his top priority is still to completely destroy the Money Club and win the bet with Shang Guanyang. The next morning, a devastating financial storm targeting all industries related to money began on time. The command center of this storm is located in the president's office on the top floor of Wanqing Group. On a huge electronic screen, various stock data and K-line charts are jumping wildly. Su Wanqing sat at the center, calmly mobilizing tens of billions of huge funds under the group. And next to her, through an encrypted video call, was another stunning beauty. Shirley Chen is a Chinese-American woman living on Wall Street in New York. She has big chestnut wavy hair and a capable and sexy temperament. She is a financial genius rescued by Raymond Lam when he was on an overseas mission. Now she is one of the top hedge fund managers on Wall Street. Lin, your opponent is stupid. Shirley Chen looked at the data on the screen with a hint of disdain on her lips. All his listed companies have financial models full of loopholes. They are just fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Then, let's get started. Lin Feng's voice came through the loudspeaker. Yes, my boss. Shirley Chen smiled charmingly. With her order, a huge amount of capital from Wall Street, like a tsunami, quietly poured into the stock market of Longcheng. Short selling, market crashing, public opinion attacks, spreading false information. After a series of combined attacks, the share prices of several listed companies under Jinqian Hua plummeted within just 1 hour after the opening, and their market value evaporated by more than 70%. Countless investors lost all their money and the country was in mourning. At the same time, at the level of Longqing's physical industry, the newly appointed Queen Shen Ruoyu also showed her amazing business skills. She used her connections accumulated in the Longcheng business community over the years, as well as her understanding of the Tiger Gang and the Money Club, to cut off the source of the trouble and accurately instigated all the important partners and core executives of the Money Club to rebel. For a time, this seemingly huge business empire of money began to collapse comprehensively and irreversibly, from finance to the real economy, like a building with its foundation pulled out. When the money was engulfed in flames, another force of Lin Feng also began to act. Ah Hu, leading 300 well-equipped Qianlang members, like a group of tigers coming down the mountain, launched a sweeping crackdown on all the underground venues of the money society throughout Longcheng, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Casinos, underground banks, loan sharks. All those who resist will be killed without mercy. All assets are seized. It was an extremely efficient, surgical strike. In less than half a day, the underground kingdom that the money society had run in Longcheng for 20 years was destroyed. In the evening, Lin Feng arrived at the former headquarters of the Jinqian Club, a magnificent building. This place has been completely taken over by the Sirloin people. He walked alone into the office on the top floor that once belonged to Jin Qianxuan. He knew that the war was not yet completely over. Shang Guanyang, the other poisonous scorpion sent out, has not yet appeared. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of the city, and his whole body seemed to merge into the darkness. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly. He felt an extremely cold murderous aura quietly approaching him from behind. The murderous aura was silent, yet chilling and chilling, like the top predator on the Siberian ice field. Lin Feng didn't look back, but just said calmly, "Since you are here, why hide?" As soon as the words fell, a white figure, like a ghost, slowly emerged from the shadows of the office. It's fire and ice. She was wearing a white tight leather jacket, which perfectly showed off a figure that was as hot as fire but exuded a cold aura. There was no expression on her face, like a beautiful ice sculpture. In her hand, she held an ice needle that was almost invisible under the light, and was gleaming with a faint blue light. "Can you find me?" Her voice was as cold and emotionless as she was. "Your murderous intent is too strong." Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked into her eyes. "Although your sister Flame's moves are charming, her murderous intent is far less pure than yours." A hint of surprise flashed across Hua Bing's eyes. This man is not only extremely powerful, but also has amazing insight. "I am here to take your life on the orders of the Hall Master." She didn't say any more words. Her figure flashed and she turned into a white lightning. The ice needle in her hand, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, pierced Lin Feng's throat. Her speed is extremely fast. Her attacks were precise and deadly, without any unnecessary movements. However, the person she faced was Raymond Lan. A hint of approval flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. This woman was a natural killer. But he is the king of killers. Bite. A crisp sound. Hua Bing's determined attack was accurately blocked by Lin Feng with 2 fingers. The special ice needle that was strong enough to penetrate steel plates could no longer advance an inch between his fingers. For the first time, Hua Bing showed a look of horror on his face. She shook her wrist and tried to pull back the ice needle, but found that the other person's fingers were as hard as iron and did not move at all. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible and violent force came from Lin Feng's fingertips. Crack! The ice needle made of a special alloy was actually broken into 2 pieces by him using just 2 fingers. The fire and ice offensive was instantly disintegrated. Without hesitation, she pulled back immediately. At the same time, dozens of flying needles filled with poison shot out from her sleeves and covered Lin Feng's vital parts. This is her real killer move. However, Lin Feng's figure left a residual image at the original place. He dodged all the flying needles at a speed beyond the limits of human vision and instantly approached Hua Bing. Too slow. His voice, like the devil's whisper, rang in Hua Bing's ears. Hua Bing's heart was filled with alarm. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and bit the poison sac hidden in his teeth to pieces, thus dying together with the enemy. But a big hand was faster than her thoughts. Lin Feng's hand, as fast as lightning, accurately pinched her small chin, applying a little force. Click. With a slight sound, Hua Bing's jaw joint was instantly dislocated. She could no longer close her mouth, let alone crush the venom sac. Finally, for the first time, her cold eyes revealed the emotion called despair. She was defeated, so cleanly and completely, that even the right to commit suicide was deprived of her. Lin Feng looked at the stunning female killer in front of him who was restrained by him but still staring at him with her stubborn and cold eyes, and smiled. You and your sister are both very interesting. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a magical voice. Shangguan Yang, I treat you as tools that can be sacrificed at any time. And I can turn you into the sharpest, freest weapons in the world. Now, you are also my trophy. Chapter 30, The Queen's Interrogation, The Policewoman's Tenderness. The night is as dark as ink, giving Dragon City, the city that never sleeps, a deep background color. In the deepest underground of the Sirius Security Headquarters, a unique secret interrogation room is quiet and silent. The walls here are made of the most advanced sound-absorbing materials, enough to block out the sharpest roars in the world. There is no smell of blood or mildew in the air. Instead, it is filled with the mellow aroma of expensive black tea and the elegant fragrance of top-grade incense. The lighting is a carefully designed warm tone, softly pouring on the Italian leather sofa, making people feel as if they are in the VIP lounge of a top club rather than a terrifying cage. Lin Feng sat leisurely on the single sofa, legs crossed, with a relaxed posture as if he was waiting for an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, making a very rhythmic sound. This sound became the only beat in this absolutely quiet environment, invisibly controlling the rhythm and pressure of the entire space. Opposite him was Hua Bing, the killer known as the one with the sharpest ice blade in Qingfeng Tang. At this moment, she was like a white swan with broken wings, sinking helplessly into the soft sofa. Lin Feng removed her jaw with an exquisite technique, making it impossible for her to bite her tongue or make any sound. What was even more terrifying was that she could clearly feel that the energy in her body, which she relied on for survival, was completely blocked by a more domineering and brutal force. Her limbs seemed to be imprisoned by invisible shackles, and even moving a finger became a luxury. This feeling of powerlessness of being completely controlled both physically and mentally was a fear she had never experienced since she became a killer. Her eyes, which were always cold and calm and which regarded human life as worthless, were now filled with extreme vigilance, as well as a trace of bottomless confusion and panic that she herself had not even noticed. She didn't understand. Who was this man? Why does he possess such unfathomable strength? When did such a ferocious beast that could overturn everything appear in Longcheng? Lin Feng was not in a hurry to speak. He enjoyed the fear and confusion that spread from the bottom of his heart after the prey was caught. He picked up the bone china teacup on the table, took a sip of the top-quality black tea from Sri Lanka, and then returned his gaze to the icy, jade-like but bloodless face. Hua Bing, this name is good. Shangguan Yang gave it to you, right? He spoke in a calm voice, but with a magical power that could see through people's hearts. It sounds as hot as fire and as cold as ice. Unfortunately, this is not your own name after all. Hua Bing's pupils shrank almost imperceptibly. Lin Feng smiled and ignored her reaction. Instead, like a patient history teacher, he began to tell a long-forgotten story. In the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, There is a killer training camp codenamed Purgatory that is unknown to outsiders. It is the cradle of talents of all dark organizations in the world, and also a hell on earth for countless children. They buy orphans abandoned by their parents and affected by war from human traffickers like buying livestock, and then use the most cruel and inhumane methods to turn them into tools without emotions that only know how to kill. As he spoke, he observed every subtle expression of Huabing. He saw that when the word purgatory came out of his mouth, Huabing's body stiffened for a moment. I found some very interesting information through some special channels, such as the database of Yang Luo. Lin Feng's tone was still calm, but every word he revealed was heart-piercing. About 15 years ago, there was a pair of twin sisters from China. Because their gambling father owed a huge gambling debt, they were sold to Purgatory for $5,000. Huabing's breathing suddenly became rapid at this moment. In those cold eyes, cracks began to appear in the ice. Lin Feng put down the teacup in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and supported his elbows on his knees, forming an extremely oppressive posture. His eyes became as sharp as a knife, as if they wanted to cut her open from the inside out. They were very thin and helpless. For a cold-steamed bun, they had to fight like wild dogs with children who were much taller and stronger than them. In the countless nights when they were awakened by nightmares, they could only hug each other tightly to draw a tiny bit of warmth from each other's body temperature and barely fall asleep. The first time they killed someone was in the 3rd month of their time in the camp. The target was another girl who was trying to escape. They were ordered to hunt her down, and in the jungle, they smashed the girl's head with a stone. Then, they vomited for 3 days and 3 nights until only jaundiced water was left. From then on, they learned how to kill, and also learned to become numb. These details could never be recorded in any official documents, not even in the files Shangguan Yang gave them. This is the scar that they have tried their best to bury in the deepest part of their memory and never want to touch. But now, the man in front of him was revealing them one by one in a nonchalant manner. Huabing's body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. A clear crack finally appeared on that icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, a mixture of shock, pain, and disbelief. You thought that it was Shangguan Yang who saved you from that hell 3 years ago, gave you a new life, and freed you from the sea of suffering. Lin Feng's voice was full of insight into people's hearts, like a devil who was persuading people step by step. But she just moved you from a small, dirty iron cage to a larger, more gorgeous cage decorated with gold and jewels. She gave you new names: Fire and Ice, Flame. How ironic. She stripped you of your past as human beings, but gave you codenames as tools. She treated you as the sharpest knives and the most loyal dogs, but you were just tools that could be discarded without hesitation at any time and any place for her benefit. For example, this time, she sent you to assassinate me. Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a cold arc. She knew that this was almost a mission of certain death, but she still sent you. Because in her eyes, your value is to use your death to buy her a little time after the mission fails, or to test more of my cards. She never thought of letting you go back alive. Lin Feng took out from his pocket the miniature poison sac that he had taken out from Huabing's tooth socket, from which he had forced the venom out, and gently placed it on the polished coffee table, making a crisp sound. This is the best proof. Huabing stared at the poison sac intently, his body shaking more and more violently. Of course she knew that this was the organization's ultimate insurance. If the mission fails or they are captured, only death awaits them. This is their only fate as tools. In the past, she believed in this and was even proud of it, believing it to be the highest expression of loyalty to the Queen. But at this moment, this loyalty seems so ridiculous and so pathetic in the face of Lin Feng's cruel truth. I can give you a different choice. Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes becoming serious and full of deadly temptation. A choice that will allow you to truly live for yourself and fight for your own will. A choice that will allow you to destroy Purgatory with your own hands and put a bloody end to all your dead companions and your trampled childhood. I can even give you true freedom. Let you become human again. Huabing suddenly raised his head, and for the first time, a strong desire was revealed in his trembling eyes. Freedom, being human again. What a luxury and such a distant word these are. Of course, Lin Feng changed the subject, the curve of his mouth becoming evil and domineering. This choice has a premise. The premise is that from now on, you sisters will become the most loyal and deadly. Dark Knight double blades in my hand. Your sharp blades will only be unsheathed for me, your loyalty will only belong to me. Huabing didn't say anything, but in his cold eyes, the solid ice that had been frozen for more than a decade was melting and cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a storm of conflict between her conscience and her conscience going on in her heart. At the same time, at the Longcheng Police Headquarters, the Serious Crime Unit office, Qin Yueru's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at the clock on the wall. There are only 3 hours left before the 24 hours Lin Feng promised. The atmosphere in the entire office was extremely depressing. Her immediate superior, Wang Zheng, deputy director of the Municipal Bureau, has called her no less than 10 times today, and the tone of each call is harsher than the previous one. Yuaru, what on earth are you doing? For a man named Lin Feng who came from nowhere, you gambled your future. 24 hours? Who does he think he is? A god? Do you know how much pressure there is from public opinion now? Jin Qianxuan's legal team has already sent a letter. Without any substantive evidence, we can only release him. That Hua Bing is an internationally renowned top killer. How strong is her mental quality? Not to mention 24 hours, even in 24 days, it would be impossible to get a single word out of her. Qin Yuaru rubbed her aching temples, her heart filled with anxiety and a hint of regret. Was she really too impulsive and too trusting of the man who seemed omnipotent but was actually mysterious and dangerous? At this moment, her personal cell phone made a special vibration. It was an encrypted text message from an unknown number with only an address and a time on it. West suburb of Longcheng, abandoned freight station number 7, 10 p.m. Came alone. Qin Yuaru's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the time. It was 9:30. It's Raymond Lam. Without any hesitation, she grabbed her car keys and gun and rushed out of the office like a gust of wind, leaving her colleagues with stunned faces. When she drove an ordinary civilian car and arrived at the gloomy and desolate abandoned freight station, she saw the javelin-like figure standing alone in the moonlight at a glance. Raymond Lam. Next to him stood Hua Bing, who was wearing ordinary sportswear. Qin Yuaru's heart instantly rose to her throat. She drew her gun and approached cautiously, her eyes fixed sharply on Hua Bing. She could clearly feel that the temperament of this female killer had undergone a drastic change. Although the cold murderous aura was still there was a hint of anger in his eyes that she had never seen before. No longer a numb tool, but a living person. She is willing to cooperate. Qin Yuaru's voice trembled slightly, which she herself did not even notice. This is incredible. For a top professional killer to testify against his former employer is a miracle in the history of world criminal investigation. Lin Feng did not answer, but just nodded to Hua Bing, as if to signal her that she could start. Hua Bing walked forward silently, took out a miniature recorder and a small memory card from his pocket, and handed them to Qin Yuaru. Here is all the evidence that I, Hua Bing, voluntarily provided to the Longcheng police regarding Qingfeng Hall Master Shangguan Yang, who is suspected of hiring a killer to commit murder, smuggling, money laundering, operating an underground casino, and other criminal activities. Her voice still had a hint of coldness, but her words were clear, logical, and full of unquestionable power. In addition to my own confession recording, this memory card also includes the backup of all illegal fund flow records of Qingfeng Tang in the past 3 years, their internal personnel structure, the distribution of secret bases, and all the details and evidence chain of their drug transactions with the international drug trafficking group Silver Triangle. Boom. It was as if 100,000 thunders exploded in Qin Yuaru's mind at the same time. She was so shocked that she even forgot to breathe. She originally thought that Lin Feng could at most force Hua Bing to admit that he was hired to assassinate him, which would already be a huge achievement. But he never expected that he could pry out such earth-shattering information from the mouth of this iceberg killer, which was enough to uproot the entire Qingfeng Hall and even involve an international drug trafficking case. Super explosive information. This is no longer just a credit. This is a super aircraft carrier that can carry her, break through all obstacles, and sail to the top of the police force. With trembling hands, she took the small recorder and memory card, the weight of which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated look in her eyes, shock, awe, curiosity, gratitude. All kinds of emotions intertwined together. Lin Feng, how did you do it? I just gave her a choice that she couldn't refuse or resist. Lin Feng met her complicated gaze and smiled faintly, with a hint of self-confidence in his smile that looked down on the world. Qin Yuaru was silent. She knew that this mysterious man, once again, used his devilish means to accomplish something that neither she nor the entire police force could ever do. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and said to Hua Bing solemnly, "Don't worry, I will immediately apply to the higher authorities to initiate the highest level of witness protection procedures. From now on, your safety will be personally the responsibility of me, Qin Yuaru." After saying that, she took Hua Bing and quickly got into the car, ready to return to the police station immediately to detonate this blockbuster bomb. Before closing the car door, she turned around and looked at Lin Feng deeply. In addition to the previous complex emotions, there was an additional hint of a strange feeling that she herself was unwilling to admit and dared not think about deeply. She hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Lin Feng, although I don't know what you want to do, your purpose is definitely not simple. But, this time, thank you." And, Shangguan Yang, She is a venomous snake. You must be careful." After saying that, she resolutely closed the car door, started the car, and quickly disappeared into the night with the roar of the engine. Lin Feng stood there, looking at the taillights of the car going away, the smile on his lips becoming more and more intense. He knew that the resolute heart of this policewoman, who was full of justice and had a black and white vision, had been severely moved by the facts he had used. From now on, the relationship between her and him will no longer be a simple one between police and bandits. It's a more complex, more subtle, and more interesting, symbiotic relationship. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated again. It's a text message from Shangguan Yang. The content of the text message was very short, just one sentence. "If I lose, the money will be yours. But, Lin Feng, the game between us has just begun." Chapter 31. The Melting Iceberg, the Queen's Blade. Time goes back 20 hours. Inside the secret interrogation room, the air seemed to freeze. After Lin Feng finished telling the story about purgatory, he did not continue to exert pressure. He just sat there quietly, refilling the empty cups in front of himself and whipping with black tea. Then he did something unexpected. He pushed a cup of steaming milk with a rich milky aroma in front of Huobing. "I know that you and your sister haven't tasted this flavor for many years." His voice was calm, but like a stone thrown into an icy lake, it stirred up huge waves in Huobing's heart. Huobing's eyes, which had just been fluctuating violently because of hearing the story of purgatory, completely froze the moment he saw the glass of milk. Milk. For them, this word is not only a luxury representing warmth and childhood, but also a scar in the deepest part of their hearts that they dare not touch but can never heal. Her thoughts seemed to be pulled by the scent of milk, and instantly traveled through time and space, returning to the vague and distant childhood before the darkness fell. She vaguely remembered that on a cold winter night, she and her sister Huiyan had a high fever and huddled in tattered quilts shivering. At that time, their father had not yet become addicted to gambling, and their mother was still gentle. The mother used the little money the family had to buy a small bag of milk powder, made 2 cups of hot milk, and fed them mouthful by mouthful. The warm liquid slid down the throat, bringing with it a sweet aroma, dispelling the cold and pain in the body. That was the last and deepest picture in her memory about home and warmth. Not long after, my father's gambling debts increased, the valuable things in the house were sold one by one, and my mother's smile disappeared. Then, they were sold to a place called Purgatory. There, not to mention milk, even clean water is a luxury. Lin Feng ignored the storm of memories surging in her eyes. He knew that there was a breach in the psychological dam. Now, he needed a flood to completely destroy it. He turned on a tablet computer next to him, which was not encrypted and was placed casually on the table. A video started playing on the screen. The video is dark and shaky, filled with violence and despair. The camera was aimed at the training camp located on the border of Southeast Asia, which was like a real hell. A group of ragged and skinny children were fighting in the most primitive and brutal way in waist-deep mud. They use their teeth, nails, and everything they can use to attack their companions around them. The winner can get a small piece of moldy bread. The loser may sleep in this quagmire forever. In the corner of the video, 2 thin and petite girls are hugging each other tightly, back to back. Their faces were covered with dirt and blood from unknown sources, but their identical big eyes were filled with fear of the world and the deepest dependence on each other. That is, the young fire, ice and flame. This training camp, codenamed Purgatory, was established by a retired Special Forces soldier named Basong. He specializes in training absolutely loyal killers and tools for some shady organizations. Lin Feng's voice, like that of a cold narrator, stated the bloody facts without a trace of personal emotion. Your parents owed a gambling debt of $500,000 to the local mafia and were unable to repay it. So your father used you 2 sisters to pay off the debt. The mafia then sold you to Basong for $5,000 each. Huobing's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. His nails dug deep into the leather of the sofa. These nightmares that she had sealed in the deepest part of her memory with layer upon layer of thick ice shells with all her strength were now dug out again by this man so easily and so cruelly, and exposed in broad daylight. Lin Feng swiped his finger across the screen and switched to the next file. It was a death list. On it, densely packed, are the names and photos of all the children who died in that training session. Every photo shows a childish and desperate face. In that period, there were a total of 120 children, including you. The training period was 5 years. After 5 years, only the 2 of you were left alive. You survived not because you were the strongest, nor because you were the luckiest. Lin Feng's eyes were as cold as the Siberian wind, but because you were twins. Basong thought that the twin killer combination was very attractive and valuable, and could be sold for a good price. Therefore, he saved you several times when you were on the verge of death. What he wanted was not the strongest individual, but a pair of perfect special weapons. On the screen, a photo of a one-eyed instructor appeared. He had a face full of flesh, a hideous scar on his left eye, and an extremely cruel look in his eyes. This man is your benefactor, but also your nightmare. His name is Kalen, and he is Barsong's most capable subordinate. It was he who taught you how to cut a person's throat as quickly as possible with a dagger, and how to strangle someone with a steel wire within 3 seconds. It was also he who left dozens of scars, big and small, on your bodies that will never fade. The video was played again, this time with clearer and more brutal images. On a muddy training ground, the one-eyed instructor, Karen, was whipping the back of a girl who was trying to escape with a cowhide whip soaked in salt water. The girl was beaten to pieces, but she gritted her teeth and didn't utter a single groan. That girl was her sister, Flame. Huabing, who was standing aside, was pinned to the ground by 2 tall assistants. He was forced to keep his eyes open and watch his sister endure the hellish torture. All she could do was struggle and utter the most vicious curses with her eyes. Those cold eyes were filled with endless pain, helplessness, and all-consuming hatred. That's enough. Don't let go. Huabing finally collapsed completely. She let out a roar that was not like a human voice, mixed with endless pain and anger. For the first time, 2 lines of hot tears like magma flowed from that face that had been frozen for more than 10 years. At this moment, her mental defenses were completely destroyed and collapsed. Lin Feng turned off the video expressionlessly. The interrogation room returned to silence again. All that was left was Huabing's uncontrollable whimpering, like a wounded cub. He slowly walked up to her and looked down at her, his eyes showing no sympathy, only cold judgment. Shangguan Yang, 3 years ago, in an intelligence transaction, I obtained all the information about the Purgatory training camp, including its location, its size, and its list of products, which included you and your sister. With the power of Qingfengtang at that time, or in other words, with the resources that Shangguan Yang could mobilize, it would not be difficult to raise that place to the ground and avenge your blood feud. However, she did not do that. Lin Feng's voice was like an ice cone filled with poison, piercing into Huabing's heart. Why? Aren't you curious? He leaned over and stared into her eyes that were filled with tears, pain, and confusion. Because she needs this purgatory. She needs this place to continuously provide her with tools like you, easy to use, obedient, without a past, without a self, and ready to be sacrificed at any time. She saved you just to make better use of you. To her, you have never been flesh and blood people, but just 2 of the most convenient and sharpest knives in her hands. Your loyalty to her is nothing but a lie she carefully wove using your past, a kind of mental shackles. This time, she sent you to kill me, which is the best proof. She knew you would fail and die. But she doesn't care. Because if the tool is broken, just replace it with another one. Maybe she is already contacting Purgatory to order the next pair of twins. Every word Lin Feng said was like a red-hot iron, branding Huabing's soul fiercely, leaving the worldview she had built up over the past decade with loyalty and repaying gratitude as its core, riddled with holes and completely unrecognizable. She raised her head, and her cold, tearful eyes were filled with confusion, pain, and overwhelming hatred. That hatred was not only towards Purgatory and Charon, but also towards the one who played with their fate and dignity in the palm of her hand, Shangguan Yang. Yeah, why? Why had she never thought of destroying that hell? Why did she allow that hell to continue to exist, to create more tools as miserable as they were? It turns out that the so-called salvation was nothing more than changing to a more shrewd and better disguised master. Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, and she squeezed out a few words with difficulty. What should I do? It's very simple. A glimmer of satisfaction finally flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, as if he had seen the most perfect work of art. Be yourself. Then, pick up your knife and destroy the place that turned you into a tool with your own hands. Chop off the heads of those who used you as a tool. I can give you this opportunity. Let you and your sister gain the true freedom to control your own destiny. And the price is... He leaned down again, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a devilish whisper that only the 2 of them could hear. You 2 sisters' loyalty, your swords, and your lives, from now on, will only be used by me. Huabing looked at his eyes, which were as deep as the abyss and seemed to be able to swallow everything. There, she saw no mercy or sympathy, only absolute desire for control and exploitation. But the strange thing is that she no longer feels disgusted, because this man never concealed his purpose from the beginning. He told her frankly that he wanted her to be his blade and his tool. This naked transaction made her feel much more real and reliable than Shangguan Yang's hypocritical favor and salvation. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes. All the pain, confusion, and hatred were contained in his eyes. When she opened them again, all the emotions had faded from those cold eyes. What was left was only a cold and brand new feeling. determination. Good. She said only one word. But this word represents that Shangguanyang's most proud trump card, the invincible Queen's Blade, from now on, willingly offered the hilt to its new master. Everything that happened after that was a natural progression. She used the equipment provided by Raymond Lam to record and organize all the negative information she knew about Qing Fengtang without reservation. Those evidences of crimes that Shangguanyang thought were the most secret, and those dirty deals that she had handled personally, now became her first token of allegiance to her new master. In the car heading to the suburban freight station, she sat in the passenger seat, looking at the night scene rapidly receding outside the window, and for the first time, she felt an unprecedented peace in her heart. It is a kind of calmness that comes from smashing the shackles of the old world with one's own hands and embarking on the road of revenge and rebirth. She knew that from tonight on, fire and ice would no longer be anyone's tool. She is Lin Feng's sharp weapon. Chapter 32: The Birth of a Hegemon, the Feast of an Empire. Shangguanyang gave up. This earth-shattering news, along with the news that Jinky Angson, the chairman of the Jinqian Club, and the huge protection umbrella behind him consisting of more than a dozen political and business leaders, were caught by the Longcheng police at lightning speed, shook the entire Longcheng like a magnitude 12 earthquake in the early morning of the next day. Overnight, everything changed. All major news media, online forums, and social platforms in Longcheng were almost blown up by these two topics. Everyone was frantically discussing, speculating, and analyzing what happened behind the scenes. And all the clues eventually point to the same name, a name that was unknown not long ago but is now at the peak of its popularity: Lin Feng. The mysterious man who spent 1 billion at a charity auction and rubbed the faces of two underworld tycoons, Jin Chenchuan and Shangguanyang, on the ground. The man who, overnight, had severely damaged the vitality of the deeply rooted Qingfeng Hall, forcing it to struggle to survive. The man who, in just less than a month, swallowed up the two major forces, the Vulture Gang and the Tiger Gang, with a devastating force. Lin Feng, and the Qianlang security behind him, have risen to the top with an unstoppable and unrivaled dominance, becoming the only and absolute new king of the Dragon City underground world. The old era was forced to come to an end amid the sound of sirens and the wailing of countless people. A new and domineering era belonging to surly wolf Lin Feng has arrived. In order to celebrate this decisive victory and to announce the birth of the new empire to the entire Dragon City and even all forces outside of Dragon City, Lin Feng held an extremely grand and luxurious celebration banquet at the top 7-star hotel in Dragon City, the Grand Hyatt, which was originally owned by the Tiger Gang and is now owned by the Lin family. That night, the lights in Grand Hyatt residence were bright as day. Temporary traffic control has been implemented within a 1-kilometer radius outside the hotel. Ah Hu, the most loyal general under Lin Feng, was wearing a neat Armani suit and his hair was combed neatly, but his face had a solemn look that did not match the attire. He personally led 300 burly serious security members who were dressed in uniform black suits and had wireless communicators in their ears. They surrounded the entire hotel from the outside to the inside and built 3 airtight security lines. Everyone who enters the banquet hall, no matter how distinguished their status, must undergo a strict inspection comparable to the highest level of security at the airport, and no electronic devices or suspicious items are allowed to be brought in. This is not just for safety, but also a gesture, a domineering gesture that declares to everyone, I have the final say here. Inside the banquet hall, the huge crystal chandelier shines as brightly as the Milky Way, illuminating the entire hall with splendor. Melodious classical music, performed live by a top symphony orchestra, flows slowly in the air. The long dining table was filled with top-notch delicacies and fine wines from all over the world. Raymond Lam, as the absolute and only protagonist of the night, stood calmly in the center of the banquet hall wearing a black dress hand made by an Italian master. He no longer had the usual laziness and casualness, but instead had a restrained and powerful aura of an emperor. Just standing there was enough for everyone in the audience to involuntarily and/or inspiringly focus their attention on him. He was surrounded by beauties and stars, forming a beautiful scenery that made countless men jealous to the point of going crazy. Su Wanqing, the nominal chairman of the Wanqing Group, was wearing a tailor-made fiery red dress that looked like a queen's coronation dress. She stood elegantly and calmly on his left as the chairman's wife. She held Lin Feng's arm and entertained the top celebrities from all walks of life in Longcheng who came to congratulate him. At this moment, her face was filled with confidence, happiness, and pride, without any trace of the coldness and melancholy of the past. She is his woman, and this will be made known to the world tonight. Shen Ruoyu, the rising female boss in the business world who had risen rapidly with the support of Raymond Lam, followed closely behind wearing an intellectual and capable white Chanel suit. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng was filled with undisguised admiration and gratitude. It was this man who saved her from the quagmire of her family and the betrayal of her fiancé, and gave her a new life and a stage to realize her self-worth. Bai He, the former chief auctioneer, is now the prospective CEO of the Sirius International Auction House, which is about to be established under Lin Feng. She wore a hand-embroidered blue and white porcelain kyongsam, which perfectly combined the oriental classical charm with the sexiness of modern women. Her every frown and smile was full of charm, attracting countless eyes. Ace lawyer Tang Ying also changed out of her rigid professional attire today and wore a noble and elegant purple evening gown, which showed off her unknown, mature, and charming figure to the fullest. Lin Feng's core generals, Hu, and several other small leaders who were recruited from the Vulture Gang and the Tiger Gang, who are now the backbone of the Cyril Wolf, were all dressed in suits and standing aside, looking respectable. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and pride. When the clock pointed to 8 o'clock, Lin Feng picked up a glass of top-grade champagne and, accompanied by Su Wanqing, slowly walked up to the main stage at the front of the banquet hall. The whole place fell silent in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends." Lin Feng's voice, through the microphone, was clearly transmitted to every corner of the magnificent hall. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. "Today, I invited everyone here for 2 reasons." He raised his glass and looked around the room. First, to celebrate the end of an old era filled with filth, chaos, and disorder. Second, announce the beginning of a new era of rules, order, and glory. His words shocked countless people in the audience who knew the inside story. From today on, Chanlang Security, Wanqing Group, and all the businesses from the Vulture Gang and Tiger Gang that we just took over will be officially merged to form a brand new group. He paused, then spoke 2 words clearly and forcefully. Dragon Gate. I, Lin Feng, am the first chairman of Longmen Group. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled Su Wanqing beside him into his arms, lowered his head, and gave her a domineering and affectionate kiss in front of everyone. Then he raised their clasped hands high in the air and announced loudly, "The one next to me, Ms. Su Wanqing, will be the president of Longmen Group. She is also my woman." A blush of extreme happiness instantly appeared on Su Wanqing's face. She leaned her head on Lin Feng's solid chest shyly but with great peace of mind. There was a brief silence in the audience, and then thunderous applause and good-natured laughter broke out. "I declare." Lin Feng raised his glass and his voice became passionate. "Longmen Group is officially established. From now on, the rules of Longmen are the rules of Longcheng. All the brothers who have shed blood and worked hard for Longmen will be the heroes of the group. You will get the wealth, status, and respect you deserve. I, Lin Feng, never treat my own people unfairly." Then, he began the much-anticipated division in public. Shen Ruyu. Here. Shen Ruyu stepped out excitedly, her body trembling slightly with excitement. "I appoint you as the CEO of Longmen Group's Business Development Department. You will be in charge of integrating and managing all the legal industries acquired, including hotels, entertainment, real estate, etc. Hu. Here. Hu straightened his chest suddenly and roared like thunder. "I appoint you as the head of the Longmen Group Security and Defense Department. You will be in charge of integrating, training, and managing all underground forces. I want you to build the strongest iron army in Longcheng within 3 months. Lawyer Tang Ying is the director of the group's legal department. She is responsible for all legal affairs. Bai He, you are the director of the group's cultural and art investment department. The auction house and antique business are left to you." He named them one by one and generously rewarded every meritorious person with power and wealth. He pushed the atmosphere of the entire banquet to its climax. All those whose names were called were ecstatic. All members of Longmen felt their blood boiling and felt honored. They know that by following this man, they will get everything they never dared to imagine in the past. Just when the banquet was halfway through and the atmosphere was at its most lively, Lin Feng's personal cell phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He walked calmly to a quiet corner and took out his cell phone. It was an encrypted text message from Bai He, sent through a special channel. Bai He's investment in cultural and artworks often involves contact with some mysterious channels from overseas, and she has the most up-to-date information. "Mr. Lin, I just received a very urgent message. The Wall Street capital that supported Chen Jinshuan behind the scenes was very angry about the failure of its investment in Longcheng. They not only lost money, but also lost face. They sent someone to Longcheng to deal with this mess. This person, codenamed Black Widow, is the top scavenger in their organization. Her resume is blank, but it is said that all the targets of the mission she takes on will be cleaned up from this world without exception, disappearing completely without any trace. According to our informant's intelligence, this Black Widow had secretly arrived in Longcheng 12 hours ago, and the first person she contacted was Shangguan Yang." Lin Feng read every word in the text message, and the smile on his lips gradually became cold and dangerous. He understood the true meaning of Shangguan Yang's words, "The game has just begun." She lost, but she was unwilling to accept it, so she did not hesitate to attract the even more terrifying dragon across the river. He defeated the local tyrants in Longcheng, but he also finally alarmed the more ferocious and cruel prehistoric crocodiles entrenched at the top of the food chain. Lin Feng put away his phone, looked up at the celebrating crowd in the banquet hall, his eyes as deep as the sea. The real storm has just begun. Chapter 33: The Coming of the Black Widow, a Gentle Trap. The noise of the celebration banquet continued. But Lin Feng's heart has already flown to another more dangerous battlefield. Black Widow. This codename, just by sounding, is full of danger and death. After the banquet, he did not go back to the villa with Su Wanqing, but went directly to the combat command room of Qianlang Security. This place has been transformed by Zero into a small network intelligence center. Zero, how's the investigation going? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice, looking at the avatar wearing a clown mask on the screen. Done, boss. Zero's voice was still as quirky as ever. This woman called Black Widow is quite interesting. Rows of information began to flash rapidly on screen. My real name is Natasha Romanov. I am a Russian-American and a former survivor of the KGB's Swallow program. I later defected to the United States and was recruited by a mysterious consortium on Wall Street to become their top business spy and scavenger. She is fluent in multiple languages and is good at disguise, seduction, poisoning, and psychological manipulation. The number of business tycoons and political leaders killed by her is no less than double digits. Interpol's bounty on her is as high as 100 million US dollars. Her characteristic is that she never uses violence. She is like a beautiful poisonous snake who will entangle her prey in the most gentle way and then inject deadly venom when the other party is most intoxicated and least prepared. Boss, according to my tracking, she had already met with Shangguan Yang yesterday. I intercepted part of their conversation. A processed recording was played. Inside, there is a conversation between Shangguan Yang and another mature female voice full of charm. Ms. Natasha, do you mean that you want to cooperate with me to deal with Lin Feng together? No, Miss Shangguan, you are wrong. I am not here to cooperate with you. The woman called Natasha chuckled. I am here to take you in. Your master, the Hong Kong tycoon who supports you, has transferred all your interests in Dragon City to my employer as compensation for this failure. That is to say, from now on, you and your Qingfengtang will obey my orders. Of course, our goal is the same. That is, to kill that man named Lin Feng. The recording ends here. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew that things were more complicated than he had imagined. Shangguan Yang was actually just a puppet supported by others. But now, a more advanced and professional player has replaced her and is playing in person. Where is this Black Widow now? Lin Feng asked. Strange, after she entered the country, she didn't stay in any hotel. It was as if she disappeared from the face of the earth. I temporarily lost track of her. For the first time, Ling's tone was solemn. The next day, a gentle trap was quietly set for Lin Feng. This time, the other party's target was neither Lin Feng himself nor his powerful business empire. It is the most inconspicuous yet crucial link in his empire, Dr. Ayn Rand's underground clinic. That afternoon, a special patient came to Ayn Rand's clinic. She was a tall mixed-race woman with flaxen curly hair, wearing a branded sportswear. She was wearing a huge pair of sunglasses that covered most of her face. Doctor, I think I sprained my ankle. It hurts so much. Her voice was full of pitifulness. Ayn Rand helped her and let her sit down on the bed. When she took off her sunglasses, Ayn Rand couldn't help but be stunned. What a confusing face that is. She possesses both the delicate and softness of Oriental people and the three-dimensional depth of Western people. Her pair of green eyes seem to be able to captivate people's souls. There is no doubt that she is the Black Widow, Natasha. It's just a minor sprain. No bones are injured. I'll give you an ice compress and then massage with medicated oil and it will be fine. Ayn Rand said calmly after the examination. Thank you, doctor. Natasha smiled and started chatting with Ayn Rand. It must be hard for you to run a clinic by yourself, right? It's okay. I'm used to it. Look at the equipment you have here. They are all very professional. You must be a very good doctor. Natasha's tone was full of praise. I heard that this clinic is protected by an organization called Qianlang. Their boss, the man named Lin Feng, must be a very special person, right? Seemingly casually, she asked the question she wanted to know most. Alarm bells suddenly rang in Ayn Rand's heart. She raised her head and looked at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of her. Deep in her emerald eyes, there was a hint of coldness, as cold as a venomous snake, that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. I don't know any Lin Feng. and Ran's tone also turned cold. "Miss, if there is no other problem with your foot, you can leave." "Haha, doctor, why are you so nervous?" Natasha smiled. She slowly sat up from the hospital bed. The foot that had just been sprained moved freely without any abnormality. She walked up to Enran, stretched out her slender hand, and gently stroked Enran's cheek, her movements full of ambiguous teasing. "Actually, I'm also very curious about him." Her voice, like a whisper between lovers, made Enran feel a chill to the bone. What do you want to do?" Enran pretended to be calm and took a step back. "I don't want to do anything." Natasha's smile became more charming. "I just want to get to know him through you." After all, the best way to deal with a male lion is to first control the people he trusts the most and who are least prepared. Her eyes fell on Enran's plump chest, which was slightly heaving due to nervousness and could not be covered by her white coat. "Little rabbit." Before she finished her words, a silver needle as thin as a hair suddenly popped out from her fingertips and pierced Enran's neck like lightning. Enran only felt her neck go numb, her eyes went dark, and then she completely lost consciousness. In the last second before she fell into coma, there was only one thought in her mind. Lin Feng, run. The Black Widow's fangs have silently bitten into the softest part of the Longmen Empire. Chapter 34, The Serpent's Lair, the Queen's Pawn. It was already late at night when Lin Feng returned to the headquarters of Qianlang Security. He did not rest immediately, but locked himself in the combat command room. On the huge electronic screen was a high-precision three-dimensional map of Longcheng, which marked all the known bases of Qingfeng Hall, Jinqianhua, and Qianlang himself. He knew that Shangguanyang's surrender was just a delaying tactic. The woman was like a dormant female leopard, and could show her deadly claws at any time from the most unexpected angle. And the newly appeared Black Widow made him smell an unprecedented breath of danger. Unlike her previous opponents, this woman's weapons are not swords or guns, but human hearts and desires. "Ahu," he dialed the internal line. "Strengthen the security level of President Su's villa and my parents' place to the highest level. In addition, send 2 of the smartest brothers to secretly protect Dr. Enran's clinic 24 hours a day." He had a hunch that the enemy would strike at his least expected and softest spot. Dr. Enran, the cold, independent woman who dealt with countless troubles for him, was one of the few people he could call a friend in this grey world. She was also an indispensable logistical support for the war machine Qianlang. However, he was still a step too late. The next morning, Lin Feng wanted to call Enran as usual and ask her to prepare some special medicine for the brothers who were injured in the fight last night. The call was connected, but no one answered. Lin Feng's brows frowned instantly. Enran is an extremely dedicated and rigorous person. Her private phone is always turned on 24 hours a day. This is her professional ethics as an underground doctor. An ominous premonition came over me. He immediately called the brother who was responsible for secret protection, but no one answered the call. Something happened. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the car keys and rushed out of the headquarters building like a whirlwind. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 roared like a beast on the streets of Dragon City. When he rushed to the underground clinic hidden in an old residential building, his heart sank to the bottom. The door of the clinic was ajar. There was no one inside. There was still a very light and exotic perfume in the air, and there were a few subtle traces of dragging on the ground. Lin Feng squatted down, like the most elite hunting dog, carefully surveying the scene. His eyes finally locked on a nearly invisible flaxen hair under the examination bed. "It's that woman. The Black Widow." He immediately dialed Kira's encrypted communication. 0. Immediately hack into all municipal and commercial surveillance in the southern part of the city. With Enran Clinic as the center, track down all suspicious vehicles that left here between 5 p.m. yesterday and 8 p.m. tonight. Focus on checking a black commercial vehicle without a license plate. "Got it, boss. Give me 5 minutes." Kira's voice also became solemn. Lin Feng's fists clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. A raging rage burned in his chest. He conquered Su Wanqing, subdued Shen Ruoyu, and intimidated Shangguanyang. He thought he had taken control of the situation in Longcheng, but he didn't expect that the enemy would give him a loud slap in the face in a way he least expected. They moved and ran. The woman who had been silently cleaning the wounds and stitching up hope for him and all his brothers. This is challenging his bottom line. At the same time, in a luxurious secret safe house in Longcheng that has never been recorded on any map. This is the snake's nest that Black Widow Natasha prepared for herself. Enran woke up slowly. She found herself tied to a large, comfortable European-style bed, her hands and feet bound in soft silk, and she was not treated roughly. An incredibly beautiful mixed-race woman was sitting beside her bed, holding a glass of red wine, and looking at her with interest. You're awake, my beautiful little rabbit doctor. Natasha smiled, her voice full of magnetism. You? Who are you? What do you want to do? And Ran tried to remain calm, but she could not hide the fear in her eyes. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Natasha took a sip of red wine, her green eyes flashing with a cat and mouse light. I just want to ask your boss to come on a date through you. Don't even think about it. He won't come. Oh, really? Natasha smiled. Men are very strange creatures. Sometimes, the safety of an insignificant woman can move his heart more than a mountain of gold. Especially a woman like you who is cold, holy, and can heal his pain. This will arouse the cheapest and most deadly desire in their hearts: protection. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. Shangwan Yang walked in with an expressionless face, wearing a tight black kyongsum. She glanced at Ran lying on the bed, then at Natasha, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Natasha, your method is too despicable. She said coldly, my war has my own rules. Attacking an innocent civilian is not my style. My dear superior, this is why you lose. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly. Your so-called rules and styles are worthless in the face of absolute interests. My employer wants results, not process. You. A trace of anger flashed in Shangwan Yang's eyes. She found that she was completely sidelined by this woman and the forces behind her. She went from being a queen to a chess piece. Don't look at me like that. Natasha walked up to her, stretched out her finger and gently lifted her chin, her action full of teasing and control. You and I are now in the same boat. You should hope that our little rabbit can successfully lead the lion into the cage we have prepared for him. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Shangwan Yang turned her head away in humiliation. Just then, Natasha's cell phone rang. She glanced at the unfamiliar number and a victorious smile appeared on her lips. Fish, you've taken the bait. She answered the phone and said in a sickly sweet voice, Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? Lin Feng's cold and emotionless voice came from the other end of the phone. State your terms. Haha, Mr. Lin is really impatient. Natasha laughed. My condition is very simple. Tonight, come to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Qianyu Tower on the top of Dragon City. I want you, alone, to have dinner with me. If you dare to bring a helper, or have the police show up. Natasha glanced at Ran lying on the bed, and a cruel light flashed in her eyes. A friend of mine is researching an interesting airborne neurotoxin. Its remote detonator is tied to Dr. Ran's heart monitor. If her heart stops, or if this remote control in my hand detects any abnormal signal, I can't guarantee that the innocent citizens of the entire Qianyu Tower will go to hell with your beautiful doctor friend. This is a chain trap that is extremely vicious. It not only traps Lin Feng's hands and feet, but also uses the lives of hundreds of innocent people to torture his humanity. If he goes, he will be walking into a trap. If he didn't go, or tried to storm the place, Ran and hundreds of civilians would die because of him. This Black Widow was indeed worthy of her reputation. Her first move forced Lin Feng into a desperate situation. Good. On the other end of the phone, Lin Feng only said one word and then hung up. Natasha listened to the busy tone on the phone and the smile on her face became more and more proud. She thought she had already won. But she didn't know that she was not facing a lion who would be bound by emotions. But he is Yama, who can transform into a demon in order to achieve his goals. Chapter 35. The Devil's Gamble, the Two Beauties Counterattack. After receiving Natasha's call, Lin Feng was not at all flustered. His brain was like an ultra-high precision quantum computer, and it started working frantically in an instant. Traps, threats, poison gas, hostages. All unfavorable factors were quickly disassembled and analyzed in his mind, and then reconstructed into a brand new, counterattack plan full of madness and murderous intent. The first thing he did was to call Kira. Zero, help me do 3 things. His voice was terrifyingly calm. First, immediately hack into all systems of the Qianyu Tower, including the architectural drawings, security system, and ventilation system. I want to know where the poison gas bomb is placed within 10 minutes. Second, give me a list of the personnel and surveillance footage of the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Qianyu Tower. I want to know how many backup plans Natasha has arranged besides herself. Third, his voice turned cold. Prepare a big gift for me. A gift that will make the entire Dragon City tremble. A return gift to Natasha and her master behind her. Got it. Boss, I promise to complete the task. Kira's voice was full of excitement. She liked this kind of difficult challenge the most. Then, Lin Feng called Su Wanqing again. Wanqing, help me. You say. Su Wanqing's voice was full of unquestionable trust. I need you to use the influence of Wanqing Group and Longcheng Chamber of Commerce to contact the property management of Chanyu Tower immediately. Tell them that there are serious safety hazards in the building's natural gas pipelines and that an emergency inspection is needed. Evacuate all personnel below the 45th floor of the building as quickly as possible in the name of a fire drill. Okay, I'll do it right away. Su Wanqing knew the situation was urgent and didn't ask any more questions. Finally, Lin Feng came to an extremely secret safehouse. Shang Guanyang's other trump card Flame is imprisoned here. Ever since her sister Hua Bing was turned against by Lin Feng, Hua Yang has been under house arrest here. She is as fiery as fire, unruly and never willing to submit. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter, my boss Lin? Have you thought it through and are ready to pamper me, the canary in the cage? When Hua Yang saw him, he immediately mocked him, but there was a hint of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Lin Feng ignored her provocation and just threw a tablet in front of her. Playing on the screen was the recording of the conversation between Natasha and Shang Guanyang in the safehouse. When Flame heard Natasha say that she wanted to treat Shang Guanyang and Qingfeng Tang as pawns that could be sacrificed at any time, his expression finally changed. Your hallmaster can't save herself anymore. She is now just a puppet of the woman called Black Widow. Lin Feng said calmly. And your sister Hua Bing has made her choice. She chose freedom and revenge on the purgatory that made you into tools. Lin Feng looked at her with sharp eyes. Now, it's your turn. Do you want to continue to stay here as a worthless prisoner and watch your hallmaster and your sister fall into a dead end? Or, pick up your knife and come with me to turn this stage upside down? Flame stared at Lin Feng intently, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, she smiled, a smile that was charming and crazy. It sounds like, it's much more interesting than staying here. 9 o'clock that night. On the top floor of Chanyu Tower, there is the Starlight Revolving Restaurant. Natasha, wearing a black high-slit evening gown, sat elegantly by the window, with top-quality caviar and champagne in front of her. At a table not far from her, and Ran, who had changed into a waiter's uniform, was sitting there with a pale face. On her wrist was a delicate bracelet, which flashed a faint red light representing her heartbeat. Natasha was confident that everything was under control. Raymond Lam arrived as promised. He was still wearing ordinary casual clothes and walked out of the elevator alone. You are here, my dear Lin. Natasha smiled and raised her glass to him. I thought you would not dare to come. Lin Feng ignored her and looked at Ran first. After confirming that she was temporarily safe, he sat down opposite Natasha. Tell me, what do you and the people behind you want? It's very simple. Natasha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. First, hand over all the properties you have swallowed up. Second, cut off your limbs, kneel down, and become Miss Shangguan's dog. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. She shook a remote control in her hand that looked like a lipstick. If that happens, the entire Dragon City will be buried with our failed date tonight. Just as she was triumphantly announcing her victory conditions, she didn't notice at all. The restaurant's 2 emergency fire escapes and the kitchen staff passage, 3 doors, were quietly pushed open at the same time. The 3 figures were like 3 lightning bolts of different colors. With incredible speed, they pounced on Natasha's 7 elite bodyguards who had already been locked by Kira and were hiding in various places in the restaurant. One of the figures was as fast as a galloping horse and as powerful as a tiger. It was Ahu. The other 2 figures, one red and one white, had graceful postures but ruthless and deadly attacks. They were the reborn. Ice and fire beauties. Puff, puff, puff. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 7 so-called top bodyguards in the palace were all knocked down by the sneak attack. Natasha's expression finally changed for the first time. You, how could you? She looked at Lin Feng in horror. A devilish smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Do you think this is your home ground? He snapped his fingers. All the lights in the restaurant went out instantly, and it was plunged into darkness. At the same time, the piercing fire alarm rang throughout the entire floor. Kira successfully took over the control system of the entire building. Now, this is my home court. Lin Feng's voice was like the sentence of death in the darkness. Natasha was horrified and pressed the remote control without thinking. But a huge hand like an iron clamp stretched out from the darkness and tightly grasped her wrist. Ah! Natasha screamed in pain and the remote control in her hand flew out of her hand, but was caught steadily by her other hand. In the darkness, Lin Feng pressed her down on the dining table, looking down at her with a cold voice. You dare to touch my people? Do you know that what you have committed is a capital crime? At this moment, at the other end of the restaurant, a white figure came to Anran's side quietly and silently, and with a knife, knocked out the 2 bodyguards guarding her instantly. Dr. Anran, don't be afraid, I'm one of you. Hua Bing's voice was still cold, but it made Ran feel a little relieved. She neatly untied the heart rate monitor from Ran's wrist. At the same time, Kira's voice came from Lin Feng's headset. Boss, the bomb's control line has been cut off. Safe. Well done. Lin Feng let go of Natasha and placed the deadly remote control in front of her. The restaurant's backup lights came back on. Natasha looked at the man in front of her who had completely shattered all her plans in just a few minutes. For the first time, a look called fear appeared in her green eyes. The wisdom and traps that she was proud of seemed so vulnerable in the face of this man's absolute power and deeper calculations. And just at this moment, there were footsteps at the entrance of the restaurant. Shangguan Yang, wearing a black windbreaker, walked in slowly alone. She looked at the dramatic reversal in front of her, and the expression on her beautiful face was extremely complicated. Chapter 36. Double Blade devours the master, the Queen's choice. The entire revolving restaurant fell into an eerie silence. The lights flickered. Lin Feng sat firmly in the main seat, like a devil in control of the overall situation. Natasha, the arrogant Black Widow, now had a pale face and slumped in a chair like a venomous snake with its fangs pulled out. Her two capable subordinates, the two beauties of ice and fire, were like the most loyal guards, guarding Lin Feng from the left and right. Their eyes were cold and full of murderous intent, and they were targeting their former master, Shangguan Yang. The scene was full of irony. Master Shangguan, how are you? Lin Feng picked up a glass of untouched red wine, shook it, and said leisurely, It seems that your new boss is not very useful. Shangguan Yang's gaze swept across the disheveled Natasha, then looked at her two ace killers who had rebelled, and finally fell on Lin Feng's face with a playful smile. Her heart sank to the bottom. She knew she had lost again, and it was even worse than the last time. Last time, she lost the gambling game, the territory, and the money. And this time, what she lost was the last bit of her dignity and trump card as the queen. She was used as a chess piece by Natasha, and Natasha was used as prey by Lin Feng. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he, Lin Feng, was the hunter holding a shotgun, standing at the top of the food chain. What do you want? Shangguan Yang's voice was a little hoarse. What do I want? Lin Feng smiled. I should be the one asking you this. He stood up and walked step by step to Shangguan Yang. His tall figure completely enveloped her. Shangguan Yang, you are a smart woman. You should have seen clearly that following this rubbish will only lead to your death. Natasha saw this and screamed hurriedly, Kill him. Kill him quickly. As long as you kill him, my employer will give you everything you want. Money, power, status. Lin Feng ignored her shouting and just looked at Shangguan Yang quietly, his eyes deep, as if he could see through her soul. I'll also give you a choice. His voice was full of temptation. A choice that determines whether you and your Qingfengtang will live or die. First, he held up a finger, you can continue to choose to be her pawn. Then, my Sky Wolf and I will flatten your phoenix nest and turn you and your so-called pride into ashes. Second, he paused, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, to fulfill our previous bet. Submit to me. Be my woman, the queen who rules the dark night in my Longmen Empire. You can continue to have your Qingfeng Hall and your power. But from now on, your glory will come from me. Your orders will come from me. Everything you have, including your body and soul, will belong to me alone. Now, make your choice. My, Yanga. The last word Yanga was full of endless dominance and intimacy, and it hit Shangguan Yang's heart like an electric current. She looked at the man in front of her. He was strong, confident, domineering, and unfathomable. He was like a male lion, patrolling his territory and declaring his absolute sovereignty over all the lionesses. Following Natasha means being a dog that may be abandoned at any time. And submitting to him, even though it was a failure, it seemed to allow one to reach a higher and more exciting peak. When a woman, especially a proud woman like her, is thoroughly defeated by a man who is stronger and more powerful than she is, what is left is often not hatred. Rather, it is a morbid desire to conquer, mixed with awe and admiration. She wanted to be conquered more thoroughly by this man. An unprecedented, enchanting, and charming smile suddenly bloomed on Shangguan Yang's face. That smile was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison and move the heaven and earth. She didn't answer Lin Feng's words. Instead, she made her choice through action. She slowly walked over to Natasha, who was still screaming. You. What do you want to do? Shangguan Yang, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, my employer. Natasha stopped talking abruptly, because a sharp short blade had appeared in Shangguan Yang's hand at some point and was silently sent into her heart. It was the bloody short blade of flame. Noisy. Shang Guanyang drew out the short blade and let Natasha's beautiful body fall softly to the ground, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. Those who betrayed Dragon City have no right to tell me what to do here. After doing all this, she turned around and walked step by step to Lin Feng. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, she slowly knelt on one knee. She raised her beautiful face, which was stained with a trace of blood but looked even more charming, and looked up at Lin Feng, like a most devout believer looking up to her own god. She held up the short blade, still dripping with blood, with both hands. Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice was charming and seductive. "My lord, your kingdom has cleared the last obstacle. Now, please allow your most loyal maid to give you everything." Chapter 37. The Queen's Brand, the Transfer of Power. On the top floor of Qianyu Tower, the restaurant that witnessed the fall of Black Widow and the surrender of the Queen of Qingfeng Hall was now dead silent. Shang Guanyang knelt on one knee in front of Lin Feng and presented the short blade stained with Natasha's blood with both hands. Her head, the head of the once arrogant Queen of Dragon City, bowed deeply, with an extremely humble attitude. "My lord." These 3 words coming out of her sexy red lips were not only a vow of submission, but more like a moan full of taboo and sinful pleasure. Lin Feng's gaze lingered for a moment on her plump curves that seemed even more erect because of her kneeling posture, and then fell on her beautiful yet complex face. He did not let her up immediately. He enjoyed this moment, enjoying the incomparable pleasure of conquest that came from the deepest part of his masculinity as he completely tamed a proud female leopard under his feet. He slowly stretched out his hand, but did not take the short blade. Instead, he gently lifted Shang Guanyang's smooth jade-like chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to look up and look at him. "Raise your head." His voice was cold but full of unquestionable majesty. "If you want to be my woman, don't kneel down easily. What I want is a queen who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me and rule the dark night for me, not a humble slave girl." His words made Shang Guanyang's heart tremble violently. She thought that what was waiting for her was endless humiliation and playing with her, but she didn't expect that what he gave her was another form of conquest at a higher level. What he wanted was not only her body, but also her abilities, her pride, and the power of her entire Qingfeng Hall. Lin Feng pulled her up from the ground. His palms were broad and strong, with a burning heat. The moment Shang Guanyang stood up, he took her soft and boneless body and held it in his arms. "Ah!" Shang Guanyang screamed and struggled symbolically, but soon gave up resistance. She could clearly feel the man's chest as solid as steel and his aggressive heartbeat. "From today on, everything about you will bear the mark of me, Lin Feng." He whispered in her ear like a devil. Then, he no longer restrained himself, lowered his head, and fiercely pressed a kiss full of punishment, possessiveness, and almost biting on her beautiful red lips. There was no tenderness in this kiss. It is conquest. It is a declaration. It is the king leaving a unique mark on his spoils. Shang Guanyang went from resisting at first, to getting lost in the middle, to finally sinking completely. She felt like a small boat drifting in a storm, and was completely conquered by this man in the most brutal and domineering way. After a long time, their lips parted. There was already a trace of blood at the corner of Shang Guanyang's mouth, but her eyes were burning with an unprecedented bright light. "Yes, my master." She panted, her voice seductive. The next day, at the headquarters of Qingfeng Tang, in the phoenix nest that once belonged to Shang Guanyang, the atmosphere was solemn and murderous. All the remaining leaders and leaders of the Qingfeng Hall were summoned here. They all looked solemn, not knowing what fate would await them. Sitting in the main seat in the conference hall was Lin Feng. He had an indifferent expression and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The former queen, Shang Guanyang, was now like a docile maid, personally serving him tea and water, and then standing respectfully behind him. This scene made all the former members of Qingfeng Tang present feel shocked and terrified from the bottom of their hearts. "Today, I have invited you all here to announce something." Shang Guanyang's voice returned to its cold and clear tone, but within that coldness there was a hint of absolute awe for the man beside her. "From now on, our Qingfeng Hall will be officially merged into Longmen. And the man next to me, Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, will be the only leader of Longmen and the only master of all of us. Who agrees with me and who disagrees?" Her eyes swept across the room like a knife. It was dead silent. No one dared to speak. The fierceness of Lin Feng's slaughter of Pier 7 overnight had already spread throughout Dragon City. Who dared to say no at this moment? However, there are always 1 or 2 self-righteous old guys who stand up, relying on the fact that they are the elders of Qingfeng Hall. "Master, I can't accept this. Our Qingfeng Hall has been dominating Longcheng for 10 years. How can we be inferior to a young boy?" said a white-haired old man with great sorrow. "That's right. We only recognize you as the Hallmaster," another Hallmaster also echoed. Shang Guanyang's face flashed with embarrassment. These people were all old people who had fought with her to build the empire, so it was difficult for her to take action. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. He just snapped his fingers lightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures, one red and one white, emerged from the shadows of the hall like ghosts. It's fire, ice, and flame. Everyone only saw 2 streaks of light flash by. Puff! The 2 elders who were still making impassioned speeches just now had tiny bloody holes on their foreheads. Their faces were still frozen in shock and anger, but their bodies slowly fell down. Flash sale. The entire conference hall was instantly shrouded in an invisible fear. Everyone looked at the beautiful twin killers who looked like works of art in horror. They knew that they were Shangguan Yang's former trump cards. But now, these trump cards have become the most ruthless butcher knives in the hands of their new owners. Now, does anyone else have any comments? Lin Feng's voice remained calm, but in everyone's ears it was no less than the death warrant of the King of Hell. Plop! Plop! All the remaining people present, including those once invincible hallmasters, all knelt on the ground, their bodies shaking like sieves. We are waiting to see the leader. I am willing to be the leader, go through fire and water, and never give up even if I die. The sound of thunder and lightning echoed in the conference hall. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He knew that from this moment on, the integration of Qingfeng Hall was truly complete. The entire underground world of Longcheng had been completely marked by his mark, just as he was enjoying the moment of being crowned king. His personal lawyer, Tang Ying, walked in a hurry. There was an unprecedented solemnity on her face. Mr. Lin, something happened. She handed an international lawyer's letter to Lin Feng. The Ars global capital that supported Natasha became furious after we attacked them in the stock market. They have filed a formal lawsuit against Wanqing Group through the International Commercial Court, alleging malicious commercial competition and unfair use of commercial secrets. Just 10 minutes ago, all of Wanqing Group's overseas bank accounts and assets have been frozen. They are going to fight a transnational war with us. Chapter 34 Transnational Sniping, The Wolf of Wall Street. Transnational War. Lin Feng looked at the lawyer's letter in his hand, and the smile on his lips became colder. He originally thought that after dealing with the Black Widow, the capitalists hiding in Wall Street would temporarily stop their actions. However, he did not expect that not only did they not stop, but they launched a counterattack in a more advanced and civilized way. Freezing Wanqing Group's overseas assets is only the first step. What will follow is bound to be overwhelming public opinion attacks, commercial sanctions, and endless legal proceedings. They will use the rules of the game they are best at to drag Lin Feng, the Oriental barbarian, into the quagmire and exhaust him to death. Interesting. Lin Feng threw the lawyer's letter on the table. They want to play a financial war, so I will play with them and have fun. That night, Longmen Group's top-level operations meeting was held secretly in the study room of a villa halfway up the mountain. Those who attended the meeting were the most core queens in Lin Feng's current harem empire. Su Wanqing, as the president of Wanqing Group and the commander-in-chief of the front battlefield, had a solemn look on her face. The opponent is very powerful and is one of the top 5 hedge funds on Wall Street. Our overseas business has been completely suspended, and the daily losses are calculated in billions. Shangguan Yang, as the queen of the dark world, has fully deployed her intelligence network. I found out that behind us capital there is a very deep military-industrial complex background. They are determined to get back at you this time. They have even hired the world's top assassins through some channels, preparing for a new round of assassination against you. Shen Ruoyu, as a newly emerged business giant, is responsible for stabilizing the domestic base. Domestic business has not been greatly affected for the time being. However, several partners with overseas backgrounds have begun to take a wait-and-see attitude. Tang Ying, the lawyer beauty, pushed her glasses and said in a serious tone, "Legally, we are in a passive position. The other party's legal team is the best in the world. If this lawsuit goes on according to normal procedures, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, and our chances of winning are less than 10%. The whole study room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. It seems that Lin Feng's newly born Longmen Empire is so fragile when facing the real international capital giants. However, Lin Feng, the backbone of the group, did not show any panic on his face. They want to beat us on their home turf, using their own rules. He smiled. Then let's move the battlefield directly to their heartland. He opened his laptop and connected to an encrypted transatlantic video call. A few seconds later, a beautiful oriental face full of intelligence and wildness appeared on the screen. It was Shirley Chen, the Queen of Finance, who lived far away on Wall Street in New York. She was wearing a sexy business suit with the dazzling night scene of Manhattan as the background. "Hi, my dear boss." Shirley Chen's voice was filled with a lazy smile. "It seems that you are in trouble and only then remembered me. The little wild cat that you forgot in the corner. No, I'm not in trouble. Lin Feng looked at her on the screen, his lips curled up. I want to give you a big gift. Oh, what gift? Shirley Chen's eyes flashed with interest. 10 billion. Lin Feng said lightly. US dollars. There was a brief silence on the other end of the video. Even with Shirley Chen's knowledge, she was shocked by this number. Oh my God. She took a deep breath, and the amazing curve of her chest rose and fell. Boss, which country's treasury did you rob? You don't need to know where the money came from. Lin Feng's voice became cold and murderous. I just need you to use this money to stir up a bloody storm against us global capital on Wall Street. I don't want to defend, I just want to attack. I don't care what method you use, short selling, acquisitions, public opinion sniping. I will make their names disappear from Wall Street completely within 3 days. I want to let them know that provoking me, Lin Feng, would be the stupidest decision they have ever made in their lives. Lin Feng's words made all the women present feel their blood boiling. And on the other side of the screen, Shirley Chen's beautiful eyes were bursting with unprecedented excitement, like a hungry wolf. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 She laughed heartily. Boss, I've waited for this day for too long. A mere war god capital dares to tamper with the Tai Sui. They have no idea what kind of existence they are provoking. Just wait and see. Within 3 days, I will leave Wall Street littered with corpses. An unprecedented cross-border financial stranglehold has thus begun. Lin Feng's tactics are simple and brutal. Shirley Chen, the Wall Street wolf that he released from a cage, with huge capital of tens of billions of US dollars in hand, like the top assassin, launched the most fierce and fatal blow to God of War capital from the front of the financial market. Shang Guanyang mobilized her underground intelligence network across the globe, and like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, she continuously fed the dirty laundry of all the board members of R's capital corruption, money laundering, sex scandals, family infighting, to the Western media who were eager to see chaos in the world. Su Wanqing stayed in Longcheng and used the huge influence of Longmen Group in the country to unite all patriotic enterprises to launch a comprehensive and legal commercial boycott of all related industries of God of War capital in Longguo. This is a 3-dimensional, all-round dimensionality reduction attack. Under the unified command of Lin Feng, the Overlord, every queen in his harem turned into the sharpest blades in their respective areas of expertise, and stabbed fiercely into the enemy's heart from different directions. On the first day of the war, the 3 core funds under R's capital were liquidated due to Shirley Chen's crazy short selling. The stock price plummeted by 90% and almost became worthless. On the second day of the war, the media exposed the shocking scandal of its chairman of the board of directors engaging in sex trade with underage girls, which caused an uproar in global public opinion. He was forced to resign and accept judicial investigation. The third day of the war, R's capital, the capital giant that was once invincible on Wall Street, officially declared bankruptcy and liquidation under the pressure of internal and external troubles. The entire Wall Street was shocked. Everyone knows that there is a mysterious and terrifying force coming from the east, which has bloodbathed Wall Street in the most brutal and unreasonable way and announced its arrival to the world. Chapter 39. The Queen's Sacrifice, the Taste of Power. We won. In the study room of the villa halfway up the mountain, Su Wanqing looked at the news on the screen that God of War Capital had officially announced its bankruptcy, and she still felt a little like she was in a dream. Just 3 days. An international capital giant with a market value of hundreds of billions of US dollars was easily wiped off the face of the earth by Raymond Lam and the women behind him. This feeling was even more shocking and exciting than when she personally founded the Wanqing Group. No, I didn't win. Lin Feng shook his head. He walked behind Su Wanqing, gently put his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulders. This is just to collect a little interest. He knew that behind R's capital was an even larger mysterious organization called ARC. But now, it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. A week later, a private plane from New York landed at Longcheng International Airport. The liquidation delegation of R's capital came to Longcheng and took the initiative to request a settlement with Longmen Group. At the negotiation table, the once invincible Wall Street elites now looked dejected, like a group of defeated roosters. Raymond Lam, with his Queen Group Su Wanqing, Shang Guanyang, and Shen Ruoyu, sat opposite them calmly. The negotiation process is more like a unilateral judgment than a negotiation. Lin Feng put forward 3 conditions. First, the other party must unconditionally withdraw all international lawsuits against the Wanqing Group and make a public apology in the newspaper. Second, the other party must compensate Wanqing Group for all reputation and economic losses suffered in this incident, totaling $5 billion US dollars. The third and most important one is that the other party must hand over all the relevant information about the mysterious organization ARC that hired Black Widow Natasha and supported them behind the scenes. Faced with these harsh conditions that could be described as an unequal treaty, the other party had no room for bargaining and accepted them all. A transnational war that they started in an attempt to strangle Longmen ended in a tragic way with them being exploited and forced to cede territory and pay compensation. That night, to celebrate this unprecedented great victory, Shangguan Yang prepared a celebration banquet for Lin Feng in her phoenix nest that belonged only to the two of them. The huge penthouse apartment was decorated by her to be full of ambiguity and luxury. Without the previous temptations and confrontations, Shangguan Yang tonight shed all her disguises and pride as a queen, and turned into a peerless beauty who only wanted to please a man. She was wearing an almost translucent black lace kyongsam, which showed off her mature and hot figure to the fullest. She cooked personally and prepared the best feast for Raymond Lam. She even knelt on the ground in the most humble manner, presented Lin Feng with his favorite cigar, and lit it for him with her own hands. Master, she raised a charming face that could drive any man crazy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears, her charm piercing her bones. Tonight, let your most loyal maid use all of me to celebrate your victory. Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him who had completely let down all her guard and was willing to sacrifice everything she had for him. He knew that the conquest of the Queen of Darkness would reach its perfect finale tonight. He didn't restrain himself any longer. He picked her up from the ground and walked towards the huge round bed covered with black silk that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. Are you ready? His voice was hoarse and full of desire. Everything I have has long belonged to you, my dear master. Shangguan Yang's voice was as sweet as orchid in his ear. The next morning, Shangguan Yang was like a lazy Persian cat, curled up in Lin Feng's arms, her whole body emitting an amazing glow that was completely nourished by love and desire. She looked at the man beside her who had made her completely surrender. There was no longer a trace of ambition or unwillingness in her eyes, only endless fascination and admiration. She told Lin Feng the biggest secret about Qingfeng Hall, which only she and a few core members knew. Master, she lay on his chest, drawing circles with her fingertips. In fact, my former backer, the Hong Kong Island tycoon, supported me because he wanted to find something through my Qingfeng Hall. What is it? Lin Feng asked. I don't know what it is specifically. I only know that it seems to have some mysterious connection with the national treasure Jojo Ding that caused you to be wrongfully imprisoned 3 years ago. And that is the real behemoth that has been supporting as capital and my former boss behind the scenes. A trace of deep fear flashed across Shangguan Yang's eyes. They call themselves Arc. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. The name came up again. He knew that he was one step closer to the ultimate secret that had ruined his life. And his journey has just begun. Chapter 40. Daily life at Long Men, afternoon tea for the Queens. A week has passed since the thrilling cross-border financial war with God of War capital. But the aftermath it caused still reverberates in Longcheng and even the entire Longguo business community for a long time. Everyone knows that a new overlord has been born in Dragon City, a mysterious man named Long Men, who holds enormous wealth and power and acts in an overbearing style Lin Feng. Compared with the turbulent outside world, Raymond Lam's life has entered a rare, leisurely period. This kind of leisure does not mean doing nothing, but a kind of calmness and composure after controlling everything. In the early morning, he no longer had to deal with the fighting and killing in the underworld. Under whose iron-fisted rectification, Qianlang Security has completely taken control of the underground order in the west of Longcheng. The once chaotic neighborhood has now become well organized. Those once arrogant hooligans now have to bow and nod when they see the security personnel wearing black uniforms with the Qianlang logo, and respectfully call them Brother Lang. They use the most professional way to maintain the peace here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on the Longmen territory will have only one end being physically cleaned up thoroughly. The legitimate industries under Longmen Group have been fully put on the right track under the careful management of Shen Ruoyu, the queen of business. After the efficient resource integration and modern management reform, the profitability of the acquired hotels, real estate, and trading companies has even doubled compared to before. Lin Feng, the newly promoted leader, was more like an emperor who had retired to the background. His daily life was to accompany Su Wanqing and Tang Tang to have breakfast, send the little girl to the aristocratic kindergarten that he had bought and was guarded by the elite Qianlang 24 hours a day, and then he would enjoy the sunshine and beauties by the huge outdoor swimming pool of the villa halfway up the mountain. This afternoon, a scene took place in the back garden of the villa that was enough to make any man's blood boil. Under a huge European parasol, beside a long table covered with a white tablecloth, 3 gorgeous queens with different temperaments are gathered together to enjoy a leisurely afternoon tea. Su Wanqing, wearing a plain home dress and bare face, showed her gentle and moving temperament. As the undisputed main wife in this villa and in the heart of this man, Her every move was full of the elegance and calmness of a heroine. Shang Guanyang was wearing a sexy black lace suspender dress. Even in this leisurely occasion, her seductiveness and aggressiveness were not diminished at all. She leaned on the recliner, her long legs casually crossed, like a black female leopard taking a nap, but ready to show her claws at any time. Shen Ruoyu seemed more reserved. She wore an intellectual beige suit and sat respectfully at the bottom. She looked at the two powerful women in front of her with awe in her heart. She knew that although she was now in charge of tens of billions of assets, her status in Lin Feng's harem empire was ultimately lower. This is Longmen Group's first Queen St party. But what they talked about was not brand name bags and cosmetics. Sister Wanqing, I have already made a detailed plan for the plan you mentioned last time about bundling your high-end skincare brand with my top clubs. Shang Guanyang picked up a cup of coffee and opened her red lips. It is estimated that it will increase our members' spending by another 20%. Very good. Su Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. Your intelligence network must also complete the legal transformation as soon as possible. I have asked lawyer Tang Ying to help you register a global business consulting company. In the future, the intelligence of Qian Lang will provide decision-making support for our empire through the most legal business channels. Shen Ruoyu also spoke at the right time. Boss Su, Boss Yang, the acquisition of the ocean logistics company at Longcheng Port that Mr. Lin had instructed us to do before has entered the final stage. As long as we can take it down, Longmen Group will control more than half of Longqing's import and export lifelines. 3 women, 3 queens who could call the shots outside, at this moment, were like the most harmonious business partners, methodically planning a grand blueprint for the empire for the man they shared. Just then, Lin Feng, dressed in casual clothes, walked out of the villa. The moment he appeared, the conversation between the 3 women came to an abrupt halt. Their eyes were all focused on him. At that moment, the atmosphere in the air became extremely strange. There was joy, admiration, awe, and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Lin Feng walked under the parasol and naturally sat down in the main seat between the 3 women. What are you talking about? It's so lively, he asked with a smile. We are talking about how to help our boss Lin to make his family more wealthy. Shang Guanyang said with a seductive look, half jokingly and half seriously. As she spoke, she naturally picked up a peeled lychee and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth with her slender jade fingers painted with nail polish. Lin Feng opened his mouth, put the lychee in it, and gently sucked her cold and smooth fingertips. Shang Guanyang's body trembled slightly, a touching blush appeared on her face, and her eyes became more blurred. Su Wanqing, who was standing by, saw this scene, and a hint of imperceptible anger flashed in her eyes. She calmly picked up a piece of exquisite tiramisu, cut off a small piece with a silver fork, and then gently handed it to Lin Feng's mouth. It's just airlifted in from Italy, try it. Her movements were full of the dignity and grandeur of a queen. Lin Feng smiled and ate the cake that Su Wanqing fed him. He then took her soft little hand and played with it in his palm. Only Shen Ruoyu didn't dare to be as unbridled as them. She just silently refilled Lin Feng's favorite glass of Weishan de Hongpao, and then looked at him quietly with eyes full of worship and admiration. Lin Feng enjoyed the emperor's blessing of having many wives, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. Power, wealth, beauty, all of this is now at his fingertips. In this moment of warmth and tranquility, the encrypted phone in Lin Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a message from Kira Zero. When he opened it, the smile on his face gradually faded and his eyes became sharp again. What's wrong? Su Wanqing sensitively noticed his change. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just handed the phone to them. On the screen is Kira's latest discovery. Boss, I have discovered something deeper about the ARC organization. On the surface, it is a secret society composed of the world's top billionaires and scientists, whose purpose is to promote human evolution. But in reality, it is more like a crazy religion. They believe in an unknown God from ancient times, and firmly believe that as long as they gather certain ancient holy objects, they can open the door to the divine realm and gain eternal life and divine power. And the national treasure Jojo Ding, that was stolen 3 years ago, is called the first holy object in their internal archives. It is the most crucial key to open the gate to the god's domain. In addition, I found a surprising clue by tracking the flow of funds from R's capital and comparing information with some peripheral members of the ARC under our control. The man who betrayed you back then, the traitor codenamed Lone Wolf. His last known location was not in the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia as we thought. Instead, it was in the capital of our dragon country Jingcheng. Seeing the last 2 words, the hearts of all the women present sank, and a tremendous chill burst out from Lin Feng's eyes. Capital City. That center of power, that place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are. It seems that his days of comfort are coming to an end. The ultimate revenge, which was 3 years late, is about to begin. Chapter 41. The Empire's Infrastructure, the Blade of Loyalty. The name Beijing was like a huge rock thrown into Lin Feng's seemingly calm heart, causing endless ripples. But he was not immediately overwhelmed by the flames of revenge. He knew better than anyone that the capital was a real vortex of power, 100 times more dangerous than Dragon City. There were real giants entrenched there. With his current strength, rushing in would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Before launching a general attack on Ark and Lone Wolf, he must turn the newly established Empire Long Men into an indestructible war fortress. If you want to resist foreign aggression, you must first stabilize the country. In the following month, Lin Feng devoted almost all his energy to the internal construction of Long Men. The first thing he did was to establish a real headquarters. In the eastern suburbs of Longcheng, in an abandoned industrial park covering an area of nearly 1,000 acres that was quietly acquired by Shen Ruoyu using commercial means, a modern building complex comparable to a military base has sprung up. There is the most advanced indoor comprehensive training ground, an Olympic standard shooting range, a tactical confrontation area that can simulate various urban street fighting environments, and a network intelligence center with supercomputing power that is remotely controlled by Kira. This will be the real lair of the fierce and powerful Qianlang army. On the first day the base was built, Lin Feng summoned all the core members. The second thing he had to do was to train his troops. On the training ground, Lin Feng took off his suit and put on a camouflage combat uniform. He personally went out to fight against Ah Hu and the promoted small leaders. The result was a crushing victory without any suspense. Whether it was fighting, firearms, or tactical command, Lin Feng showed them what it meant to be the king of soldiers. He did not hide his knowledge, and taught them the most advanced training methods and combat concepts he had learned from the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. What he wanted was not a group of gangsters who only knew how to hack and kill, but a modern private armed force that was disciplined and powerful. Ah Hu and the others were tortured to death by Lin Feng, but they did not have the slightest complaint in their hearts. Instead, they respected Lin Feng even more. They knew that Brother Feng was giving them the real capital to settle down and even compete for the world in the future. At the other end of the base, there is a specially designated women's training area. The stunning duo, Fire, Ice, and Flame, also began their new mission. Lin Feng gave them an extremely ambitious plan to form an elite special forces team composed of women that belonged only to him, Lin Feng. The code name of the unit is Valkyrie. Their mission will no longer be a simple assassination, but an all-round operation that combines intelligence, infiltration, subversion, and protection. At this moment, Hu Bing was guiding the first batch of more than a dozen young girls with extraordinary skills and outstanding looks who were recruited from various places with a stern face, and conducting the most basic physical and combat training. And Flame, smiling seductively, explained to them how to use the advantages of women to complete the most deadly heart-attacking technique. Lin Feng's arrival made all the girls stop their training, and they looked at the legendary dragon head with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Lin Feng walked up to them without any unnecessary words. He just personally went out and had a teaching-style sparring session with Fire, Ice, and Flame. Facing the sisters' perfect joint attack, Lin Feng leisurely dismantled them one by one. He not only pointed out all the flaws in their moves, but also showed them how to combine their two extreme styles of ice and fire more perfectly to unleash several times the power. After a round of sparring, the two beauties of ice and fire were sweating profusely, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng was completely filled with the word convinced. Only then did they understand that this man was not only their master, but also the absolute master in the field of killer, whom they needed to look up to throughout their lives. I will remember your grudge. Lin Feng looked at them and said calmly, when the Valkyrie is formed, I will personally lead you to flatten the place called Purgatory, and let you settle your past with your own hands. Thank you, Master. Hu Bing and Huiyan both knelt on one knee, their voices filled with uncontrollable excitement. While Lin Feng was devoting all his efforts to building up his armed forces, Su Wanqing and Shen Ruoyu were expanding his territory for him in the business battlefield. Under Lin Feng's instruction, they mobilized a huge amount of funds exceeding 5 billion and launched a strong acquisition of Ocean Logistics, the largest private logistics company in Longcheng Port. This company controls nearly half of Longcheng's import and export shipping business and is the real lifeline of transportation. Taking it down is equivalent to strangling the entire Dragon City. At first, the acquisition did not go smoothly. The chairman of Ocean Logistics was a tough guy with a military background, and he was full of contempt and resistance to Long Men, a company that started out of the Underworld. However, under the double blow of Su Wanqing's business skills and Shang Guanyang's off-the-book means, this tough chairman finally had to succumb to the power of capital. On the day the acquisition agreement was signed, Raymond Lam attended in person. He keenly discovered an interesting name among a pile of complicated legal documents. In the column of the largest overseas business partner of Ocean Logistics, It is clearly written Beijing Shenzhou Yuanhang Group. The person in charge of this business line is a vice president of China Yuanhang Group. His name is Long Jianjun. His daughter is Long Xiaoyun, a famous proud girl in the capital. His father is the retired military leader, Long Zhenqian, who had taken good care of Lin Feng after he was imprisoned. All the clues, at this moment, are like rivers flowing into the sea, and ultimately, they all point to the center of power where the storm is gathering. Capital City. Lin Feng looked at the document and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that his reasons for going to the capital were sufficient. It will not only be a journey of revenge, but also a journey of conquest. Chapter 42. The Forgotten Past, the Prologue to Revenge. Before setting off for the capital, Lin Feng did something he thought was the most important thing. He returned to the lakeside villa that he had placed in the safest and most secretive area of Dragon City, where his parents lived. The villa is filled with birdsong and flowers, and is peaceful and harmonious. Mother Zhu Huilan was tending to the flowers and plants in the garden. She looked much better than before and there was a smile on her face again. My father, Lin Zhongwo, has recovered greatly from his leg injury under the careful care of Dr. Ran. Although he still cannot do strenuous exercise, he can now throw away his crutches and walk normally. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, the two elders smiled with relief. Little boy, you still remember to come back to see us. Lin Zhongwo patted his son's shoulder, his eyes full of pride. Is the company doing well recently? Zhu Huilan asked with concern. In their eyes, Lin Feng is now a successful entrepreneur. Everything is fine. Lin Feng smiled and walked with his parents in the garden, enjoying the rare tranquility before the storm. At the dinner table, Lin Zhongwo drank a little wine and became more talkative. He talked to Lin Feng about his glorious years in the army. Back then, I also led a group of whining soldiers. One of them was very smart, but a little cunning. Later, I retired from the army, but he was doing very well in the army. In the end, he entered the confidential archives room of the headquarters and became an official of some importance. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. Dad, what's the name of your old comrade in arms? Can we still contact him now? He asked casually. What's his name? Oh, yes, his name is Li Weiguo. We haven't been in touch for a long time. How could he, an official in the headquarters, still remember me, his old squad leader? Lin Feng Zhangguo waved his hand and laughed at himself. Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions, but he knew that he had found the first key to uncovering the truth of the shocking case 3 years ago. The next day, Lin Feng drove alone to a second-tier city in a neighboring province. Li Weiguo has lived here since his retirement. Lin Feng did not go directly to the door. He first found out all about Li Weiguo through Kira. He lived a simple life and was an upright person, but he had a fatal weakness. His unpromising son owed millions of usurious loans because of gambling. Lin Feng smiled. He knew how to convince this upright old archivist. He first asked who to lead people to find the underground money house that was lending money at high interest rates. There was no violence, but they politely paid off all the debts for Li Weiguo's son and took back all the IOUs. Then, he knocked on Li Weiguo's door, carrying 2 bottles of specially supplied Maotai that were not available on the market. Li Weiguo opened the door and looked alert when he saw Lin Feng. But when Lin Feng announced that he was Lin Zhongwo's son, a complicated look appeared on his face. You are the son of squad leader Zhongwo. He couldn't believe it. Uncle Li, my father asked me to come and see you. Lin Feng smiled and placed the wine in his hand and a stack of IOUs with their signatures and fingerprints burned on the table. Li Weiguo's face turned pale in an instant. He looked at the IOUs and then at the young man in front of him, who was smiling but made him feel cold all over. His lips trembled and he was speechless. Uncle Li, don't be nervous. I just came here to reminisce about the past. Lin Feng personally poured him a cup of tea. By the way, I want to ask you something about the theft of the Jojo Ding 3 years ago. Some forgotten past events. Li Weiguo's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that he had no room for refusal. Half an hour later, Lin Feng walked out of Li Weiguo's house. In his hand, there was an encrypted USB flash drive. Inside, all the most original, unedited, top-secret files of that case are stored. That night, Raymond Lam inserted the USB drive into the computer in his hotel room. A shocking conspiracy that had been covered up for 3 years finally revealed the tip of the iceberg in front of him. He saw the eyewitness record of suspected foreign agents appearing at the scene that was deliberately erased from the official report. He saw the preliminary research report classified as top secret that suggested that the Jojo Ding itself might contain some kind of supernatural energy. He saw that after the incident, several officers in key positions were promoted rapidly. One of them, the officer in charge of logistics approval, was the man from the Long family in Beijing Longjianjun. He even saw a familiar name in the corner of an inconspicuous list of transportation security personnel. The one who was once beaten by him in the nightly night KTV and is now under him, the small leader in charge of managing the transport fleet. All the clues, like pieces of a puzzle, quickly came together in his mind. The betrayal of the lone wolf, the greed of Zhao Qianyu, the coveting of Shang Guanyang's former boss, the intervention of foreign forces, and the acquiescence and cover-up from higher levels in the capital. This is not a simple case of theft of national treasures at all. This was a shocking plunder for the first holy relic that was planned by the Ark organization behind the scenes and involved countless forces at home and abroad. And he, Lin Feng, and his brothers are nothing more than the most innocent and tragic victims in this huge conspiracy. Lin Feng slowly turned off the computer. There was no expression on his face, but in his eyes, the long-dormant rage called Yang Luo had been completely reignited. He took out his cell phone and called Kira. 0. Boss, I'm here. Book me the earliest flight to Beijing. Also, dig out all the people on this list, their ancestors, all their mistresses, all their dirty laundry, all their weaknesses. We are going to. Hunting. Chapter 43. First time in the capital, the threshold of the rich and powerful. The flight to Beijing landed smoothly at the Capital International Airport. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and was greeted by an air completely different from that of Dragon City. The air of Dragon City was filled with money, desire, and subtropical humidity, while the air of Beijing was dry and heavy, with a unique flavor called power that had been accumulated for thousands of years. He did not bring a large group of troops, only two shadows. Fire, ice, and flame. The two beautiful girls, both wearing black business suits and sunglasses, followed Lin Feng closely, one like an iceberg and the other like a burning flame. They were not only his personal bodyguards, but also his first pair of fangs inserted into the dark forest of Beijing. Boss, the car is ready. Huiyan handed over a car key respectfully. Lin Feng nodded and got into a Hongqi car that had a low-key appearance but had undergone comprehensive bulletproof and communication modifications on the interior. Unlike other newly arrived people, he was not eager to visit the mountain leaders or inquire about the news of his enemies. The first thing he did was to ask the driver to drive the car to the depths of an extremely ancient and quiet alley within the second ring road of Beijing. Here, with the help of Su Wanqing and the huge financial resources of Long Men Group, he had already quietly purchased a Sahayuan covering an area of several acres, with 3 entrances and 3 exits, and built in the style of a royal palace of the previous dynasty. This is his dragon's lair in the capital. Different from the modern villa in Longcheng, this courtyard is simple, restrained, and full of historical heritage. The red lacquer gate, the white marble doorpost, the rockery, and flowing water, the green bamboo and pine trees in the courtyard all show the owner's extraordinary taste and strength. 0. How is the system setup going? Lin Feng walked into the study and asked into the headset. Boss, don't worry. Kira's voice came from the headset. I have transformed the entire palace into the world's top network fortress. No unauthorized electronic signal can enter. At the same time, I have obtained the highest authority for more than 90% of the Skynet surveillance in the capital. This city will no longer have any secrets for you. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This was the biggest reason why he dared to go to Beijing alone. That night, in order to find out the details of the powerful circle in Beijing, Lin Feng came alone to a top private club called Phantom near Sanlitun. It is said that those who can enter here are either rich or noble, and almost include the second and third generations of all the first-tier wealthy and powerful families in Beijing. Inside the club, there were bright lights, wine, and women, and a life of decadence and extravagance. Lin Feng found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, ordered a glass of whiskey, and watched everything coldly. He found that the powerful and wealthy here were fundamentally different from the rich in Longcheng. The rich in Longcheng showed off their money, luxury watches and cars, while the young people here showed off their surnames, their backgrounds, and the official titles of some uncle that they mentioned casually. Their pride comes from their bloodline, not their wealth. Just then, a burst of noise broke the tranquility of the club. A young man wearing fancy fashion brands and dyed silver hair was drunk and pulling a female singer who was singing on the stage. Xiao Wai, what song are you singing? Come over and have a drink with me. If you serve me well tonight, the female lead in your company's big production next week will be yours, the young man said arrogantly. The female singer looked embarrassed and kept struggling. Mr. Zhu, please respect yourself. I'm still working. Work? What kind of work do you have in front of me? Zhu Xiao said impatiently and wanted to slap him. The people around were all watching the show and whispering, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. The young master of the Zhu family is going crazy again. Sure, keep your voice down. His father is from the propaganda department. That female singer is in trouble. Just as the slap was about to fall, a hand appeared out of nowhere and firmly grasped Zhu Shao's wrist. It's Raymond Lam. He didn't know when he had already walked up to him. Sir, Lin Feng said with a faint smile on his face, hitting a woman is not what a gentleman does. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Zhu Shao was furious when he saw someone disturbing the situation. Lin Feng was not angry, he just exerted a little force on his hands. Zhu Shao only felt that his wrist was like being clamped by a hydraulic clamp. A piercing pain came over him, which made him half sober up instantly. Ah, it hurts. Let go. Let go quickly, he screamed. Lin Feng let go of his hand, still smiling, and said, Young man, don't be so angry. Otherwise, it will hurt your body. He did not directly destroy the opponent like he did in Longcheng, because he knew that in Beijing, even if you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. Now, he still needs to lie dormant. Zhu Shao covered his purple wrist and looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Okay, very good. You just wait for me. In this capital, no one has ever dared to do this to me. If I don't find out your entire ancestry, I won't be named Zhu. He left with a few harsh words and left in disgrace with a few followers. The rescued female singer looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Sir, thank you. But, you have offended Mr. Zhu. He will not let you go. You'd better leave quickly. It's okay. Lin Feng said lightly and turned back to his seat. His purpose tonight was just to observe, but he didn't expect to get into his first trouble so soon. But he didn't care. Just as he was about to leave the club, his eyes were attracted by a black red flag sedan slowly driving past the door. That's no ordinary Hongqi car. The license plate starts with the bright red military A. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the license plate. This was the exclusive car of the top military boss in Beijing. And this car belongs to the Long family. He knew where his first stop would be after arriving in the capital. Visiting the Long family is not only a courtesy for the younger generation, but also a test to find the way, and it is also a dangerous place that must be ventured into. Chapter 44. Visiting the Long family, the unruly granddaughter. The next morning, Lin Feng asked who to urgently airlift a 100-year-old wild ginseng of excellent quality from Changbai Mountain through Qianlong's nationwide logistics channels. He knew that Mr. Long Zhenqian had been in the military in his early years, suffered numerous hidden injuries, and had lost his energy and blood in his later years. Giving him any gold, silver, or treasures would not be as meaningful as giving him health that could extend his life. After preparing this generous gift, he drove alone to the mysterious military compound in Shishan that was not open to the public. The Long family's residence was not as luxurious as a modern villa, but an old house with blue bricks and grey tiles, full of solemnity and dignity. At the door, there were 2 armed guards standing straight, their eyes as sharp as eagles. After Lin Feng informed the guard of his name and purpose, he was confirmed through the internal phone and allowed to pass. However, as soon as he walked into the yard and hadn't seen the real owner, he was stopped by a roadblock. It was a young girl of about 20 years old. She was wearing a heroic equestrian outfit and holding a whip inlaid with silver edges. The girl's face was extremely beautiful. It was the kind of bright beauty that was full of health and vitality. She had a pair of big eyes that looked around with brilliance, a straight nose, and full red lips. She exuded the pride and savagery that only those who had been in a high position for a long time could have. She is Long Zhenqian's jewel in the crown, a famous proud girl in the capital, Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun's pair of beautiful phoenix eyes scanned Lin Feng from head to toe without any hesitation, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Are you Lin Feng? Her voice was clear and pleasant, but her tone was like she was interrogating a criminal. Are you here to see my grandfather again to try to establish a relationship or ask for favors? Let me tell you, our Long family is not a place where just anyone can enter. Hurry up and grab your things, and go back to where you came from. Lin Feng looked at the girl in front of him who was willful and capricious but beautiful as a fire. Instead of being angry, he found it a little funny. My name is Lin Feng, and I'm Lin Zhongwo's son. He answered calmly, I came here today on behalf of my father to visit Mr. Long. Lin Zhongwo. Long Xiaoyun frowned, obviously having no impression of this name. I've never heard of it. My grandfather is very busy and has no time to see a nobody like you. Go away. Don't force me to chase you away. As she spoke, she shook her wrist, and the whip in her hand came towards Lin Feng's face with a slight sound of breaking through the air. The whip was fast and fierce, obviously intended to give him a warning. However, Lin Feng just stood there quietly, neither dodging nor avoiding. Just before the whip was about to hit his face, He stretched out 2 fingers like lightning. Accurately, he clamped the tip of the whip. Long Xiaoyun felt as if the whip in her hand had hit a steel plate and could not go any further. She tried to pull it back, but found that the other party's fingers were like iron clamps, motionless. You. An expression of shock and anger appeared on Long Xiaoyun's face. A little girl playing with such dangerous toys can easily hurt herself. Lin Feng loosened his fingers and said lightly, "You dare to teach me a lesson?" Long Xiaoyun was completely enraged, and she wanted to attack again. "Stop it. Xiaoyun, don't be rude." An old and majestic voice came from the direction of the main house. I saw an old man with grey hair, wearing a Zhongshan suit, but with his back still straight, slowly walking out with the help of the housekeeper. Although he is old, his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle and full of the majesty of a veteran in the battlefield. He is the pillar of the Long family, the former military leader, Long Zhenqian. "Grandpa." Long Xiaoyun stomped his feet unwillingly. Long Zhenqian's gaze passed over his granddaughter and fell on Lin Feng. He looked at him carefully for a moment and nodded. "Looks like you, really like you. You look exactly like your father when he was young, but you have a little more murderous aura than him. Come in, kid." He waved to Lin Feng. It's inappropriate to let Zhongwo's son stand in the yard all the time. In the study, the scent of sandalwood is wafting. Long Zhenqian personally brewed a pot of aged pure tea for Lin Feng. "Child, you have been wronged." The old man's first words brought a touch of warmth to Lin Feng's heart. Things back then were very complicated. There are some things that even I can't do anything about. Long Zhenqian sighed. "My disappointing son, Jianjun, he." Sigh. Lin Feng knew that the old man was testing him to see if he harbored any resentment towards the Long family. "Grandpa Long, I don't want to talk about the past anymore." Lin Feng said respectfully, "I came here today for only 2 things. First, I'm here to visit you on behalf of my father. I wish you good health. Secondly," his eyes suddenly became sharp, "I want to seek justice for the 12 brothers and myself who died in vain 3 years ago." Fairness. A gleam of light flashed in Long Zhenqian's eyes. "My child, in the capital, the word fairness is more important than Mount Tai. Your enemy is not just Zhao Qianyu or Shang Guanyang. Behind them is a huge interest group that you cannot imagine. It even involves a game between countries." "I know." Lin Feng replied calmly, "That's why I came to see you. I don't need the Long family to clear the way for me. I will avenge myself. I only hope that when I swing my sword, the Long family can be a shield behind me, a shield that can block those arrows from higher levels." Instead of a request, he proposed a deal. Long Zhenqian looked deeply at the young man in front of him. He saw the tremendous hatred in his eyes, and also saw his deep scheming and boundless ambition that did not belong to his age. He was silent for a long time, so long that even a pot of tea had gradually cooled down. Finally, he nodded slowly. "I am old, and the Long family has lost its former glory. I can't be your knife. But, when you are able to seek justice for yourself, the Long family can promise to be the shield behind you. As long as your knife doesn't hurt the foundation of this country." After getting this promise, Lin Feng stood up and bowed deeply to Long Zhenqian. "Thank you, Grandpa Long." When he walked out of the Long family's gate, the unruly and arrogant daughter of a military family, Long Xiaoyun, was waiting at the door with her arms folded and a look of discontent on her face. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of curiosity and a glimmer of interest that she herself had not even noticed. She didn't understand what kind of magic this man had that could make her grandfather treat him so seriously. Chapter 45. The Dragon has a reverse scale, a close bet. Lin Feng had just walked out of the military compound when a fiery red Porsche sports car, like a ghost, stopped in front of him with a sharp brake sound, blocking his way. The car window rolled down, revealing Long Xiaoyun's pretty face with the word unhappy written all over it. "Hey! Stop!" she shouted at Lin Feng in a bossy manner. "Don't think that just because my grandfather is polite to you, you can act arrogantly in front of me. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to our house?" Lin Feng stopped and looked at this little hot pepper who kept pestering him, and found it a little funny. "Ms. Long, this is my personal matter. It seems unnecessary for me to report to you." "You." Long Xiaoyun was so angry at his nonchalant attitude that he almost jumped up. "Don't pretend to be profound in front of me. I tell you, there is nothing in this capital that I, Long Xiaoyun, don't know. Your little tricks can't be hidden from me." "Really?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Then Miss Long, why don't you tell me what tricks I have?" You. Long Xiaoyun was choked. Of course, she knew nothing. She just simply disliked this man and was full of curiosity about him. "Can't you say it?" Lin Feng shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Long Xiaoyun pushed open the car door, jumped out, and blocked Lin Feng's way. Want to leave? Not that easy. Unless you beat me. Beating you. That's right. Long Xiaoyun raised his chin proudly, like a victorious peacock. Don't think you're great just because you're good at martial arts. If you're capable, compete with me in something else. She pointed to the Yangshan Mountains not far away and said, Do you see that winding mountain road? That's the famous flying speedway in Beijing. I'm the undefeated queen there. Do you dare to race with me? If you win, she said with a sly look in her eyes, I will admit that you are capable. From now on, if you encounter any trouble in the capital, I can help you solve it. My words, Long Xiaoyun, are as good as gold. What if I lose? Lin Feng asked with interest. If you lose, get out of the capital right now. Never come and harass my grandfather again. Long Xiaoyun said confidently. In her opinion, she would win without a doubt. Lin Feng looked at her confident look and suddenly smiled. He shook his finger. Ms. Long, your bet is too boring. Boring? Long Xiaoyun's self-esteem was greatly challenged. Then what do you want to bet on? Money. I have plenty. I'm not interested in money. Lin Feng walked towards her slowly. His tall figure completely enveloped her. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, and a hot breathful of male hormone sprayed on Long Xiaoyun's sensitive earlobe, giving her goosebumps instantly. Let's bet on something more interesting. His voice was deep and full of magic. If I lose, the conditions remain the same. But if I win. His eyes, wantonly, swept over her curves, which looked even more curvy because of the tight equestrian clothes she was wearing. You will be my personal driver and bodyguard for a month. 24 hours, on call. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. No objections are allowed. How about it, Miss Long? Do you dare to accept this bet? This bet is full of extreme provocation and humiliation. For a girl as gifted as Long Xiaoyun, this is simply unimaginable. However, the pride and competitiveness in her bones were completely aroused. In addition, she was absolutely confident in her God of Cars level skills. She didn't believe that there was a man in the world who could beat her on this track. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. She bit her silver teeth and almost squeezed out these words from between her teeth. You're dead. I will make you pay the price for your arrogance. That night, on the top of Yangshan Mountain, the moonlight is like water and the mountain wind is cold. Two performance monsters stopped at the starting line. One of them is Long Xiaoyun's deeply modified red Porsche, which looks like a fire goddess. The other one was Lin Feng's black bulletproof red flag sedan, which looked ordinary, even a bit old cadre in style. HMPH, you want to compete with me while driving this junky car? Wait a minute, I'll make sure you can't even see my taillights. Long Xiaoyun sneered disdainfully on the intercom. Lin Feng ignored her. With the order given, the two cars shot out instantly like arrows from a bow. The game has begun. It must be said that Long Xiaoyun's skills are indeed professional level. She knows every corner of the track very well. Drifting, cutting corners, and following lines are all smooth and full of viewing. In the first half of the race, she was always far ahead, leaving Lin Feng far behind. What do you think? You useless piece of shit, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. She shouted triumphantly into the intercom. However, entering the second half, the most dangerous section is the continuous hairpin turns. The situation began to reverse. Lin Feng began to show off his Yang Luo level, terrifying driving skills. There were no fancy moves in his driving, only ultimate precision and efficiency. Every angle he entered into a corner, every time he braked and throttled, was calculated as perfect as a textbook. He was not racing, he was executing a most precise decapitation mission. He is using the shortest distance and fastest speed to approach his target. Long Xiaoyun soon couldn't laugh anymore. She was horrified to find that the black dot that was originally far away in the rearview mirror was approaching her madly at an incredible speed. In Lin Feng's hands, the bulky Hongqi car seemed to have turned into a black beast with life, roaring madly on the brink of death. Finally, at the last and most dangerous cliff hairpin bend known as the Kiss of Death. In order to be safe, Long Xiaoyun subconsciously stepped on the brakes. At the same time, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. In an almost suicidal and unthinkable way, he used an extremely long-distance inertial drift and, with the wheels almost flying off the cliff, he forcibly overtook Long Xiaoyun's Porsche from the outside. When the black-red flag car, with an air of dominance, was the first to cross the finish line, Long Xiaoyun sat in his car in a daze, his mind blank. She lost. Everything she was proud of was crushed in front of this man. She got out of the car in a daze and looked at the man who was leaning against the car door, looking at her leisurely. Lin Feng walked up to her with a playful smile of victory on his face. He gently threw the red flag car key in his hand into her arms. Miss Long, my personal driver. Your first task begins now. Take me home.